Small and medium enterprises, SMEs, are the backbone of European economy. They're not just an economic model, but a social one too. With a rapidly changing economy, new business opportunities need to be grasped. Collaboration between Africa and Europe is more important today than ever before, developing direct contacts in order to build trust. Together, we can create better conditions for business opportunities, with common goals to boost economic and social cooperation. To do this, we need ideas to foster investment policies between Europe and Africa. We want to nurture hope for a new success, stimulating private investments towards a sustainable economy. Shared values based on a new culture of respect for the environment and for human beings. We must look at the future, educating next generations. And we are working to build a new entrepreneurial spirit with new jobs, inclusive growth, and social stability. All this will be possible only investing on entrepreneurship, vocational training, and investments. Our goal is to bring together European and African entrepreneurs, encouraging them to cooperate and co-invest, and supporting them to create alliances and joint ventures. A sustainable future means acting together. EU-African SME Summit 2021.
Una buona giornata e benvenuti a tutti voi all'EU African SME Summit organizzato da Confapi, CEA e PME. Sarà una giornata molto intensa di lavoro, ringrazio voi ovviamente per essere qui presenti in sala, ma anche tutte le persone che sono collegate attraverso i nostri canali social, a tutte le piattaforme ed ovviamente il sito di questo appuntamento. Sono circa 73, pensate, i paesi coinvolti che assisteranno seppur virtualmente a queste sessioni di lavoro, saranno molto intense e circa 10.000 appunto le persone che avranno modo di ascoltare e soprattutto farsi guidare dalle 3 parole chiave che saranno il leitmotiv della giornata di oggi. Uno su tutti ovviamente l'economia, la sostenibilità, uno degli obiettivi che bisognerà raggiungere ovviamente anche in questa era post-pandemica. Sono tante le sfide che i paesi che proprio nella giornata di oggi avranno modo di affrontare, per come affrontare questa nuova normalità a seguito appunto dell'emergenza Covid-19 che noi tutti abbiamo visto proprio nell'ultimo anno e mezzo, e poi ovviamente l'umanità. Questi 3 elementi, come vi dicevo, fanno parte di una roadmap, quindi di un vero percorso per un successo condiviso. Ora però lascio la parola per iniziare ovviamente i lavori a Paolo Magri, a cui chiedo ovviamente di salire sul palco, il presidente dell'ISPI, vice direttore esecutivo. Ecco a lei, dottor Magri.
Grazie mille, grazie mille. Authorities, ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to chair this first session, and I will do with great pleasure. For decades, Africa has been considered a challenging place, and Africa can still be a challenging place, but major transformations are taking place across the continent: economic, demographic, social and political. Many of these transformations offer plenty of reasons and opportunities for engaging more rather than less with Africa and with its process of economic development. This is one of the reasons why Africa international standing has been on the rise over the past 2 decades, where some see higher than average risk and challenges, others see high rewards and opportunities. And indeed, Africa economic growth has been rewarding many European small and medium enterprises that work with or in Africa. The growing presence of European business when acting responsibly and respectfully also hold great potential for cooperation with Africans. with African firms and with African public authorities. A partnership that can turn into an exceptional boost for Africa's development. Today and tomorrow, we are here to discuss the potential of this win-win scenario, convened in Rome and Dakar at the same time at the second edition of the European-African SME Summit, co-promoted by the Italian and German SMEs Association and the European Confederation of SMEs. A summit which will focus on entrepreneurship, professional training, and investment involving, as said, more than 75 countries and many, many thousands of people following virtually the event. But with no further ado, I have now the pleasure to give the floor for the welcoming remark to Maurizio Casasco, President of the European Entrepreneurs Association and President of Confapi Italy. Maurizio.
Buongiorno a tutti, signore e signori ambasciatori, signori ministri, autorità, illustri speaker, ospiti e autorità che sono a Dakar, pubblico che ci segue online, 10.000 persone circa di 73 paesi. Vi do il benvenuto al secondo Summit Europa-Africa SMEs. A nome di Confapi e CEA-PME e vi ringrazio di cuore tutti per essere qui con noi in queste due giornate che sono sicuro saranno ricche di spunti, scambi, ma anche di iniziative concrete. Sarò quindi molto breve per non rubare spazio alle sessioni che seguiranno. Nel 2019 Confapi, in collaborazione con CEA-PME e BFAMV, la Confederazione Europea della Piccola e Media Industria e sotto l'egida della Commissione Europea sottoscriveva a Bruxelles l'alleanza Unione Europea-Africa per le PMI, insieme anche alle 10 organizzazioni più rappresentative dell'economia e dell'industria africana che ritroveremo tutte in queste giornate. Sono passati solo 2 anni, ma oggi ci troviamo di fronte ad un altro mondo, ancora attanagliato dal virus, che non solo ha infettato le nostre vite, ma ha anche scardinato tante certezze, cambiato orizzonti ed obiettivi. Non quelle però che erano alla base di questa alleanza. Anzi, le difficoltà del momento, insieme alle prospettive che si aprono, le hanno rafforzate e ne devono accelerare la realizzazione. Ecco perché abbiamo fortemente voluto questo summit. Intanto, il punto di partenza, la molla che ci aveva portato a firmare questa alleanza è rimasta la stessa. Le piccole e medie imprese rappresentano la spina dorsale di moltissime economie europee, così come di quelle africane, perché hanno dimostrato di essere un modello vincente non solo dal punto di vista economico, ma soprattutto ed anche da quello sociale. Molte sfide che attendono culturali, cooperazione, nonché iniziative e investimenti condivisi. E sulla parola condivisi ci tengo a sottolinearlo. Vogliamo creare ponti che favoriscano lo scambio non solo di merci, ma anche di valori, istruzione, formazione, innovazione e know-how, che sostengono e promuovono la contaminazione di idee e il trasferimento di esperienze. L'Italia ha rivestito e deve continuare a rivestire un ruolo primario nel rapporto con il continente africano. E anche da qui, e lo dico da Presidente europeo, che l'Europa deve ripartire per aprire nuove prospettive ed è proprio lì che noi imprenditori dobbiamo guardare con attenzione per lo sviluppo e la crescita delle nostre industrie, della nostra manifattura e del lavoro. L'obiettivo è quello di aumentare significativamente gli investimenti delle nostre imprese in un continente che ha bisogno non tanto di mega progetti e mega infrastrutture, è fatto finora, ma soprattutto di una miriade di iniziative capaci di diffondere la cultura dell'imprenditorialità in cui l'aspetto dimensionale rappresenta terreno fertile per la crescita reciproca e ci accomuna. Dicevo che nonostante la crisi pandemica che ha stravolto il mondo, i presupposti che ci hanno portato qui sono rimasti uguali. Solo una cosa è cambiata, o almeno è divenuta ai nostri occhi improvvisamente più chiara. Il mondo, mai come oggi, ci appare piccolo e ogni continente e nazione interdipendente. Per andare avanti abbiamo bisogno gli uni degli altri e al centro di tutto ora, come non mai, ci devono essere le persone. Grazie e buon lavoro.
C'è un piccolo cambio di programma e il prossimo intervento non è quello, ci sarà fra poco, del Presidente della Pan-Africa Chamber of Commerce, ma con grande piacere I have the great pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Amadou Hott, Senegal Minister for Economic Cooperation. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, everybody, for this opportunity. Because of last minute unavoidable commitments, His Excellency President Macky Sall is not able, unfortunately, to join us this morning. He has asked me to send his regrets, but at the same time as well to deliver his speech. I will deliver the speech in French. Please have your headsets ready. Thank you. Je cite. Monsieur le Président de European Entrepreneurs, Monsieur le Co-Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais d'abord remercier Messieurs Mauricio Casasco et Marcus Yerger, président ou co-président de European Entrepreneurs, pour leur aimable invitation à cette deuxième édition du sommet EU-Afrique des petites et moyennes entreprises. L'ombre de notre regretté ami Mario Verheugen, ancien président de BVMW d'Allemagne, brutalement arraché à notre affection il y a quelques mois, plane sur cette rencontre dont il était l'un des initiateurs. Mario était un ami personnel, un habitué du Sénégal. Il croyait beaucoup au partenariat Europe-Afrique par l'investissement et le commerce. Le meilleur hommage que nous pourrions rendre à sa mémoire et de poursuivre ce travail qu'il avait commencé avec nous. Je renouvelle mes condoléances à sa veuve, Jute Henriette Verheugen, et à toute sa famille. Paix à son âme. Je remercie et félicite les organisateurs du sommet UE-Afrique des PME. Au-delà de l'excellente coopération officielle entre nos deux continents, qui sera marquée l'année prochaine par la tenue du sommet Union européenne-Afrique, les relations afro-européennes doivent aussi se construire et se consolider par leur secteur privé, à travers des partenariats mutuellement bénéfiques. C'est ainsi que je comprends cette rencontre. Pour ce faire, nous avons des atouts majeurs. L'Europe et l'Afrique se connaissent par l'histoire, la proximité géographique, le brassage humain, des affinités linguistiques et des traditions juridiques, inspirant le droit des affaires de part et d'autre. Ces facteurs sont nécessaires pour faciliter le commerce, l'investissement et le partenariat. Ils restent cependant insuffisants face aux mutations présentes et futures. Le monde a en effet beaucoup changé. l'Afrique aussi. Partout sur ce continent de 30 millions de kilomètres carrés et plus d'1 milliard d'habitants, les populations aspirent à une vie meilleure. D'où des besoins énormes en infrastructures, énergie, santé, éducation, agriculture et agrobusiness, eau et assainissement, pour ne citer que quelques domaines. Les gouvernements sont à la tâche pour satisfaire ces besoins, y compris par le partenariat public-privé, ce qui offre des opportunités à tous nos partenaires, sans exclusion, sans exclusivité. Les pays africains et leur secteur privé souhaitent poursuivre la collaboration avec leurs partenaires publics et privés européens. Cependant, pour y arriver, il faut absolument développer un nouvel état d'esprit. Il faut changer la façon de voir l'Afrique et les Africains. C'est fondamental. D'abord, il y a lieu de reconsidérer sérieusement la perception du risque d'investir en Afrique à sa juste mesure. Nous savons tous que la perception du risque d'investissement en Afrique est exagérée, qu'elle est plus élevée que le risque lui-même, ce qui renchérit considérablement les primes d'assurance et le coût de l'investissement. Or, dans l'écrasante majorité des pays africains, ce risque n'est guère plus élevé que partout ailleurs. Il nous faut donc ensemble, pour une notation plus juste, il nous faut donc travailler ensemble pour une notation plus juste des pays africains par les agences d'évaluation du risque. Ensuite, il convient d'œuvrer à l'assouplissement des règles de l'OCDE afin de faciliter l'accès au crédit en soutien à l'investissement. La rigidité et la multiplicité des conditions fixées par l'OCDE pour le financement ne favorisent pas l'investissement, en particulier dans des projets à longue maturité. Nous faisons confiance au savoir-faire des entreprises européennes et à la qualité de leurs produits et services. Mais dans un monde ouvert, un monde de compétition effrénée, où l'offre de partenariat s'élargit chaque jour, le financement qui soutient et accompagne l'investissement privé fera de plus en plus la différence, y compris sur le continent africain. J'engage donc nos partenaires européens à intégrer ce paradigme majeur des décideurs politiques. Et vous remercier de votre aimable attention. Fin de citation. Je vous remercie.
Grazie Ministro per le sue parole e per il messaggio incoraggiante per questo vertice. Noi torniamo alla scaletta originaria ora e con piacere I have the pleasure to Mr. Yusuf Moussa Dawaleb, President of the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre de l'Économie et de la Coopération internationale du Sénégal, Amadou Hop. Monsieur Mario Franceschini, ministre italien de la Culture. Monsieur Yassine Al-Mahdi, Algerian Minister of Knowledge and Economy and Startups Development. Anna Cavazzini, Chairwoman of IMCO Committee, European Union, Acting Director of the Economic General of African Union and Trade and Industry. Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs de l'Italie et de l'Allemagne qui sont présents dans la salle, Mesdames et Messieurs les invités, protocole observé, bonjour. Je voudrais tout d'abord vous remercier et vous renouveler l'opportunité qui m'est donnée aujourd'hui à Dakar en ma qualité de président de la Chambre de commerce panafricaine et aussi saluer le président de la Confédération des PME européennes et petites et moyennes industries italiennes, M. Maurizio Casastro, à l'occasion de ce sommet des PME Afrique-Europe. Je souhaite aussi m'associer et vous demander une minute de silence au regretté président Mario. Donc je voudrais que nous observions une minute de silence, s'il vous plaît. Permettez-moi donc de vous souhaiter tous, au nom de la Chambre de commerce panafricaine et de tous les membres, bienvenus, et que nous espérons, avec ce tournant dans les relations entre nos deux communautés d'affaires respectives, qu'elles soient marquées dans la prospérité. Nous sortons d'une période qui a été très difficile pour nous tous. L'Afrique, à l'instar de l'Europe et des autres continents du monde, l'impact s'était fait ressentir bien avant l'apparition des premiers cas par une baisse de la demande de produits de base et un effondrement du tourisme et du transport aérien. Les petites et moyennes entreprises, dont le rôle est crucial pour nos économies, ont été plus sévèrement impactées en raison de leurs ressources limitées pour s'adapter à un contexte en mutation rapide. Selon le chiffre du Centre du commerce international, 2 entreprises sur 3 ont été impactées. Et cela s'est traduit par des licenciements massifs et des cessations d'activité. Nos gouvernements ont certes réagi en mettant en œuvre des programmes d'appui avec les moyens dont ils disposent. Mais pour la plupart des interventions qui étaient réduites en raison justement des capacités économiques limitées dans nos pays respectifs. Cependant, cette crise a éprouvé les capacités de nos PME et a contraint les dirigeants à être réactifs, imaginatifs et à rechercher des solutions en termes de résilience et de flexibilité. En guise d'exemple de résilience, des stratégies de réorientation en ligne et de digitalisation des activités ont été développées, à l'instar du monde entier, et surtout pour l'économie mondiale, qui s'était tournée vers les plateformes numériques afin de continuer à fonctionner. Les PME qui ont su faire preuve de réactivité en s'adaptant et en développant de nouveaux produits pour répondre à la situation d'urgence ont pu résister parce qu'elles ont fait preuve de flexibilité. Ainsi, tous, chefs d'entreprise, politiques ou experts, s'accordent à reconnaître les leçons importantes tirées de cette crise pour accroître la compétitivité et la résilience de nos PME. À cet effet, l'importance de la diversification, de l'établissement des liens avec les organismes de soutien et de la constitution des réserves financières a été reconnue. En outre, la transition vers la technologie numérique est désormais impérative avec tout cela nécessite en termes d'assistance technique, de renforcement des compétences et de soutien à l'infrastructure. L'intégration commerciale avec sa région, son continent, puis les partenaires internationaux est primordiale pour le PME plus inclusif. Nous allons dans les 2 prochains jours évoquer les potentiels, les défis, les opportunités des petites et moyennes entreprises en Afrique et en Europe. Nous allons renforcer les liens qui unissent nos PME en vue de développer des perspectives de coopération, de passer en revue les partenariats structurels, des mécanismes de réglementation et de suivi appropriés. L'Afrique a exprimé sa volonté de booster le commerce intra-africain et ça n'est donné les moyens, notamment avec le ZLECAf. L'Union européenne reste un partenaire privilégié. Un exemple en termes d'intégration régionale avec la CEE de l'époque. Et nous pourrions considérer ces structures l'harmonisation des réglementations adoptées pour avancer vers l'Union. Je reste persuadé que les PME qui représentent l'épine dorsale de nos économies en Afrique et en Europe pourront trouver les moyens de fédérer les ressources, de partager les bonnes pratiques et de saisir l'ensemble des opportunités de co-investissement pour les transformer en transactions fructueuses et équitables. Enfin, je voudrais vous remercier de votre disponibilité et surtout de la confiance qui doit être mise sur pied entre nos 2 organisations. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Grazie Presidente. Io non so cosa veda di questa sala chi è collegato da Dakar e chi è collegato in generale, ma in questo bellissimo museo noi stiamo ospitando questa sessione per una bizzarria della logistica in un punto molto particolare che non so se voi potete vedere, se la regia può farvi vedere. Alla mia sinistra c'è una scena di battaglia, un quadro di una scena di battaglia di una delle tante guerre che hanno attraversato il suolo italiano e il suolo europeo, a monito e a ricordo che anche l'Europa per secoli ha avuto le sue challenges forti che abbiamo superato. Più delicato è il quadro alla mia destra, perché il quadro alla mia destra ci ricorda un'altra cosa, ci ricorda una delle tante guerre coloniali, una presenza in Africa simboleggiata da un ufficiale italiano con la spada in territorio africano. Quel passato di relazioni con l'Africa, che non va mai dimenticato, è superato. E noi oggi siamo qua a parlare di rapporti di dialogo alla pari con l'Africa, un dialogo economico, e a parlarne, salirà ora sul podio, è il Ministro della Cultura italiano, a ricordarci che anche il dialogo economico è cultura, che il dialogo fra una realtà come quella delle piccole e medie imprese, fatta di piccole realtà che penetrano il tessuto di ogni paese, è un dialogo culturale. Con questo ho il grande piacere di invitare al podio, con sullo sfondo, ahimè, la guerra coloniale, il Ministro della Cultura Dario Franceschini.
Grazie davvero, mi fa molto piacere essere qua, saluto tutti gli ospiti, le autorità presenti in questa sala o collegate dall'Africa e da altri paesi. Ma probabilmente, ringrazio dell'introduzione, molti di voi staranno pensando in un convegno di natura prevalentemente economica, di piccole e medie imprese. Che cosa ci fa il Ministro della Cultura? Non c'era nessun altro che potesse venire. Forse perché è dentro un museo meraviglioso come la nostra Galleria Nazionale d'Arte Moderna. In realtà il Presidente Casasco, quando mi ha invitato, ha dimostrato nel spiegare le ragioni di questo invito veramente una capacità di visione che condivido e che dimostra come non possiamo più ragionare per compartimenti stagni e come dobbiamo avere una capacità di visione. Se c'è una cosa che accompagnerà questa nuova fase dell'umanità dopo la pandemia o quando la pandemia sarà definitivamente conclusa, sarà l'esigenza di recuperare una capacità di visione. Abbiamo capito in modo più forte di quanto non avessimo capito nel passato come siamo tutti interdipendenti. Abbiamo capito, e lo vediamo tutti i giorni, la profondità di questa grande contraddizione per cui le sovranità dei singoli paesi hanno possibilità di essere esercitate dentro i confini nazionali, ma in un mondo in cui la gran parte dei problemi che riguardano le nostre vite individuali, le nostre vite collettive, si svolgono a livello globale e la soluzione di quei problemi deve essere a livello transnazionale, globale, internazionale. Il paradosso è che abbiamo gli strumenti per governare i singoli paesi e non abbiamo ancora trovato delle forme di governo efficace a livello internazionale, quando gran parte dei nostri destini si giocano a quel livello. Quindi bisogna davvero recuperare una capacità di visione e la visione non può che arrivare anche attraverso un percorso di formazione culturale e di scambio reciproco. Da questo punto di vista ci aiuta molto la geografia. L'Italia è chiaramente una specie di molo nel Mediterraneo. Il Mediterraneo che è stato ed è, come dimostrano anche i quadri che siamo, in mezzo ai quali stiamo svolgendo i nostri lavori, il Mediterraneo è stato un luogo di divisioni, un luogo di guerre, di tensioni, e ancora un luogo di grandi tensioni, di preoccupazioni, di fenomeni dei quali preoccuparsi o dai quali difendersi. Ma è abbastanza evidente che non sappiamo quanto tempo ci vorrà, ma in un tempo che io credo sarà ragionevolmente breve, il Mediterraneo diventerà un luogo che unisce, non un luogo che divide. Diventerà un grande lago che unisce l'Africa all'Europa e dentro questo lago c'è un molo che apre le porte, che accoglie, che è l'Italia. E quindi dobbiamo veramente avere una capacità di lavorare in questa direzione, quindi prepararci, affiancare al lavoro degli scambi economici, della costruzione di infrastrutture, del sostegno, della cooperazione economica, affiancare un lavoro che vada alla radice, che vada un lavoro che punti alla conoscenza reciproca, che punti agli scambi culturali, che punti soprattutto agli scambi tra i giovani. Io ricordo come forse il momento più emozionante del mio ormai lungo mandato da Ministro della Cultura, quando eravamo nel 2015, quindi ormai 6 anni fa, l'Italia stava guidando l'Expo del 2015 a Milano, chiamammo a Milano tutti i ministri della cultura dei paesi che erano presenti a Expo. Ci trovammo in più di 75 ministri della cultura, di paesi lontani tra di loro, di tutti i continenti del mondo, di paesi molto spesso nemici o avversari tra di loro, con grandi tensioni tra di loro. E chiamammo a portare un saluto in quella giornata l'intellettuale italiano probabilmente più autorevole, più importante nel mondo, Umberto Eco, che purtroppo scomparve non molto tempo dopo, e con un discorso molto semplice, come solo i grandi intellettuali sanno fare, finì quel discorso rivolgendosi ai ministri della cultura dicendo: voi non vi conoscete abbastanza, gran parte degli odi del presente, delle guerre del passato, hanno radice nella mancanza di conoscenza reciproca. Voi dovete lavorare per farvi conoscere di più voi e far conoscere di più i vostri popoli. Con questo credo che sia la strada, non la principale, ma una delle strade principali nel rapporto tra Europa e Africa, e l'Italia su questo può giocare un ruolo molto importante. Aiutare la conoscenza reciproca, aiutare gli scambi tra i giovani. Mi piacerebbe che oltre ai programmi di Erasmus Plus che ci sono già in Europa ci fosse anche un progetto nazionale finalizzato all'Africa, ospitare ragazzi africani, mandare i ragazzi italiani in Africa, scambiare conoscenze, perché le conoscenze aiutano a conoscersi, aiutano a trovare obiettivi comuni, aiutano a superare le diffidenze, aiutano a vivere i problemi di un altro paese come se fossero i propri paesi. Quindi c'è un grande lavoro da fare su questo, l'Italia lo ha messo al centro della sua agenda strategica, nelle scelte del G20, siamo il primo paese che ha organizzato nel mese di luglio scorso un G20 Cultura, l'abbiamo preparato lavorando con tutti i paesi del G20 e con anche i paesi africani che erano invitati in quella sede. Ne è uscito un documento molto impegnativo, votato all'unanimità, che sostiene che la cultura deve essere uno strumento di dialogo e di crescita e di sviluppo sostenibile, di supporto a tutte le altre politiche. Quindi credo davvero che abbiate fatto una scelta molto importante che aiuterà gli scambi dei prossimi anni e ci aiuterà soprattutto a individuare la strada giusta. Grazie.
Grazie Ministro per la sua presenza oggi con noi. Il Ministero degli Esteri italiano da tempo ha acceso i riflettori al dialogo con l'Africa, non solo l'ovvio dialogo politico che fa parte dei compiti istituzionali del Ministero, ma in anni più recenti l'attenzione a questa Africa in grande trasformazione, come ci ha ricordato anche il Ministro della Cooperazione del Senegal, è stata al centro delle conferenze Italia-Africa avviate alcuni anni fa, che ovviamente guardavano al quadro complessivo, ma con un'attenzione fortissima anche al dialogo economico e oltre l'energia ad altri settori, incluse le piccole e medie imprese. E abbiamo oggi il piacere di avere con noi Marina Sereni, Vice Ministro degli Affari Internazionali e della Cooperazione. You have the floor, Marina.
Grazie Paolo, grazie a tutti, gentili ospiti. Permettetemi di ringraziare prima di tutto il Presidente della Confederazione Europea della Piccola e Media Industria Casasco per questa iniziativa, non solo per l'invito, e rivolgo un saluto a tutti i partecipanti a questa seconda edizione del Summit Unione Europea-Africa per le piccole e medie imprese. L'Africa, come ha già detto il professor Magri poco fa, è tradizionalmente una priorità della politica estera italiana. Grazie alla sua collocazione geografica, prima il Ministro Franceschini ha parlato di un molo sul Mediterraneo, l'Italia può essere considerata un ponte naturale tra il continente africano e l'Europa. Questo si riflette ancora oggi nella solidità delle relazioni economiche tra l'Italia e i paesi africani. L'attenzione della politica estera italiana all'Africa è stata testimoniata anche dallo spazio al continente africano durante l'intero arco della presidenza italiana del G20 e in particolare penso alla riunione dei ministri degli esteri e dello sviluppo G20 tenutasi lo scorso giugno a Matera. La medesima attenzione è emersa con evidenza 2 settimane fa a Roma nel quadro della terza conferenza Italia-Africa che abbiamo voluto intitolare Incontri con l'Africa. Tra i caratteri innovativi dell'ultima edizione della conferenza abbiamo introdotto la possibilità di organizzare incontri business to government, B2G, tra le imprese italiane con interessi nel continente africano e i ministri e i capi delegazione giunti in rappresentanza dei 54 paesi africani. Questa novità testimonia l'importanza attribuita dalla Farnesina allo sviluppo delle relazioni economiche tra Italia e Africa e più in generale dello sviluppo imprenditoriale del continente africano. Sviluppo che dovrà basarsi necessariamente sulla crescita delle imprese private dei paesi africani. Il settore privato riveste nei fatti un ruolo fondamentale a favore dello sviluppo sostenibile, perché contribuisce a generare crescita economica, nuovo impiego, sviluppo del capitale umano e innovazione. Su questa base la cooperazione italiana allo sviluppo da anni finanzia progetti che mirano a facilitare l'accesso al credito delle piccole e medie imprese e a introdurre innovative modalità di lavoro per il settore privato. Per sostenere le imprese locali la cooperazione finanzia iniziative sia con risorse a dono che con risorse a credito ponendo sempre una particolare attenzione alla promozione della imprenditorialità femminile e giovanile. Credo che l'Italia, per la morfologia del suo tessuto produttivo, per le politiche adottate nella trasformazione industriale, per le scelte di sviluppo e inclusione, possa essere in un certo senso un modello per l'Africa. Il nostro Paese infatti ha nelle piccole e medie imprese il cuore del nostro tessuto produttivo e un motore di crescita omogenea sul territorio nazionale. Questo può essere anche interessante, questo è particolarmente interessante per il continente africano. Per promuovere il più ampio coinvolgimento del settore privato e in particolar modo per le piccole e medie imprese, il Ministero degli Esteri dispone attraverso l'Agenzia Italiana per la Cooperazione allo Sviluppo di uno strumento di finanziamento, il cosiddetto bando profit, rivolto prevalentemente alle piccole e medie imprese e alle start-up. La maggior parte delle iniziative cofinanziate fino a qui sono state aggiudicate e realizzate in Africa per una percentuale complessiva dell'82% e auspichiamo che tale peso rilevante del continente africano possa essere confermato anche in occasione dei prossimi bandi di gara. Il mio auspicio è che queste iniziative possano ampliare e rafforzare le prospettive di collaborazione tra le comunità d'affari europea e africana, gettando le basi per una ripresa sostenibile ed inclusiva. Dinanzi a noi, a maggior ragione dopo la pandemia, vi sono sfide globali che rendono necessario il coinvolgimento di tutti i Paesi per essere efficacemente affrontate. La transizione energetica e quella digitale, lo sviluppo sostenibile, la parità di genere sono solo alcuni dei grandi temi che richiedono risposte concrete e urgenti. È a tutti evidente come il continente africano, alla luce della dinamica demografica e delle prospettive di crescita economica che lo caratterizzano, debba essere necessariamente protagonista del prossimo futuro. Tale coinvolgimento, questo protagonismo non potrà certamente prescindere dal dialogo tra le società civili che in Africa, come nel resto del mondo, si stanno proponendo come fattori di cambiamento e di progresso. E dunque con particolare soddisfazione che rinnovo i miei migliori auguri a Confapi e a tutti i partner per questa importante iniziativa. Grazie e buon lavoro a tutti.
Grazie Vice Ministro. E ora con grande piacere I give the floor to Yassine Helmadi Walid, Algerian Minister for Knowledge Economy and Startup. You have the floor, Minister.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very pleased to join you virtually in this Europe-Africa SME Summit today. Everyone agrees about the importance of SMEs in supporting overall economic growth. In Algeria, SMEs are the backbone of our local communities, providing income to families around the country and more than half of all employment. They also ensure a balanced regional growth, and that's why the Algerian government have been continuously supporting the establishment and the development of SMEs by preventing financing, tax exemption, and by significantly improving both business environment and firm-specific factors during the past 2 years. We also wanted to nurture the entrepreneurship across all groups of society, encouraging the involvement of more young people, more women, and more people with disabilities. In fact, having a healthy SME ecosystem is critical to our economic development by providing employment opportunities for a rapidly growing labor force and to lead economic activities in various sectors to reduce the country's heavy reliance on oil resources. As you know, our country faces some important challenges, and one of the most important ones is to shift from an economic model based on oil revenues to a more sustainable, a more resilient, and a more ambitious economy. This implies a paradigm shift, and the creation of our ministry was a perfect example of a demonstrated political will to promote startups and innovation-driven growth. In our ministry, we have been working on making it easy for early stage startups to get access to capital and to benefit from a more friendly legal and framework that includes tax exemption, flexible foreign exchange control, and an easier business creation process. We are also gradually shifting to an entirely online company registration process. We have been also working on making it easy for startups to find funding by creating a public startup fund. And in order to provide fair access to all this facilitation, we have also launched a network of public startup accelerator and made it easy for the private incubators to operate. The number doubled in the last 6 months. Let's not forget that startups play a key role in the digital transformation, which started well before the pandemic, but COVID-19 has accelerated it. This led us to increase our investment in connectivity in order to allow families, businesses, universities to quickly pivot to working, learning, and living online. Startups have reacted fast and flexibly to the pandemic and have been helpful in shifting towards a fully digital work, education, and health services. Many of them have also provided innovation in medical goods and services. They've shown that they are particularly good when it comes to adaptability and flexibility, and they have demonstrated how effective they can be to turn COVID-19 solution into viable businesses. For example, e-commerce experienced a 500 rebound due to the fact that people couldn't go to physical store during the lockdowns. And today, I believe that startups' innovative model is a key in a post-COVID-19 scenario, especially in our continent. Africa has made great strides recently in becoming a new hub for innovative startups. From 2015 through 2020, the number of African tech startups receiving financial backing grew at 46% annually, 6 times faster than the global average and better than any other continent. The next step will be to make it easy for us, for our tech companies, and the tech champions to scale and to access the huge and less fragmented African market. Algeria remains deeply attached to its African roots and to the development of our continent. We also look forward to strengthen the economic relationship with our European partners. And I'm very excited about our collaboration going forward, particularly in Africa, which carries such tremendous potential. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. Con questo credo che la mia parte di sessione termini.
Grazie a lei, Direttore Paolo Magri, ricordiamo anche Vicepresidente Esecutivo dell'Istituto per la Politica Internazionale, per il suo intervento, e grazie ovviamente a tutte le persone che fino ad ora sono intervenute in questa prima sessione di lavoro. Ora, prima di proseguire con i prossimi interventi e per poi dare il via poi al primo panel, vorremmo rivolgere un carissimo saluto ad Amira El Fadil, che ricordiamo è commissaria per l'Unione Africana, che non è potuta essere qui con noi in questi 2 giorni di lavoro per complicanze legate al Covid. Ovviamente da parte nostra c'è il più caro augurio di pronta guarigione, la salutiamo e prima ovviamente di proseguire con la prossima relatrice, il prossimo saluto, e do immediatamente lo spazio a Jutta Urpilainen, che ricordiamo è European Union Commissioner for International Partnerships. Ci ha lasciato un intervento in video e lo vediamo insieme.
Dear friends, COVID-19 has hit our economies and revealed disturbing global inequalities. Many parts of the world still continue to struggle. We must not build back, but build back better. And the private sector is our greatest ally. On both our continents, small and medium-sized businesses can really become drivers of job creation and a more equitable future. The EU's Investing in Young Businesses in Africa initiative seeks to do exactly that. It extends financial and technical support to SMEs in Africa with special emphasis on digital, green and women-led enterprises. By supporting them during the critical early stages of development, we can help small businesses succeed and create critical jobs. Dear colleagues, the EU is also working to attract more foreign investments in Africa as per the priorities put forward in our Africa strategy. For example, the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus provides 39.8 billion euros in guarantees. We will de-risk sustainable investments in Africa, and this could generate 11 euros of private investment for every 1 euro we spend. Dear friends, at the heart of our efforts are people, entrepreneurs and business leaders like you. Take advantage of the many resources available, including the EU's new Africa IP SME helpdesk. It supports European SMEs with intellectual property rights management across Africa and helps African businesses gain access to global value chains. I hope this summit inspires you to find new trade and investment opportunities in Africa. I also hope to see some, if not all of you, at the EU-Africa Business Forum just before the EU-Africa Summit in early 2022.
Ringraziamo Jutta Urpilainen, che ricordiamo è European Union Commissioner for International Partnership, per il suo intervento. Ora proseguiamo con un collegamento e the floor is yours. I will be using English now to introduce the next guest, who is Stella Ndabeni Abrams, who is a South African Minister for Small Business Development. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Program Director. To all the participants, the dignitaries from ministers of the African and European states present here, the commissioners and ambassadors of AU and EU, presidents and executives of the various organizing bodies, dignitaries, ladies, gentlemen, and entrepreneurs, good morning. Investment in Africa infrastructure is absolutely critical, but we must accept that infrastructure alone will not result in sustainable growth and jobs. We must simultaneously build ecosystems to support African entrepreneurs. Africa is the world's future growth region, with its youthful population and potential for future consumption demand. Our continent is embracing digitalization, which will improve service delivery, provide access to online markets, and increase firm-level productivity and competitiveness. Fintech innovations are bringing millions of Africans into savings and investment platforms. Almost a quarter of firms surveyed in Africa reported significantly higher use of digital platforms and business internet use after COVID-19. But we need to ensure that digital applications also service informal businesses to avoid the development of a digital underclass. Prior to COVID-19, only 7% of informal businesses in Africa use the internet for business, and high cost of data and internet-enabled devices are prohibitive. We must therefore be doing more to direct global liquidity to finance Africa's economic recovery. Program Director, here in South Africa, we are currently implementing our economic reconstruction and recovery plan, which is underpinned by a number of structural reforms and measures to make the economy more competitive. The plan places strong emphasis on SMEs as the driver of higher and more inclusive growth. In order to achieve this outcome, we have taken an ecosystem approach as the department to facilitate collaboration and partnerships between government, private sector, and non-private committee sectors around small enterprise development. Initiatives we are prioritizing include the reduction of red tape and the cost of regulatory compliance for small enterprises, as well as for informal micro enterprises. building of capacity in the country's incubator program to upscale support and create platforms for innovation, value chain localization and supplier development to co-create markets with the corporate private sector, market development support for women-owned enterprises through a partnership with the International Trade Center, the She Trades ZA, encouraging youth innovation through a Youth Challenge Fund, addressing the huge credit gap in the SME market through using public funds to leverage private and institutional funding. Here, I must compliment the EU support we have received as a department, which has resulted in the Innovation Fund being implemented through Kula Credit Guarantee. We are confident that public funds in the Innovation Fund will leverage six-fold funding from financial institutions. The SME ecosystem we are trying to develop is framed by the Integrated Small Enterprise Development Master Plan, which we developed with technical support from the Ecosystem Development for Small Enterprise, or the EDSE program. The EDSE program is a Euro 56 million partnership between the EU and South Africa to mutually explore mechanisms to support and transform the environment for small, medium enterprises. Following 3 years of implementation, there have been many achievements, including new funding models that are now delivering finance to SMEs on the ground, new approaches to business development services, and improved regulations and legislation aimed at reducing red tape and improving the environment in which businesses operate. The most important achievement is the more holistic approach to SME development, which sees government playing a facilitating and enabling role, working in partnership with key actors from across the SME ecosystem. The approach and the strategy of the Small Enterprise Development Master Plan has been presented to Cabinet, and we are currently working on the game-changing programs that can upscale some of the pilot interventions that were shown to have impact. Critical to this rollout will be the use of digitally enabled platforms to magnify the reach of government services and to provide tailored and targeted support to meet the individual needs of small enterprises, whether they be survivalist, micro enterprises, or highly competitive exporters. The digital one-stop shop will activate partnerships with tech innovators to provide solutions and applications for the small, medium enterprises. The need for new avenues for growth to boost employment will be central to the next phase of the EDSE program, with particular focus on opportunities within the green and the digital economy, strongly linked to our net zero targets as the country, as well as other new economic growth sectors. Creating opportunities for youth will be a cross-cutting theme that will underpin all work in the sector, with a focus on examining the mechanisms and levers that will enable the private sector to open up avenues for new entrants. We need to think about a continent-wide learning platform where we can share the experience about what we are doing, what is working, and what is not. In this regard, my ministry welcomes knowledge partnerships with small business development departments in the continent. I would also like to see more practical business-to-business matchmaking, both between South Africa and African counterparts, as well as the SMEs in the EU. We take note of the model of successful small and medium enterprises involved in manufacturing sectors in countries like Germany, Italy, and other parts of Europe. Therefore, as South Africa, we will seek to support opportunities for exchange programs that bring together partnerships and joint ventures. Let me congratulate the organizers of this EU-Africa SME Alliance Conference and tell you that we are looking forward to strengthened international trade and cooperation that benefits African SMEs. Together, we can rise. I thank you, Program Director.
J'ai saisi donc l'occasion de remercier la Fondation.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your interesting contribution to this conference. Now we go on to our next guest, Anna Cavazzini, che ricordiamo è Chairwoman della EMCO Committee, parliamo ovviamente del Parlamento Europeo, ci ha inviato un contributo video che vediamo insieme.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm really sorry that I cannot join you live, but I'm very honored to contribute with a short speech to this important conference, and a lot of greetings from Brussels. We all know that SMEs are the backbone of our economy, whether in Europe or in Africa. And it goes without saying that Africa is a very important continent for the EU. As Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said, Africa is the European Union's natural partner and neighbor, and I really agree with this. But this is not yet fully reflected in economic activities between our two regions. Right now, we have a chance to improve this while building a true continent-to-continent partnership between the European Union and the African Union. The COVID pandemic has exacerbated Africa's vulnerability in relation to economic diversification, dependency on the export of raw materials, and volatile commodity prices. And we need to tackle the backdrop of this crisis is having on reaching our common objectives and the Sustainable Development Goals. Africa is, of course, also particularly hard hit by the climate crisis. In 2019, nearly 16.6 million Africans were affected by extreme weather events. And we need concrete measures to ensure that we can move towards a sustainable and inclusive recovery. It is therefore crucial that, especially here in Europe, because we are one of the biggest polluters, we put climate and environmental protection at the heart of our economy and also of our partnership. In the European Union, the European Green Deal is an important lever. It can be the starting point also for our common work on sustainable innovation policies and projects. The Green Deal can also be a business chance for SMEs, whether by channeling investment towards a carbon-free economy, by developing renewable energy sources, or by fostering development of a sustainable agriculture sector. It is clear that more investment in Africa is needed, but it has to serve the green and just transition. At the moment, raw materials account for half of the total EU imports from Africa, and we need to make sure that there is value being created on the ground rather than just extraction for exportation. And for that, regional trade integration is also key. I think the EU's current approach of negotiating economic partnership agreements establishing different terms for different states and regions hinder this. I think the EU must instead support regional integration and support the development towards a pan-African free trade area. Finally, I'd like to make a point on human rights and good governance. The way we trade and the way we structure supply chains can have a huge impact on this, whether for the good or for the bad. So we have to make sure it is for the good. This is where the upcoming EU legislation on sustainable corporate governance comes in, which will create requirements on companies to conduct due diligence to ensure respect for human rights and the environment in all their business relationships. The idea is that European companies will have to act much more closely with suppliers and do all they can to improve standards in their supply chains. And this can mean by providing more training, more support to suppliers, and by revisiting their own purchasing practices to guarantee fairer terms for suppliers in a way that will enable them to pay a living wage and produce more sustainably overall. A last general point, it is really important that we foster the integration of African SMEs in our value chains, but in a way that it is beneficial to those SMEs that adds value to the local industry and that is sustainable. I hope this input gives you food for thought, and I wish you a great summit and a great conference.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Anna Cavazzini. Our next guest is Mr. Charles Tumia, Acting Director of the Director General for Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining. We're talking about the African Union Commission, who's now live from Ethiopia. Mr. Chumia, the floor now is yours.
Thank you, Program Director. Your Excellency, Mr. Mustafa Diop, Minister for Industrial Development and Small and Medium Enterprises. Your Excellency, Mr. Dario Francini, Italian Minister for Culture. Your Excellency, Ms. Stella Tembisa Ndaveni Abraham, South African Minister for Small Business Development. Your Excellency, Mrs. Marina Seleni, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation for Italy. Your Excellency, Mr. Yassin Elmadi Wadi, Algerian Minister for Knowledge, Economy and Startups. Mr. Maluso Casasso, President of the EU Chambers of Commerce and Industry. And your counterpart, Mr. Yusuf, the President of the Pan-African Chambers of Industry and Cooperation. Your Excellency, Ms. Joanta Arpenien, European Union Commissioner for International Partnerships. Your Excellency, Madam Anna Kamvani, Chairwoman of INSO Committee, European Parliament. Your Excellency, Mr. Robert Dasse, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Cooperation and African Integration of the Republic of Togo. Distinguished representatives of the private sector, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, the African Union Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining. He sends his deepest apologies for not being able to join you today. He, however, wishes this summit a great success and looks forward to its outcomes. I am therefore delivering these remarks on his behalf. Your Excellency, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be part and parcel of this important Europe-Africa SME Summit, which is meeting under the theme Economy, Sustainability, Humanity, Roadmap to Shared Success. In this regard, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government and people of the Republic of Senegal, as well as the government and people of the Republic of Italy, who are hosting this summit simultaneously. I also like to thank the organizers for inviting the African Union to be part of this summit. It is my sincere hope that the summit will build upon where we left in our previous edition in 2019. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the African Union Commission, we believe that this summit is coming at a very important time. First, at the global level, we know that currently the world is figuring out how to build back better and resiliently from the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. According to a survey among SMEs in 132 countries that was done by the International Trade Center, 2/3 of micro and small firms report that the crisis strongly affected their business operations, and 1/5 indicates the risk of shutting down permanently. This is corroborated by another study that was done by McKinsey, which indicates that between 25 to 36% of SMEs could close down permanently from the disruption caused by the pandemic. We therefore believe that this summit offers yet another opportunity for us to collectively provide to the basket of solutions that would avert the plight of SMEs, and also that SMEs are part and parcel of building back better processes. Secondly, as you may be aware, which has been alluded to by a number of speakers before me, we are in the process of preparing for the AU-EU summit that is scheduled for 2022, early next year. As such, the second African EU meeting of foreign affairs ministers is also going to take place a few days from now. That is from 25 to 26 October 2021. We therefore see that some of the outcomes of this conference can indeed feed into these preparatory processes. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to turn to the theme of the gathering: economy, sustainability, humanity, the roadmap to shared success. It is a very accepted fact that SMEs both in Africa and Europe play a critical role as drivers of economic activity across all sectors, whether it's from agriculture and to ICT. They have emerged as key employers. For instance, in Africa, you find that 70% of Africans that are employed, they actually work for SMEs. It is also in this regard that their role in achieving the UN SDG 2030 goals, as well as the African Union Agenda 2063, cannot be emphasized. We therefore need to move from just diagnosing their challenges. We need to move to a level where we are effectively implementing solutions. It is necessary to remove unfair regulations and bureaucratic bottlenecks that increase the cost of doing business. I am glad, therefore, to hear the wonderful examples that Her Excellency, the Minister of Small Businesses from South Africa, highlighted in her speech. Let us look at how both hard and soft infrastructure can resolve the challenges that SMEs face. How can renewable energy, for example, support SMEs to supply reliable electricity so that their businesses do not close because they are too small to afford a power generator? With Africa's SMEs facing a credit gap of about 135 billion, what solutions can we effectively provide which will ease their access to finance? As the slowing economic growth means that it will be very difficult for them now to afford affordable finance. How can we use the wonderful gift of technology to de-risk lending to this sector, which is the mainstream, which the mainstream finance world thinks is very risky? These are things that will ensure that SMEs are sustainable and hence contribute to our economies and also to the betterment of humanity and to shared success. Another important element is that of partnership. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, most of you have heard of the African saying which says, if you want to go faster, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. It emphasizes the importance of partnering. African SMEs can benefit more by coming together. They can benefit even much more by partnering with fellow SMEs from Europe. A single SME may have challenges to meet the demands of, say, the European market. But if SMEs come together, they will be able to navigate and supply big market easily as a collective. It is therefore in this regard that summits like this like the ones that we are having today are important. Such forums can unlock the potential of local and international partnerships that in the end can greatly assist in enhancing our economies both in Africa and Europe. As you are aware, Africa now has and is implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area. This is a big market that can greatly benefit SMEs if they dare to come together. We are talking about a market of the combined GDP of almost 2.5 trillion US dollars and a market of about 1.3 billion people, and this number continues growing. It indeed would be much more beneficial not only to the African SMEs, but for their counterparts in Europe as well. Let us therefore, through such forums, build those necessary alliances and partnerships to take advantage of the markets both in Europe and Africa. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me emphasize what the African Union is doing in this regard, especially in regards to SMEs. We have developed, and the ministers responsible for SMEs have adopted an SME strategy. This strategy, among others, is aimed at boosting SMEs development in Africa. It addresses issues of enabling business environment, issues of energy access, as well as infrastructure. It also talks to technology and innovation, financing, access to markets and export competitiveness, as well as to ensure that we have inclusive livelihood developments. This also talks to the theme that we are dealing with now, as there is an element of humanity and sustainability. We therefore look forward to see how we can implement this strategy, also by learning how the same is being done in Europe. By coming together, as we have done today, it fosters the notion of shared success and prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chumia, for outlining the main goals of this summit today. Now, our next contribution is from Mr. Robert Ducey, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Cooperation and Africa Integration of Togo. He sent us a video and we'll watch it together.
Monsieur le Président de la Confédération européenne des petites et moyennes entreprises, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers collègues, tout protocole observé, chers invités, chers panélistes et participants, je voudrais introduire mon propos par une expression de gratitude méritée à l'endroit des organisateurs de cette rencontre pour toutes les actions qui mènent en faveur du rapprochement des continents européens et africains et en matière de promotion de la culture entrepreneuriale. Votre engagement, cher messieurs, trouve un écho favorable auprès d'une jeunesse africaine désormais décidée à se prendre en charge et se forger un esprit d'entreprise innovant pour générer une croissance inclusive. Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, chers collègues et chers panélistes, la croissance des entreprises est fortement dépendante du cadre normatif dans lequel elle évolue beaucoup. Les pays africains aujourd'hui, à l'instar du Togo, ont vite ressenti la nécessité de faire des PME l'une des priorités de développement et s'engagent dans une politique dynamique de réformes visant à améliorer le climat des affaires à travers des programmes de formation professionnelle, d'investissement dans les infrastructures, de facilitation et de digitalisation des démarches administratives. En appui aux initiatives nationales, l'Union africaine et des partenaires contribuent à la transformation progressive du continent et cela montre combien l'attachement de l'Union européenne à aider à transformer les entreprises africaines pour leur prise en charge par les Africains eux-mêmes. Je voudrais ici partager avec vous très rapidement l'expérience des entreprises togolaises avec les entreprises allemandes. Nous avions eu 2 éditions déjà il y a quelques années, il y a 4 ans, il y a 3 ans, de ce que nous appelons le printemps de la coopération entre l'Allemagne et le Togo. Et lors de ces printemps, nous avions fait venir à chaque fois au moins une trentaine, voire une quarantaine d'entreprises allemandes qui viennent au Togo. Le bilan que nous faisons aujourd'hui, c'est que sur la quarantaine d'entreprises allemandes, nous avons la moitié qui a décidé de s'installer au Togo et à investir dans plusieurs domaines importants tels que l'agriculture, les petites entreprises de formation professionnelle. Et cela est un bilan positif à la fois pour le Togo et quand nous échangeons avec les partenaires allemands, ce bilan est réjouissant. Nous voudrons ici encourager toutes les entreprises européennes à continuer à faire confiance aux petites et moyennes entreprises africaines. Parce qu'à la tête de ces entreprises, ce sont des jeunes Africaines et des jeunes Africains qui sont dévoués à la tâche et qui veulent eux aussi réussir pour être un modèle d'une initiative entrepreneuriale innovante pour le continent. Et c'est en cela que je voudrais une fois de plus remercier vous tous, Monsieur le Président de la Confédération des petites et moyennes entreprises européennes, chers amis organisateurs venus de partout et particulièrement de l'Allemagne, vous dire combien nous sommes heureux, dans le cas du Togo, de vous recevoir à chaque fois que vous venez pour explorer le marché togolais. Cet exemple doit servir à tous les autres participants africains qu'il est possible de soutenir nos jeunes pour la création de nouvelles entreprises. Et je vous remercie et je vous souhaite une bonne continuation dans les discussions au sein de notre panel. Merci.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Now we move on and we go to our first session of the day, which future for Africa and Europe after COVID-19, that will be broadcasted live also on CNBC Africa. I'd like to welcome, of course, all the audiences watching right now from Africa. Now, before we actually start with the session, I have a letter from the President of the European Parliament, David Sassoli, who sent us a letter to thank everybody for the contribution that will be given to this summit, and of course all the goals that will have to be achieved today and in the future. So the letter is in Italian, so let me just start and then we move on with our next session. Gentilissimo Presidente Maurizio Casasco, la ringrazio innanzitutto per il suo cortese invito. Con la presente, oltre a salutare tutti i relatori e gli ospiti, desidero inviarle questo breve messaggio in apertura del Summit EU-Africa, organizzato e coordinato da Confapi, CEA-PME, BVMWPA, la Confederazione Italiana ed Europea delle Piccole e Medie Imprese, insieme ad altri prestigiosi partner europei ed africani. È molto importante promuovere e stimolare iniziative come questa. Dobbiamo ripensare al nostro rapporto con l'Africa in modo diverso e al tempo stesso lavorare concretamente allo sviluppo di partnership e reti che valorizzino modelli imprenditoriali legati alla piccola e media industria. È inutile nascondere che all'inizio di quella che ci auguriamo essere la fase finale della pandemia, le sfide che attendono l'Europa e l'Africa sono molteplici. Pensiamo per esempio alla transizione ecologica e l'accesso all'energia attraverso un approccio comprensivo dell'equilibrio ambientale e dei minacciosi cambiamenti climatici che devono essere considerati tema primario anche per evitare che le conseguenze peggiori e più profonde ricadano soprattutto sui paesi in via di sviluppo. E ancora, le opportunità insite nel campo della digitalizzazione. Bisogna far crescere investimenti nelle infrastrutture digitali e in forma di accesso sostenibili alle fonti di energia. Ci si può e deve concentrare sulla crescita sostenibile e creazione di opportunità lavorative, in particolare per giovani donne, ed ancora trovare strade comuni per massicci interventi nell'istruzione, della formazione, ma soprattutto della cultura in genere. È un impegno che Europa e Africa devono prendersi con reciproca assunzione di responsabilità. Sono sicuro che le 2 giornate del Summit serviranno ad avvicinarci a questi obiettivi, disegnando con il contributo dei partecipanti percorsi comuni che la storia e la ragione ci chiamano oggi a seguire. I recenti disastri causati da un virus che ha scardinato certezze e prassi consolidate ci ha insegnato, mai come prima, che le vicende dell'intera umanità sono strettamente legate e che nessuno si può salvare da solo. Spero veramente che questo vostro summit possa essere occasione utile non solo per stimolare un confronto e conoscenza reciproca, ma anche per condividere best practices e realizzare nuove reti. Nel ringraziarla nuovamente per l'invito, auguro a tutti voi buon lavoro. And this is, as I said, this was the letter by President David Sassoli, who, as I said, is the President of the European Parliament. Now, we're good to go. We're ready to go for the first session called Future for Africa and Europe After COVID. I'd like to give the floor to Esther Abori from CNBC Africa. Please, Esther.
Thank you so much, Valentina, for that. Before I bring on my esteemed panelists, let me quickly mention that this panel discussion is being broadcast live on CNBC Africa, Africa's foremost business channel, broadcasting to over 48 countries on the African continent. Without further ado, allow me to introduce my esteemed panelists. I'd like to start with our speakers who are here in the room with us. Please welcome with me Mr. Francesco Rocca, He's the President, International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. Mr. Roque, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Also joining us today is Mr. Sergio Azeni. He's the President of the International Network for SMEs. Mr. Azeni, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Also joining us today is Mr. Dimitri Avramopoulos. He's a former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Greece and the European Commissioner for Migration, Home Affairs and Citizenship. So going now to our guests who are joining us remotely, please welcome with me Mrs. Tiki Barnard. She's the founder and CEO of Shared Value Africa Initiative. She joins us remotely from South Africa. Ms. Barnard, thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Also joining us is Mr. Keboge Nadeska. He's the Executive Director of Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He joins us remotely from Accra, Ghana in West Africa. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you also joining us remotely. Now, the objective of our time today is to share new thinking, to share new perspectives for SME-driven economic development and economic cooperation between Africa and Europe, or particularly in the context of the current health, economic, and social conditions on both continents. As we know, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement has commenced. It's a big market of 1.2 billion people, $2.5 trillion US dollars in GDP. So now is an excellent time for collaboration between EU and African SMEs. But like I mentioned also, they will be doing this going forward with this partnership in a post-COVID world. So I think that's a good place to start. And I'd like to start with Mr. Francesco Rocca, just to give us an update on where we are with the COVID. Now, as you know, as countries navigate a post-COVID world, I think it's important for us to briefly just reflect on the impact this pandemic has had on both continents, particularly in Africa, of course, and Europe. I'd like us to start by taking stock on where we are right now. Talk to us how strong the impact or how severe that impact has been in Africa, and also what Europe and Africa can do in terms of speeding up vaccinations.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you for the opportunity. But first of all, let me thank Maurizio Casasco and the European Small and Medium Industries Confederation and the Italian one for this opportunity, because I'm an humanitarian, so this should be not my place. But the reality is, and this is why I'm so grateful for the opportunity, that bringing here the two very simple words, humanity and dignity, and how can this accompany the work of the business in a very delicate continent like Africa is extremely important for my perspective. Well, I think in my humble opinion, and watching at the dynamic of the virus, I'm not so optimistic. I feel we are not very close to the end, especially watching the continent. Most will depend by the outcomes of the next WTO meeting. And I don't think that we have to hide behind the scenes. I think we must clean the table by many chats, very often useless. The fact is that less than 3% of the least developed countries, and most of them, unfortunately, are in that continent, are vaccinated, compared to the 48% of the world that is vaccinated. And too many hotspots are in the continent. So we are very far from the conclusion, and we do need investment, and we do need brilliant solution in the next WTO meeting to find the way to support the continent in coming out from and to end the crisis. We have several aspects that we are dealing with as international federation, but also all the humanitarians, because even when vaccines arrive in Africa, still we have a lot of logistical problems. Still we have many of them stuck in the tarmac, in the airports, because it's very difficult to reach communities. So we are working, and we reached just a few days ago a very important agreement with the CDC Africa, which is what we continue to invest at community level. This is the key. And this is the lesson learned also that we had a few years ago with Ebola, working in Africa. And I think even if the Western government would have listened to the experience that the African countries had in that moment, could have avoided many of the problems that we faced in the Western countries, because especially in Congo, I remember, we faced the lack of trust of the community. The second pandemic, the pandemic of the fake news, is something that we experienced, unfortunately, in Congo at the beginning of the Ebola crisis. And working at community level was the key to have access and then to save lives. So back to the point, I think that this is the work that we have to do. This is work that we are trying to do in many places, even using new technologies that are helping us in staying connected with the communities and reaching them, empowering the local communities. One of the other key words that we are starting to use, and I'm very happy about the introduction of Maurizio when he talked about the peer-to-peer activities, the switch of the dynamic in the relation is something that we as humanitarians we are experiencing in terms of decolonizing the aid. So let's empower the local community, let's empower the local actors once for all, especially in the humanitarian sector.
Absolutely.
And finally, and with this I'm going to conclude, we have to remember another aspect that is affecting Africa. COVID is only the last one. We have to remember that unfortunately many African countries are also experiencing multiple crises at the same time. During my last visit in Ethiopia, I was in Tigray in March. So there was the locust, the drought, the conflict, and the COVID, all together, all very severe. So it must be a very combined and important role of the international community to fix and a complete different dialogue, completely changing the mood on which we approach the dialogue with the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A very interesting point you raised there, especially around community partnership, community collaboration in response to the COVID-19. I'd like to circle back to you later to talk to us more on that. Mr. Avramopoulos, as former European Commissioner for Migration and Minister of Foreign Affairs in Greece, the COVID-19 pandemic related economic crisis in Africa, what will you expect in terms of migration from Africa to Europe, and how can Europe work with Africa to manage the reality of human mobility as a matter of shared prosperity and opportunities, and not only through the lens of security, containment, and deterrence?
Well, you know that migration is a new reality globally. Right now we're here. There are more than 450 million people around the world on the move. Europe was not prepared when the first uncontrolled flows arrived on the shores of Italy, of Greece, of Spain. Europe was taken by surprise, and they didn't know how to handle it. So between us, I was the lucky one, just 5 months after my arrival in Brussels, to be entrusted with this very important mission to build from scratch the architecture of migration and on security on behalf of the European Union. And that's where we meet each other. Let me tell you that migration is an inherent feature of our societies today, including, of course, Africa. Many countries have been forced to look inwards in order to protect, as they say, their economies. Now, for the partnership between Africa and Europe, this evolving dynamic could affect how these two parts, these two regions of the world relate and work together going forward. I have been traveling as Commission during the last 5 years all around Northern Africa, including the Sahel region. And I had an excellent cooperation with the leadership of these countries. But I noticed also the weaknesses of working together. Migration is a development issue in Africa, and we all know it. poverty, lack of employment, opportunities, and food insecurity, together with conflicts within the countries and between some of the countries in the region, caused also by political instability, are the leading push factors of migration. And unfortunately, the situation remains like this. For both Africa and Europe, migration and human mobility, because we live in the era of human mobility, should remain, for all of us, key priorities. However, in order to be realistic, there are still divergences. During COVID, since you referred to that before, and I fully agree with what Mr. Roca said, the so-called civilized world left unvaccinated the majority of the citizens of Africa. Only, if I'm not wrong, 4%, 3% of the citizens of Africa are vaccinated. So this might be a big problem in the future, because as soon as the pandemic is over in Europe, we understand that this will be one more factor and reason for citizens of Africa to seek a refuge for health reasons in Europe. And I'm wondering, is Europe well prepared for that? It's not only to stem the flows, it's not only to better manage the borders, it's also to be there, supporting and helping these people in order to overcome these difficult moments. So, yes, COVID contributed in a significant reduce of migration towards Europe, but we must think and start working for the day after COVID. So those numbers are now mounting, rising, as 2021 progresses. Since the pandemic may become, as I said, a significant factor in increasing migration, including along dangerous sea routes. We are in a country that has experienced these tragedies in the past. I'm talking about Italy, but also the same is from the other side of the Mediterranean in Greece. Add to this vulnerability of migrants and the economic impacts, we can tell that the European Union could be facing, sorry to use this term, a perfect migratory storm in the years to come. Coronavirus measures reduced, as I said, immigration to Europe, but also changed the routes, altered the flows. Europe's stance has increasingly followed a technical, I would say, security center-oriented response to migration. Africa sees migration through a development lens. It's good to mention that the European Union was always standing by Africa in terms of development, but it is not enough. Cooperation with Africa is not a charity, it is a moral duty that can lead to very positive practical consequences for both continents. Now, as states, which we all know, focus on economic recovery after the pandemic, policies and practices on migration may shift. This could inform future relations between Africa and Europe. Yes, there is a cooperation between the African Union and the European Union. I have attended some of these big events, but I'm not sure that this relation and this cooperation is as successful as we would expect. That's why we come now to this gathering here in Rome. And I would like once again to congratulate and thanks the SMEs Association, the president, the professor, and also my good friend Jäger Markus from Germany, and all the contributors, because this is a channel of practical consequences and results. It is complementary to what has been done so far between the European Union and Africa. So I think we should encourage this initiative and see something more on that. At the end of this gathering, it would be important to make a decision and make this important event a permanent institution, because SMEs can contribute in opening new pathways of cooperation with the business communities of Africa and Europe.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Dimitri. Speaking about SMEs, I'd like to just quickly go to Mr. Arzeni. At the heart of our conversation today is collaboration among European and African SMEs as they navigate a post-COVID world. But it's been said that for that collaboration to be sustainable, to be tangible, there has to be a vision, there has to be a strategy. So talk to us in terms of what that strategy, what that vision should entail, and what should the key priorities of that strategy entail, and where would be a good starting point?
Well, I share the view of the economist who says that the 21st century will be the century of Africa. Why so? In the first place, because of demography. If you don't have a dynamic demography, you don't have a dynamic economic growth. But the problem of Africa and the demography is job creation. You have to create jobs, decent jobs, to have social inclusion and political stability. But who creates jobs? Not governments, who are indebted, who are overloaded with the fake employment often. Not large companies. We know that large companies all over the place are shedding jobs, are not adding jobs. New sources of jobs come from entrepreneurship, new firm creation, and the development of small business. One of the main problems of Africa is that small, medium-sized enterprises are, by a large extent, informal. They are informal often for a matter of survival. The issue is to let them grow, And the partnership between European and African SMEs is essential. It's essential. Why? Because entrepreneurship throughout the world is spread through one fundamental mechanism: imitation. Imitation. You copy someone who is doing well with its own business. This process of imitation and having hundreds of European SMEs in Africa could be role models for local SMEs to imitate, to copy, and to grow. And the fact that we have this event organized by the two countries which are the two main industrial power in Europe, Germany and Italy, and are two great manufacturing companies. Because to create jobs, you create in the first place through manufacturing. And then the services will go if there is manufacturing. We have data that show that forecast, I would say, that over the next 10 years, 7 out of the 15 fastest growing economies in the world, half of the fastest growing economies in the world will be in Africa. Africa has a great potential. We have seen that venture capital, that in 2019, just before the COVID, in Africa invested $1.3 billion, $1.3 billion in venture capital in Africa, which was an increase by 600% from 2015. In 4 years, an increase of 600%. This is a fantastic growth, promising. Supported by what? By examples that, for instance, textile export by some African countries have increased 1,000 times over the last 10 years. And so many other productions. So there is a strong potential. And there is also a great deal of innovation. And this is why I think this initiative that the Italian and German confederations of SMEs are promoting is so important.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Zeni, but I'd like to circle back to you later to just flesh out that strategy a little more. And you've said so many things, talked about the potential that Africa has to offer, for instance, European companies, but of course there are still issues around perception that has gone on for decades. But I will circle back to just for you to ponder on before I come back to you. Ms. Bernard, thank you so much for joining us today. Now, your organization works with African businesses, helping them to navigate the business climate. But could you just help us understand the situation in South Africa and how you would propose to look forward and orientate the policies for SME development?
Good afternoon, Esther, and good afternoon to everybody. And thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about the Africa continent. Just a step back, my name, as you said, Esther, is Tiki from the Shared Value Africa Initiative. And for those who are not familiar with the Shared Value Business Management concept, it advocates for business to address social and environmental issues through our core business. It is the way that any business should operate, create policies and practices that provide a competitive edge while ensuring that we also advance the economic and social conditions in the communities in which we operate. Consciously running businesses that focus on profit with purpose. It's about building profitable, sustainable businesses. And here I'm speaking about our SMEs. But it applies to large and small businesses. So Esther, as you asked me, looking at the Africa continent, looking at the future of Africa after COVID, allow me to share some statistics. The unemployment rate in two of the biggest economies on the Africa continent, as reported in August 2021, Nigeria, unemployment rate at the moment is sitting at 33.3%. Here in South Africa, it's 34.4%. Very, very concerning if we look at another fact that Africa has the youngest population, and by 2050, half of the world's youth will be from Africa. Our youth is our biggest asset, but it's also a ticking time bomb if we do not do something about unemployment. And that's what the previous speaker alluded to. We have to create jobs. The good news is that Africa also has the highest percentage of entrepreneurs among working age adults of any continent in the world. There's also another plus with our growing youth population and innovation. Africa is at the forefront of the digital economy. Due to lack of infrastructure, we had to find different solutions, and we leapfrogged into mobile and digital world to find solutions for our many challenges. In some countries, our young entrepreneurs run their entire business on a mobile phone. However, our small enterprises still need support from the private sector, because it's whatever support we're getting from government is not sufficient. So the private sector needs to step up, and we need to support our small, medium enterprises. As shared value advocates and practitioners, moving forward, we don't want to relapse in a colonialism mindset, and the future needs to be addressed through a totally different lens. A lens of sustainability, creating businesses that are self-sufficient, self-reliant, and that do not depend on ongoing funding and handouts. We need to ensure that our small enterprises create sustainable businesses that can create economic value and value for society and the environment. And we need to ensure just transition. I heard today about all of the support for SMEs, and I almost feel positive, but we have a long, long way to go. We need to create intelligent solutions to support our SMEs, and there is no better time than now. The AFCFTA that some of the previous speakers spoke about will have been operating for 1 year in January 2022. Another opportunity that can help our young businesses that want to trade across borders and find new markets. All of us here today have an enormous responsibility. As the private sector, as governments, as policymakers, as funders, as investors, we need to create opportunities and solutions to help our SMEs build back better. And that's where a business bridge between Europe and Africa can assist with supporting African SMEs to build the Africa we want. And Esther, that's what I wanted to say today, because in South Africa, as far as our SMEs is concerned, I heard our minister talk a little bit earlier on, our young people are still struggling, and we need to actually come up with intelligent solutions to support our SMEs. Thank you, Esther.
You're absolutely right. And I'm going to ask you at the end of today's conversation, if you say you are almost positive, I haven't listened to the previous speakers, so hopefully I'll ask you that question at the end of today's conversation. If you're fully positive, hopefully the answer will be that. Let me come to you, Kebo Dessa. Thank you so much for your patience. Now, the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, of which you're the Executive Director, represents the interests of businesses and trade associations on the continent. Could you share some insight on opportunities for collaboration and co-investment for African and EU SMEs? Many of these SMEs, for instance, have difficulty securing and establishing reliable partners, marketing and distribution networks, etc. What solutions should they explore? How can they, for the EU side, create value on the ground?
Actually, to be part of this discussion. To come to your question, I think this is not something new. It's been going on for quite some time. African businesses and European businesses have been, in a way, working together for quite some time. In fact, when you look at the figures, you would realize that Africa's largest trading partner is the third largest trading partner for the EU. And EU is the top provider of both assistance and trade and investment in Africa. So this is not something that is, as I said, new, but something that needs to be strengthened. As we speak now, we have, because of COVID, probably, but also because of the economy, which was in a way has started to slow down even before the COVID. There's been some decreases in this area, but the COVID is a very good opportunity actually for both Europeans and African businesses to relaunch the relationship on new grounds. Many speakers have spoken about the short-term sort of difficulties, particularly relating to the COVID. We need really to upgrade the possibility and also the distribution of the vaccines across the continent. And this requires a lot of solidarity, definitely from the Europeans, but also some commitments from the African leaders. On the longer term, as I said earlier, we need really to look at what worked and what did not work. We know that there is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which was signed in 2018, and a lot of businesses have welcomed it. But this is not again new, because there have been also free trade agreements in the region, particularly at sub-regional level in Southern Africa, Western Africa, ECOWAS, or COMESA in Eastern Africa. Now, what we need to do is really to bring all these free trade area into one and make the path for business growth much easier. So I think there are opportunities, but there are also difficulties which were mentioned earlier. COVID is one, but also there's a lot of, I would say, the spread of conflicts and terrorists in the Sahel and also now in eastern part of Africa is something to reckon with. Human trafficking is also another problem. And last but not least, climate change. All these areas are in one way or another priorities for both Europe and Africa. And I think there is a lot of opportunity actually for both EU and Africa to come together and, as was said earlier, come up with positive, innovative solutions. And I would say I am very positive on all these issues, because I think that sitting together and looking at all these issues and trying to find and distinguish what is positive and what worked and what did not work is a way forward for both the EU and Africa's growth and development. Thank you.
Mr. Akabo, thank you so much for that. Mr. Roka, let me come back to you. As we focus on vaccinations, learning more about the COVID-19, the virus itself, talk to us how we're preparing for the next one, because we have to also, prepare for future pandemics. I'd also like you to just also briefly tell us what the lessons we've learned so far have taught us about the need for collaboration in terms of future pandemics also, even for the one that we have now.
Thank you very much, Esther. I think in terms of lesson learned and what we have to do, we have three key words, I would say, that for us, once again, as humanitarians, are anticipation, adaptation, and once again, I spoke before, localization. So putting at the center the local actors. So now we have a lot of new technologies that can support governments and humanitarian actors in detecting the new, especially when we look at the climate change. we can anticipate disaster. We have a lot of indicators that we can use, and we have a lot of tools that we can use. It's only try to work at community level once again. For me, you will listen to me, the world community, several occasions, because it's been forgotten for too long, the role that we can play, and this is the first lesson learned. But back to the point, I think that this is a key. We have a very good experience that I would like to talk about in Kenya. Kenya, we have an innovation hub that is working, just talking about anticipation and adaptation with the local manufacturing for the essential emergency items. We perfectly know that when we respond to a disaster, we need a supply chain coming from very far. And too often it happens that when the disaster strikes, then the help and the support arrive from far, arrive from other countries, while it's possible to build and be prepared at local level. And this is also an occasion to work together, and we are doing this with the private sector, because for us also the new way is the private sector. For the humanitarians is not anymore a taboo. We have to work together. So to do this, to adapt and to innovate and to anticipate, we have to work hand in hand, not only with the government, but with the private sector. And third, I would like to come back toward the localization, because we need to strengthen the health system in Africa. We have to admit that if we compare the per capita expenditure in Europe, that more or less is 3,000, and you compare the per capita expenditure per capita in Africa is more or less from $20 up to $40. So there is a huge health divide, and we have to increase the work at community level once again. And the lesson learned that has been strengthened by the COVID-19 is the community surveillance. Think about, and then back once again about Congo. Now, in few days, we are able to detect every single case of Ebola now. Why? Because we are worked at community level, empowering them, teaching them. This is, and this has been the work also with the health workers, no? The innovation that Tedros brought in Ethiopia many years ago, and now has been expanded in many other countries. So we do need a different form, not to watch to the continent with the Western eyes, but work and support the African eyes, providing them the support that they need and they ask, not what they do want to provide them. This is the other part when we talk about localization. And this is also why I was so happy even about the invitation of culture. This is a cultural shift that we need to have in dealing with the continent, even if you want to create new opportunities for job, new opportunities for business. So thank you for your question. But once again, the three key words are the one that I mentioned.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roca. Thank you so much. And I mean, we can take comfort from the fact that I think it's Moderna who's thinking of establishing a factory here in Africa so that vaccines can be produced, so that we cut back on that time shipping. Mr. Dimitris, let me come back to you. Which political, as Europe and Africa seek to deepen ties and beyond the economic ties, which political acts and agreements will be needed now between Africa and Europe to improve economic cooperation between both the continents? And some political analysts believe that one route to closer collaboration between Africa and Europe is to focus on the most urgent issues that both continents can address together. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, Europe needs the courage, to find the courage to adopt a substantial new Africa policy. We have to move from, let's say, the donor-recipient paradigm towards a political dialogue framework guided by the EU-African Union relationship. The relationship should be more pragmatic and less rhetoric, with mutual interests rather than assertions of equality privilege. Let me tell you, I want to be frank with you. Africa does not need charity, because this is the perception in some countries in Europe. It needs true, sincere, and fair relationships and partnerships. Europe needs these partnerships just as much. You know that Europe is an aging continent. The average is more than 55 years old. Europe will be in need of migrants in the future. But what I always say, and I was saying that as a European Commissioner, going against all those who wanted to see Europe behind closed borders, it is the moment to pave the way for legal migration. This is the answer. And this can be done, believe me, very, very easily. We should collaborate at large scale rather than on projects, as some people believe in Europe, to fix major global challenges. It was mentioned before: climate change, pandemic, trade, and the future of work. Development cooperation will be needed to support the COVID-19 reset across Africa, yes. We must also adapt financial instruments and priorities to this new reality we are confronted with. Through leveraging its connection with regional integration and free trade, migration, I come back to that, can serve better in stimulating development and economic growth. So let's see the positive side of migration. Africa and Europe design their policies, as we all know, and practices on migration and mobility in a collaborative, comprehensive, and consultative manner. Doing so, we shall ensure better migration cooperation outcomes. This is very important because we are facing this reality today. Competition now, let me go to that, between the United States and China is an opportunity for Europe to step up and build strategic partnership in Africa. Allow me to interpret in a quite authentic way what I learned visiting countries in Africa. They would like to see more European presence there. I don't want to get into details, but we all know what is happening in Africa right now with approximately 20 million Chinese there. Chinese know how to play on the chessboard of trade, but is it beneficial for the African countries? As it was very correctly said before, Europe and Africa have strong and long-lasting cultural, historical, and economic relations. It is a moment to update the basic principles upon which this partnership can be built on terms of mutual cultural respect. It is, I believe, in Europe's interest to no longer look at Africa as only a humanitarian case, but as a business case. And I believe that it is at the heart of this initiative undertaken today here in Rome. Africa can be a key supplier of skills to meet the demographic needs in Europe and fill market gaps in key sectors. Now, establishing a talent partnership with mutual benefits to both continents should establish, and this is my proposal at the end of this meeting today, a permanent institution of dialogue among stakeholders of the two continents. Parallel function and complementary to EU-African official talks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dimitri. Very solid points you made there. Mr. Zane, let me come back to you. I mean, earlier you talked about all the, you rolled out all the opportunities that EU companies can take advantage of in Africa. But then we know that, as we know, Europe is Africa's biggest trading partner, but the number of SMEs, European SMEs in Africa are very, very low. And we know that one of the common entry barriers is perception. Many European companies have this erroneous idea or perception of the business climate, social climate, economic climate in Africa. Why has it been so difficult to address this particular challenge? I mean, you know what the challenges are. I know that many SMEs here know what the challenges are. I think it would be interesting for them to hear why, this problem continues to persist. And also, we're not here to talk about problems. We're focusing on solutions also. What solutions do you propose?
Well, what Mr. Avramopoulos was saying is that the policy for Africa has to change. Should not be just aid. And Dambisa Moyo clearly stated in a famous book that charity kills. I don't go as far as Dambisa Moyo because I think that charity is an expression of solidarity, and so it's very important in terms of values, solidarity. But nevertheless, we have to move the agenda to a business dimension, and this is the purpose of this meeting. However, we are living in a knowledge-based economy. Therefore, in a knowledge-based economy, education is very important. But what sort of education? We know, for instance, that Tunisia is a country that has one of the highest literacy level in the world, not only for men, but also for women, thanks to Bourguiba. Nevertheless, the problem of unemployment in Tunisia is very high because there is a mismatch between the supply and demand of skills. What I think could be the great contribution of Europe, and in this sense, we have Markus Jäger from Germany representing the Mittelstand. What is the key of the Mittelstand? Is vocational training, vocational education. The problem is that there is the dream. I remember in France, one Minister of Education wanted to bring all the population to university. That is not the future. That is not what is needed. What the business needs. The business demands skilled people for manufacturing and services, for hospitals, not necessarily. Often in hospitals they are lacking nurses, not doctors. This is why the experience that a small business in manufacturing in Italy and Germany have in providing the vocational training, because most of the SMEs in Italy that are successful are made by entrepreneurs that went to vocational schools that were blue-collar workers that have grown. So in that sense, there is a need to educate the African population, but the education should be, of course, also higher education, but most importantly, for the business purpose, for the creation of jobs, to close the gap between supply and demand of skills would be to borrow the experience that the best European SMEs in manufacturing have experienced. Because we have to share best practice. We have to learn from what works and what doesn't. And we have here, in the small business of Italy and Germany, some successful examples of how you can share through clusters, for instance, of experience, create pools of skills that make certain industry to thrive and grow.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Azene. Very valid points that you've made there. Ms. Barnard, let me come to you. Now, we were also talking earlier about a vision, a strategy for an SME EU collaboration. In defining that agenda, what is that one key element that you think should not be left out?
Thank you for that, Esther. I just want to comment a little bit on what some of the speakers were saying as well. And I want to say, Mr. Dimitri, it's very true that Africa does not need charity. I think what we need, and the key element, Esther, is that we need partnerships. Partnerships born out of respect, honesty, and trust. And I do believe that policies needs to change, because if we look at some of the policies that's been created in relation to working with Africa, those policies were drafted years ago, and things have changed. I mean, COVID has shown us how inextricably business and society is linked. So we have to revisit those policies. We work extensively with young entrepreneurs. We need to bring them to the table as well, because they have to be part of when we discuss these policies that we want to change. We need to include our young people, and we need to give them a place at the decision-making table, because they, and also another one of our speakers earlier on said, I believe personally that the future is being created on the Africa continent. And if we can get the support of Europe to help us to build, as I said earlier on, the Africa we want, we need the support. You know, our young people can drive it because they're here and they're present and they want to do it as well. So Esther, yeah, I think for me, the one big ingredient in all of this is partnerships. But partnerships that, you know, where we respect each other, there's honesty and there's trust, which we all know is a little bit of a difficult thing as well. You know, specifically when we look at some of the leadership in Africa, but we need to never stop trying, because we need to actually support our SMEs, and we can do it between Africa and Europe. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you very much, Tiki. Mr. Kebo, I'd like you to, I'm posing that same question to you just to get your own input also for Ms. Barnard, is partnerships. What would it be for you? Obviously, partnership is fundamental, but what other perspective do you have?
That we need speed, we need scale and size to build up this partnership or to build a new type of relationship. I think we all seem to agree that the old model doesn't seem to be working. We've tried it for quite some time. from both sides, from the EU side and from the African side. There's been a lot of discussions on this issue, but really nothing much to report. And someone has suggested also earlier, the results or the outcome has not been very, very visible. So one of the things that we need to do is not to repeat the same mistakes again and again. I think there is a new phenomena that has been created after COVID. There's a lot of opportunity in the continent for small businesses. And when we say small businesses, I think we need also to understand that today's small business can also go global and have gone global. So it's not just a small business. I think the nature of business itself has been transformed. In a sense, these small businesses can be global players in playing or in being part of a value chain, or even in being part actually independently of any global value chain. So my take on this is probably to work on certain issues that would probably bring the two continents benefits. One is, of course, the issue of peace and security, which is very much an interest for both Africans and also the Europeans. There's the issue of trade and investment, which, as it is today, is not really very helpful to small and medium enterprises. It probably favors the larger businesses, and we need really to see what needs to be done in this area to support the small businesses in terms of expanding their trade scope and also the investment level. We need also to look at climate change. This is an area which is very, very important, but also an area that can change the entire economic model. And we need really to look at it from both sides, what needs to be done, not just for Africa and Europe, but also for the world and also for the population, for the coming population. I think I would add two more things. One is the human mobility. We've talked earlier that we need really to find a way to make it acceptable for people to move relatively freely from one place to another. How to do it is something that we need really to work on. And there's also the issue of education. It's been said that the type of education that are now promoted are not really helping actually businesses and are not helping the continent actually to go forward. So this is what I would say at this moment. I know that we need, as I said, to add speed to all these issues, perhaps also scale it up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kabu, for that. Mr. Roque, let me come back to you. And also before I proceed beyond Mr. Roque, I just wanted to give my panelists just a 1 or 2 minute notification or warning. After I speak to Mr. Roque, I would like you, each one of you, to think about a question that you would like to ask any of your fellow panelists on this topic that we're discussing today. So while I engage with Mr. Roque, you can just think about it. Who do you want? Is there a question you want to, for instance, Ms. Bernard, is there a question you would like to ask Mr. Azeni, for instance? Kebo, is there a question you would like to ask Mr. Dimitri, for instance? So I'd like us to just quickly think about that. So Mr. Roque, you've talked, obviously, you've really emphasized the need for locally led COVID-19 responses. But this model, how easy is it to replicate from one region or one country to another? How easy has it been in terms of the experience?
I think that's the lesson learned from COVID-19. Just yesterday, yesterday morning, I had a very interesting meeting with the 5 North African national society, Red Crescent national societies, that played an important role in Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, and Libya. And so sharing best practices, sharing experiences, this has been the key. And has always been the key, and we are increasing this way to work as a peer-to-peer, and especially in the African in the African continent. For us, we are organizing a lot of seminars continent-based, without two interferences from a complete different health system, cultural background, just to learn at practical level how they are dealing with their own communities, how they are engaging. These are things, but also exporting good practices. So now we have, for example, what I talked about, the community surveillances. This is happening not anymore only in Congo, it's happening in Senegal, in Mozambique, in Somaliland, in Kenya. So we are exporting, we are trying to export good practices on these. We are not watching only at COVID, but also even on other aspects about the digital ID, because we are intensifying to protect the circular economy in Africa. We are intensifying the using of cash that for the communities that are affected in the post-disaster recovery, because normally there are a lot of goods that arrive and so very often are even not adapted to the cultural and the culture of the community. So we are increasing the use of cash. To do this, we must increase the use of the digital ID, and this is something that we are exploring, but at community level. And once again, this is working, and I think this is the only way forward. And I would like to also thank Tiki, because she used a key word also for us, partnership. And this is something that is extremely important, and was the reason I'm here today. Thank you very much.
Before I move on, can I just, how confident are you now that we can effectively tackle the next pandemic that hits us with all that you've seen on the ground?
I will answer to you after the WTO meeting, because no, seriously. Seriously, I think that we are under-evaluating the importance of that meeting, because here, now we know what we have to know from the scientific community. But now it's about the political will and the pharmaceutical companies to identify which is the best solution to expand the administration of vaccines and to make possible or to block the barriers that now, because to set up a factory for vaccines, it takes very long. So we have to admit this. But in some countries, and even in Africa, they are ready. So it's about the political will to identify solutions. And I'm not so naive that I'm saying, oh, the pharmaceutical company must free all the vaccines. But there are practical solutions can save lives without blocking the business, just if you want to talk. Of course, the dream is about for free. But we know the reality that sometimes it's difficult, and this is why that meeting is vital, especially for the African continent that now is suffering the most the consequences of the COVID-19. So we have to watch, especially to the General Director, which is a fantastic woman, the General Director of the WHO. She is very committed, and she told me during our meeting, I don't want to listen anyone that express fruitful meeting, because you know this is something that we have when we have international. We talk about fruitful meeting, concrete facts.
You're absolutely right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going back to my earlier announcement. Who would like to go first? Bernard, I see you. I see you smiling.
I don't mind going first. I wanted to ask Mr. Dimitri, because I think you and I agree that Africa does not need charity. But you also said, and one of our other speakers also said, we need the EU's Africa policy to change. So how simple is that? How quick is that? How can we look at actually working together to get that done? Is it going to take 5 years? Is it going to take 10 years? Because we don't have the time. We actually need to get the policy changes in place in order to implement what we're all talking about here today. From the vaccines to the economic recovery to climate change that's affecting Africa, because we're paying the price for the development world. So that's my question. How long will it take to change the Africa policy? I'm not saying don't give me an exact time, because I know that's not possible. but just give me an estimation. And how can we work together to make it happen quicker rather than slower?
Let me tell you that we are pushed by our common needs to change mindset as soon as possible, because all these developments in the health area, migration and everything are moving very fast, faster than our mind. We have to get rid of the stereotypes of the past as far as the relations between Africa and the European Union is concerned. I mentioned some of these points during my remarks before. But right now we have to become, as we said, more pragmatic. We are confronted with the same challenges, with the same threats and the same problems. Yes, there are differences in the way we approach our relations, but it is up to us. And I think the initiatives should be undertaken by the European Union. Europe's opportunity to fill the resulting gaps lies in investment that creates large-scale value-added production in Africa. Then deploy its resources in a coordinated but strategic manner to become, I'm talking about the European Union, Africa's leading growth partner. The way to do it is to combine the global gateway with the European Green Deal. Develop investment projects greening, if we can call like this, Africa's heavy industries, and developing new climate-friendly business sectors that also use the digital economy, where Europe should develop investment projects as well. But as we said before, we have to stop staying on this donation attitude from the European Union towards Africa. European Union's investments in Africa needs to be large enough to create local value-added production that contributes to the continent's emerging green and digital economies. In this way, the European Union should establish a new foundation for its partnership in Africa that enhances African prosperity, security, and sovereignty, while promoting rules and business practices that are in line with European priorities and values. Couple large investments in port and rail infrastructures with an industrial base integrated into manufacturing value chains. And I will give you an example of how this can be done. Europe has done exactly that in the case, in one case in Africa. European partnership with Rabat, Morocco, have turned Morocco into an African automotive manufacturing giant. Morocco is becoming right now the central node in a commercial corridor that runs from West Africa to Western Europe. So let's adopt this model for the rest of the African countries. Europe can play a leading role there. And something last but not least. Europeans must understand that our historical interlocutors in the making of history for the future is Africa and not other parts of the world. But it is up to us to build the new architecture on our relations. And this initiative that is taking place here in Rome can play a leading role. And once again, I would like to congratulate the Confederation of SMEs of Europe, Professor Casasco, Mr. Geiger, and you for having brought us here to discuss in a totally different way, because I have been attending meetings of the European Union with the African Union. Believe me, we were very good in saying nice things. but the day after we are going back to where we were before. Today, we make a step forward. Thank you.
Very Very well said, Mr. Dimitri. Thank you so much for that. Anyone else want to go? We have less than 7 minutes. Mr. Kebo, I see your hand. Very briefly, and the response will be very brief, please. We're on the 6 minutes warning right now. Mr. Kebo, over to you.
Yeah, Esther, I'll let any one of the panelists answer to this. And there's one question that seemed to be lost out in this debate, and that is the debt financing. A lot of African businesses are really indebted, actually, and of course, the countries are also facing similar problems. And I'm wondering, actually, if there is any suggestions, any ideas, any comments, actually, on how to address this issue, which is really depressing the continent, particularly the businesses, the small and medium businesses. Thank you.
Well, I believe the issue of, you just mentioned finance, and I believe that is going to be discussed in another session.
But debt issues.
Okay, is there someone else who would? I believe this is something that will be discussed in another panel discussion today, but is there anyone here who wants to answer? Mr. Azin? Okay, go ahead.
The debt issue is a very important one. You know that in the year 2000, there has been a cancellation of debt for a number of African countries. Now there is the issue of cancellation of debt is not so much into the agenda because you can't go from cancellation to cancellation. But the IMF has recently issued 650 billion of drawing rights for precisely to address concessional credit to Africa in order to relieve the debt, particularly of the countries that are low and mid-income, which means a large part of Africa. I think that the move by the IMF is a very important step forward. I think it has been a bold action that has been taken. Also, $1 billion has been set aside for providing vaccines. So I think that the international community is taking seriously the issue of debt relief. Therefore, that cannot be the problem for SMEs, the debt of countries as such. The problem, in my view, of SMEs development in Africa is largely due. Governments are so biased towards large companies, state-owned companies. I think that everywhere governments prefer to negotiate with the big companies. They talk about SMEs, but then they prefer, for various reasons, to deal with big, because they see someone that make an investment of creating 1,000 jobs makes the headlines. But 10,000 SMEs that create 1 million jobs don't make headlines. Politicians live out of news, follow you. dear Chair, the news deal about large companies, not about SMEs. When we talk about cultural change, we have to change the perspective. This is why it's so important to talk about SMEs in Africa, in Europe and Africa, because the media have to realize that if we want a more inclusive growth, if we want job creation, we have to look at SMEs and entrepreneurship. Therefore, this also the OECD is recommending a certain restraint on the part of large companies excessively favoring large companies, which create a distortion in the market and stifles the emergence and the growth of SMEs.
Mr. Arsenio, you've made very good points. I do apologize for butting in, but I'm sure that the point has been made. Obviously, partnerships, we know that governments favor bigger companies, and that is why we're here today. We know that is why we're here today in terms of having these conversations about partnerships, SME to SME. Of course, policy will help on the part of the government. But yes, that is definitely a fantastic point you've made there. We have just 52 seconds left. So maybe I'll just pick one person to just help us round things up. What conversations, how do we take this conversation further next year when we come back here? Mr. Dubu, perhaps you'd like to take that question in 20 seconds. When we come back next year, how do we take the conversation further? Mr. Kabu, can you hear us?
No, I can only say that this is a beginning, and hopefully, I think we have to go concrete in terms of actually the recommendations or the ideas that have come up from here, and then take it from there.
Thank you so much, and a big round of applause to my panelists for today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Also, a big round of applause to the audience. You've been a fantastic audience today also. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Tiki. Thank you, Mr. Kabo, for joining us remotely. That's the end of our panel discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You made very good points. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Esther, for moderating this event. Now we go forward with the second session of the day called New Entrepreneurs for Africa, Imagine, Create, and Thrive to Success. So these will be the main issues that will be analyzed and discussed in the next session. So before we start, I'd like to introduce the three hosts of this second session of the day, and I'd like to welcome Caroline Hauptmann from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Dakar, and of course also Monsieur Luc Bonté, President of Entrepreneurs for Entrepreneurs OVO from Belgium, and Winkate Mutini, Program Manager of PACCI from Kenya. And these three hosts will be discussing with the 6 entrepreneurs from Europe and Africa the main issues of this second session. As I said, this second session is about new entrepreneurs for Africa, and the 3 main themes will be Imagine, Create, and above all, Thrive to Success. So I'd like to welcome. We just have to wait a few seconds to be ready for the 3 main hosts of this second session. Yes, please. You will be introduced by, as I said, Caroline Hauptmann and Luc Bonté and Winkate Mutini.
Again, thank you very much to those who are following us and listening to our sessions with our channels, like the website. As we said at the beginning of this summit, we do have more than 10,000 people connected and more than 73 countries that will be taking part the whole day today to our session. So the three main hosts are ready to go. So the floor is yours now.
Mesdames, Messieurs, bienvenue à cette session Nos entrepreneurs pour l'Afrique. Imaginer, créer et réussir, prospérer pour réussir. Je suis Caroline Hauptmann, je dirige le programme pays de la Fondation Konrad Adenauer ici au Sénégal. La Fondation est une des grandes fondations politiques de l'Allemagne et elle se nourrit des valeurs du mouvement chrétien-démocrate. Au Sénégal, nous sommes installés depuis 1976 et nous travaillons sur 3 différents volets. C'est la participation et la représentation, c'est le volet lié à la sécurité et c'est l'innovation. L'économie est étroitement liée à ces thématiques. Ce qui nous intéresse, ce sont les liens de l'économie à la société civile, les institutions gouvernementales et entrepreneuriales. Le but, c'est de créer des espaces pour discuter des thématiques d'actualité. Par exemple, comment faire pour créer un climat favorable aux investissements, ou un autre exemple, comment faire pour en venir à une formation professionnelle qui correspond à la demande des entrepreneurs. Ou encore un autre exemple, comment faire pour créer une politique d'emploi, surtout pour les jeunes dans les pays d'Afrique. C'est dans ce contexte qu'est né notre partenariat avec le Conseil national du patronat ici au Sénégal et nos coopérations avec la GIZ et les associations entrepreneuriales comme le BVMW en Allemagne. Alors, merci beaucoup aux initiateurs et organisateurs pour ce format, pour rassembler les acteurs sur ces thématiques sur les 2 continents. Quand nous parlons d'entrepreneuriat, nous parlons de marché, de compétences, de qualité, nous parlons de facteurs clés pour la réussite de différents modèles d'affaires. Mais nous parlons aussi de défis et de risques qui sont à tenir en compte pour établir un business. Et cela, ce sont les thématiques de cette session que nous allons discuter avec les représentants de l'entrepreneuriat des 2 continents, Afrique et Europe. Les modérateurs vont nous mener à travers cette session. Je vous présente M. Luc Bonte, qui participe. Il est ingénieur en électronique et a obtenu son doctorat à l'Université d'Antipha. Il a une longue expérience dans l'industrie sidérurgique et à partir de 2004, il a été successivement directeur technique chez Arcelor à Dunkerque en France, PDG chez ArcelorMittal à Gand en Belgique et président d'ArcelorMittal en Afrique du Sud. Il est revenu en Europe en 2010, où il a été responsable de l'excellence opérationnelle pour la même entreprise dans le monde entier. Depuis 2008, Luc Bonte est président d'Entrepreneurs for Entrepreneurs. C'est l'association OVO qui facilite les initiatives socio-économiques durables dans les pays à revenus faibles ou intermédiaires, principalement en Afrique. Bonjour, M. Bonte. Et je vous présente Mademoiselle Winkate Smithy. Elle est directrice de programme à la Chambre panafricaine de commerce et d'industrie. Elle est motivée par la conception d'approches complémentaires orientées vers la recherche de solutions et fondées sur la croyance en solutions locales. C'est ainsi qu'elle écrit ses multiples facettes. Ingénierie mécatronique, plus de 5 ans de coaching et de développement du leadership des jeunes par l'apprentissage, par l'expérience au Kenya et en Éthiopie, à travers l'Organisation mondiale ISF. Consultation en matière de conception d'entreprise et de développement de la marque. Et depuis 4 ans, elle travaille avec les chambres de commerce africaines pour coordonner les partenariats stratégiques et coordonner les programmes visant à créer un environnement commercial africain favorable à l'intégration économique. Mademoiselle Moutini, vous avez la parole.
Good morning, good afternoon from everywhere we are. We are here for the second session. Thank you, Caroline, for the introduction. So we are here to discuss about new entrepreneurs for Africa and to imagine and create and thrive for success. And this is a very interesting session because now we're going to take it from the perspective of the business people and what they believe should be done from both sides in order to accommodate and facilitate for the EU-Africa international cooperation. So to introduce the panel, I'll start with a question per panelist for the side we'll be doing, and Mr. Luc Bonte will be assisting us on the other side, which that's the French speakers of our panel. So the first thing I would ask is, what do you think is a business model when you come to food waste management? And is that the only aspect of it? And to do, or rather to discuss on this, will be Mrs. Ifenyiwa Ritakano, who's the founder and director of IntelliDigest. She's strongly engaged in the elimination of food waste through the promotion of circular economy by preventing edible food going to waste, as well as converting inedible food waste into sustainable chemicals. Next on our panel, we also have the question on, do we put in mind what would be the application of airborne surveillance in Africa? And this is going to be discussed on by Mr. Laurent Assemble, who's currently here with us in Dakar, and is the Director of Business Development and Sales at Aerodata. So he's got more than 10 years experience in Africa, and Aerodata, being a German company, is providing turnkey solutions for airborne surveillance and flight calibration systems. Next thing, we say the continent under the sun, right? And what do we think when it comes to solar energy and its contribution? And in our panel, we have Mr. Timon Herzog, who's joining us virtually. And he's the CEO of Grips Energy GmbH. And he's going to be speaking to how they work on renewable energy, contracting for commercial and industrial off-takers in Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. So I'll hand over to Mr. Luc Bonte to introduce our other panelists.
Et je voudrais commencer avec Madame Khadija Touba, qui est la PDG et fondateur d'Afro-Fevi Corporate. Fevi est spécialisée dans 3 branches différentes de soins de soie, les produits capillaires, les produits de soins de la peau. Donc, Madame Ba a 35 000 followers sur son réseau social officiel et il y a plus de 12 groupes WhatsApp touchant différents pays du monde. Et afin de devenir encore plus performant dans ce domaine, Madame Ba suit actuellement une formation en marketing et communication. Excusez-moi, j'entends des bruits dans l'arrière-fond, mais je continue quand même. Donc, deuxièmement, il y a M. Antoine Gomme, qui est le président de Optic, c'est l'organisation des professionnels des technologies d'information et de la communication. Et sa priorité est d'organiser de manière optimale le secteur privé du numérique au Sénégal et en Afrique de l'Ouest, afin d'en faire un véritable levier de croissance et de compétitivité. Et finalement, notre dernier participant s'appelle M. Enrico Mazzon. Il est le directeur général et le COO chez ETC Invest. Cette entreprise est spécialisée dans le financement du commerce et les activités de la chaîne d'approvisionnement pour soutenir les échanges avec les pays d'Afrique subsaharienne et les projets d'investissement. Voilà. Tout le monde a été présenté. I give the floor now again to Ms. Moutini.
So you'll have to pardon me because we are trying to get on the front in English. Just give me a cue on this other end, right? All right, so we're going to kickstart this conversation with the first question. What motivated you to do business in Africa? And I would like to start this with Mrs. Kanu. If you could kindly give us your insight into why food waste management, or what does that mean in terms of the African context?
Thank you so much for the invite to speak today. It's my absolute pleasure to be here today and be able to communicate what we do at IntelliDigest to empower global food sustainability. But more importantly, I think it's kind of painting the picture of why is food sustainability a critical issue that we have to address as a society today. That is because we know that over 1.3 billion tons of food is wasted globally. Why? Currently over 900 million people are hungry. And we know also that over 1.9 billion people are obese or overweight in our society today, even in the midst of all this waste that we have. So I think that the issue is, if agri-food production is contributing over 30% to the greenhouse gas emission, and it's also having a lot of challenges with regards to having the right food across the right people, what can we do as a society to help to restore our fragmented food system? And this is a question that really keeps us really awake and really pushing forward to address the food sustainability in IntelliDigest. For us, is enabling people to understand better how the food they're eating is having an impact on the environment, and also how they can improve on what they're eating, so that what they're eating helps improve on their own health. Now, what I do say is that this is not just an environmental issue, this is a public health issue, because the more people have access to the right food, the better they live a more healthy life. And ultimately, that helps the society to grow stronger. And this is what we really want to see taking place on a global scale. But with the focus in Africa, it is worth highlighting that there's been over a lot of issues around hunger. But looking at a more specific demography of children under 5 years old, we know that statistics have shown us that in 2014, over 158.6 million children are stunted, which means that they have this deficiency in the food they eat, which is affecting their growth. And more importantly, out of this 158.6 million, 57.3 million is attributed to the sub-Saharan Africa, while over 69.3 million is attributed to Southern Asia. So these regions are really critical areas that we need to look into. And for us at IntelliDigest, the ability to use the knowledge and the skill sets we have to improve the livelihood of people in this region, both in the aspect of the food they can have access to, as well as improving environmental challenge of food waste, is really core at what we do. And by developing innovative technologies, by developing solutions that can be used across the food system from farm to fork, to be able to recover bionutrients present in food waste, and then be able to use it back into the food system to produce nutrient-dense food for the society. It's really important that we have to push that forward. But also it's important that we eliminate edible food waste. So, understanding the fact that there's edible and inedible food waste or food loss, and how can we eliminate all those edible food loss and food waste while improving on production of food in the most sustainable way, by ensuring that we recover any inedible food waste or food loss in the form of bionutrients and biochemicals, and reuse it back into the food system. When you compare what we're trying to do with what is existing today, what we're doing today is that we allow these biomaterials to decay, turn into crude oil. We harvest them, process them, and then use them as fertilizer in the farm. What we do at IntelliDigest is saying, rather than having to go through all the process and then having an impact on the environment, we can actually take these biomaterials as they are produced, recover nutrients from them, recover biochemicals from them, and then reuse it back into the food system. And if we're doing that in the most sustainable way, that then empowers more local food production, it simply means that we'll have more people, especially the young generation, picking interest in agri-food tech entrepreneurship so that more food production can take place locally. People eat better food, people have access to good health, and we all live a better life. So this is really at the core of what we do at IntelliDigest, to empower that global food sustainability, to help people rethink what they eat and how they have access to the food they eat, and more importantly, to empower the local food producers, which is going to improve on SME, which is core to what we're discussing today. And this is really why I'm excited about this event today, because it's bringing economy, it's bringing sustainability, it's bringing humanity together. And because these three things are fundamental to really driving a sustainable society, I think we need to look at these things holistically. And for us, Africa is really a great place to start off and do a lot of work in and really help, especially the stunted growth that's been identified in the larger populace, to eliminate that problem and help people live a better life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for
Yes.
the introduction.
Excuse me, Winkate. Ms. Cano, thank you for your presentation. Maintenant, je voudrais passer à M. Ngom. Je crois que vous avez compris la question. Donc, quelle a été votre principale motivation pour faire des affaires en Afrique?
Merci, merci M. Bonté. Je salue les autres panélistes et je dois dire que je suis très, très heureux de participer à ce panel et remercie d'ailleurs Konrad Adenauer, avec la directrice qui s'est exprimée tout à l'heure, de m'avoir donc associé en tant que vice-président du Conseil national du patronat et président d'Optique. Alors, je vais me limiter strictement donc à la question qui a été posée par les motivations. Alors, moi, j'ai fait mes études supérieures en France. J'y ai travaillé pendant 10 ans dans une grande entreprise de services numériques, à une position de direction de département. Alors, lors de mes missions effectuées en Afrique, j'ai remarqué, donc c'était vers les années 90, j'ai remarqué un gap numérique très important entre l'Europe et les pays africains que j'ai eu l'occasion de visiter à cette période. Et donc, j'ai considéré cela comme une opportunité, surtout que cela, en fait, correspondait exactement aussi à mon souhait de rentrer vivre dans mon pays, le Sénégal. Donc, une double motivation, M. Bonté, une motivation qui est de raison et une autre motivation qui est de cœur. Et aujourd'hui, lorsque je vois comment le secteur du numérique se développe en Afrique, j'avoue que je ne regrette absolument pas. Voilà donc, M. Bonté, pour me limiter exactement donc à la question qui a été posée, la réponse à cette question. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, M. Ngom. Et je suis d'accord avec vous que la digitalisation en Afrique, ça s'épand énormément. Et je crois que c'est un outil très important pour le développement du continent, aussi bien le continent d'Afrique que les autres continents. I think I would like now to introduce Winkate to take over.
So I'll introduce the next session for Mr. Tim Herzog to talk about why business in Africa from your perspective, given how many years you've had on the continent, almost 10 years. Maybe you can give us a bit more insight.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to join this panel, and thanks for the invitation. And yeah, we have several good reasons to do business in Africa, not only because we like Africa, but as well because our company is financed by so-called impact investors. So our company is focused on implementation or support of implementation of the United Nations SDGs. Then, of course, for us, it is very important to get ahead with renewable energies in Africa. Energy is the base for growth, for creating jobs, and African countries, hopefully, the economies will grow very fast. And as kind of a fuel, they need energy. And we want to contribute that this energy will be green and carbon-free. And of course, last but not least, we are for-profit business. We are convinced of the huge market potential of the growing African economies for us. So in short, we are very motivated for several reasons to do business in Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Herzog. I would like now to give the word to Mr. Matzon. Matzon, are you there?
Merci, merci beaucoup. Bonjour à Interlement. Je vais tout de suite me présenter encore une fois. Enrico Commençons, vice-président du groupe ETC. Le groupe ETC, c'est un groupe financier basé en Italie, à Venise, à côté de Venise, et nous sommes aussi en Afrique. Nous sommes en Afrique depuis le 2008, donc nous pensons de connaître un peu l'Afrique et notre ambition, c'est la soutenir et supporter avec la finance que nous mettons à disposition des corporates et aussi des DFI, Development Financial Institutions, et les autres, les banques, surtout les grandes banques africaines. Et la motivation pour laquelle nous sommes là-bas, c'est, comme il disait notre ami sénégalais, d'abord pour moi, c'est par le corps. Je ne suis pas africain, mais j'aime beaucoup l'Afrique. Et donc, c'est un grand heureux d'être là-bas. Et la deuxième grande question, c'est, ou plutôt vérité, c'est que l'Afrique, 50 pays, c'est il y a beaucoup d'opportunités. Beaucoup d'opportunités à tous les niveaux, pour tous les secteurs. Parce que, et en plus, le continent, c'est, comme disait notre ministre de la Culture italienne, c'est voisin à nous. Donc, nous sommes là, nous devons prendre l'opportunité d'entrer encore plus comme Italiens, comme Européens là-bas et développer, supporter le développement des pays africains. Et la finance, c'est un aide très important, nous pensons, pour le faire. Donc, voilà les motivations pour lesquelles nous sommes là-bas. Merci.
So we have the same question to you, Mr. Hassan.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. Question why we are doing business. Of course, I will you know, we want our goals. So the most important is to have those systems.
I think there's a problem with the sound. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Then I would like, je voudrais passer à notre dernier orateur, c'est Madame Khadija Touba. Donc, avec la question, quelle était votre principale motivation pour faire des affaires en Afrique?
Merci pour la question. Déjà, je suis panafricaniste depuis toute petite, donc c'était normal pour moi de commencer en Afrique, surtout au Sénégal. Mais il faut aussi savoir que dès que j'ai commencé mes études universitaires, j'ai compris que je voulais devenir entrepreneur et j'ai compris que je voulais faire quelque chose qui allait impacter positivement sur la vie des gens, donc forcément dans le secteur du bien-être. Et surtout, en tant que panafricaniste, on en apprend beaucoup sur le passé de l'Afrique, sur notre histoire, notre identité culturelle. Et il faut dire que l'Afrique a un énorme passé avec l'assimilation des nations culturelles. On a beaucoup de valeurs, beaucoup de standards qui ne nous conviennent pas forcément et qu'on essaie de combattre, d'adapter, d'améliorer, etc. Donc pour moi, c'était ici d'abord. Merci.
OK, merci Madame Ba. Passons maintenant à la deuxième question, en fait, qui est assez intéressante pour les entrepreneurs quand même qui veulent démarrer un nouveau business. La question, c'est quelles difficultés concrètes avez-vous rencontrées et comment les avez-vous résolues? Et pour démarrer, je voudrais donner la parole à Monsieur Ngom.
Oui, merci Monsieur Bonté. Alors, ce que je vais dire là est valable pour moi, mais je crois que c'est valable aussi pour plusieurs entrepreneurs en Afrique. Les difficultés, je les ai rencontrées à la fois pour maintenir en vie mon entreprise au début de sa création, mais également pour la développer et pour passer à l'échelle. Ces difficultés sont donc diverses. Sur l'environnement des affaires, je dois dire qu'il s'est beaucoup amélioré depuis la création de mon entreprise, qui, je le rappelle, s'est faite il y a une vingtaine d'années. L'environnement des affaires aujourd'hui s'est énormément amélioré. Au début, ça pouvait être considéré comme un handicap. L'accès au financement, c'est également une difficulté assez importante. Les PME de notre secteur du numérique accèdent difficilement au financement classique. L'accès au marché, on met très souvent en fait des critères qui excluent les PME de certains marchés. L'aspect organisationnel de mon entreprise, bien entendu, quand on est une PME en création dans nos régions, souvent on a une faiblesse de gouvernance qui entraîne des problèmes organisationnels. Et puis enfin, je pense qu'un point important également, c'est les difficultés liées aux ressources humaines de qualité, des ressources humaines qualifiées et opérationnelles rapidement. Pour résumer, donc, beaucoup de difficultés, M. Bonté, multiformes, que j'ai adressées pour le compte de ma propre entreprise, pour être résilient et exister encore aujourd'hui, 20 ans après, mais pour le compte également de l'ensemble des entreprises du secteur du numérique, afin d'améliorer l'environnement des affaires. S'agissant donc de ma propre entreprise, c'est très simple. J'avais très peu de marchés au début de la création de mon entreprise, mais je les ai exécutés avec succès. Et je voudrais dire ici, oui, c'est la seule solution, la clé pour, survivre en début de création de nos entreprises, c'est d'exécuter avec succès les projets qui nous sont confiés. C'est le meilleur argument pour en gagner d'autres et c'est le meilleur argument pour rester en vie. C'est le cercle vertueux. Alors, pour se développer et passer à l'échelle, j'ai dû effectivement m'internationaliser car nos marchés sont vraiment étroits. Si on prend en tout cas nos pays africains un à un, les marchés sont très étroits. Donc, pour passer à l'échelle, il faut s'internationaliser. J'ai aussi pu engager des réformes, m'organiser mieux donc, en adoptant des meilleures pratiques en matière de management et engager des processus de certification ISO. J'ai également passé des partenariats, vraiment des partenariats pour développer mon business. Et puis aussi, j'ai insisté beaucoup sur le volet innovation, mettre en place dans le marché des solutions et des services innovants. Donc, certaines difficultés ne peuvent être en fait résolues, notamment celui de l'environnement des affaires, qu'en coordination avec nos gouvernements. C'est pour ça que il y a une vingtaine d'années également, j'ai participé donc, j'ai impulsé la création de l'organisation des professionnels du numérique qui s'appelle Optique, qui n'existait pas à l'époque, et qui donc aujourd'hui renferme l'ensemble des entreprises du secteur du numérique qui peuvent donc, dans un dialogue public-privé, amener l'État sénégalais donc à mettre en place des réformes sectorielles dans le numérique pour donc améliorer le climat des affaires dans le domaine du numérique. Donc voilà, aujourd'hui, je pense que c'est les difficultés donc, que je voulais présenter ici, ainsi que l'ébauche de solutions à ces difficultés que j'ai voulu présenter. Malheureusement, le temps ne nous permet pas, mais j'aurais bien aimé pouvoir développer plus longuement. Voilà, M. Bonté, ce que je voulais dire sur cette question.
Merci beaucoup, M. Ngom, et j'espère peut-être dans l'avenir, on pourrait en entendre plus. Ce que je comprends, c'est la créativité, la résilience, les partenariats qui sont quand même assez importants pour survivre dans ce monde économique difficile. And with this, I leave the word again to Winkate for the next speaker.
Thank you, Luke. So it's the same question we're asking to Mr. Herzog. Like, what concrete difficulties did you come across and how did you solve them getting into the African market? And maybe you can even give us a context of where your business is based in the country.
Yes, thank you very much. So I think it is first of all very important to differentiate between the different African countries because the challenges or difficulties differ from country to country, like they would in Europe. If we say what are the difficulties to do business in Europe, that would be very different maybe from Germany to Norway or so. In general, I have to say we have very positive experience in building up our subsidiaries, joint ventures in several African countries. I mean, mainly relevant Ghana, Zambia, and Senegal so far. We have found in the countries we started very good partners, employees, and we as well made good experience with our African customers. So overall, I want to first say that it's very positive, our experience. Then, of course, as always, there are challenges. But for me, I think they are more of general nature. So the biggest challenge for us is the currency topic, the currency risk and the fluctuations in those countries where they are free floating. And in countries like Ghana, for example, the foreign investment regulations, which are a little bit over the top from my point of view. But in general, there are no difficulties I want to underline. I can only encourage European SMEs to look to the opportunities in Africa and try to differentiate between the different countries and not just to, pursue Africa in general. No? That would be my answer to this question. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for highlighting that there is a need to actually look at it from a country-to-country basis, because what you'd find, let's say, from the West African side, particularly per country, would be different. And approaching the same thing when it comes to the technology, when you're talking about, the use of surveillance, what then would have been the difficulties for you on your end, and how did you overcome them?
Thank you very much. I have to say that what Mr. Ngo mentioned is okay. I just want to say that what many of the points that Mr. Ngo mentioned are and I could also say that we have a similar solution. But in general, how financial business our solution is building a very strong partnership law.
Mr. Asambi, can you keep your microphone close to you because we cannot hear you?
Let me summarize again what I want to say here. I think this mic is okay. I still need to organize myself better. Okay, so I wanted to say that we have, of course, many challenges been with bureaucracy, way in this business of and so on. But one of the solutions, or the best solutions we have is to have strong local companies to also work with our embassies here in Africa. And
Ms. Mutini, could you switch your microphone, because this one is still not working very well, and yours was doing well.
We are okay here.
No, I think it's better the one from Mr. Mutini, because that one worked well.
Okay.
Then you give it back. Sorry about that.
Yes, okay. We will manage all this. So I was trying to mention how we managed to overcome some challenges by building strong partnership. Also, by working on local solutions. We don't have general product. We are developing general product for the company, for the countries where we are working. So, and I will come back to what Mr. Johnson said. We need very good product, we need adapted product in order to. And I also want to go back to Germany, where we also have some problems with our activities here, also information finance. It's very important here in Africa, applying proposal to finance. But if you look at what is happening, the risk of exception is very high in Europe. And the problem we then have is working with some banks that become very, very they don't want to partner with some of them. So the thing that risks are very high, which is not always. Can you hear me? It's okay. So one of the come back to financing matter, which is one of the problems we had here, when good financing partners in so at the end of the day, we would like, of course, to address our government in Europe to try to facilitate finance.
Thank you, Mr. Asambe. I would like now to give the word to Mr. Mazzon, and then afterwards continue with Ms. Ba with a very specific question. Mr. Mazzon?
Oui, merci beaucoup pour la question. Donc, pour ce qui se concerne les difficultés que nous avons eues au vu dans les affaires, des affaires en Afrique, c'est plutôt une question d'indifférence culturelle. Donc, c'est tout d'abord entrer en confiance. Entrer en confiance, surtout au niveau de la finance, c'est très, très important. Donc, l'unique chose que je peux dire, c'est le temps de réaction à partir de l'Afrique plutôt que de l'Italie et l'Europe. C'est la question clé. Un peu loin pour avoir des réponses. Mais dans tout cas, c'est tout physiologique. C'est parce que quand on parle de finances, on doit tout d'abord entrer bien en ligne et bien se comprendre. Mais encore, je peux dire un peu de... quand on a démarré notre activité, l'inexpérience, évidemment, quand tu démarres un business, tu dois d'abord apprendre, mais maintenant, les systèmes, ou plus les marchés, c'est bien changé. Les Africains, ils sont vraiment, comment dire, sont des bien, comme je peux dire, ils sont devenus vraiment des partenaires très importants pour notre affaire et on est très content de ça. Donc, pas beaucoup de difficultés et on avance avec une grande perspective à tout niveau, sur tous les secteurs. Voilà, très vite et concret. Merci.
Oui, merci, Monsieur Mazon. Et maintenant, je voudrais passer à Madame Ba avec une question très spécifique et j'ai vraiment le regret de devoir la poser, mais c'est quand même, à ce que j'avais compris de vous, une réalité. La question, c'est que quels sont les défis pour une femme entrepreneuse en Afrique?
Alors, le défi pour une femme entrepreneur en Afrique, je dirais que c'est la perception des gens, la crédibilité. Concrètement, ce qui se passe, c'est que lorsqu'on est une femme qui entreprend, on est automatiquement relégué au second. C'est-à-dire, lorsqu'un homme qui entreprend, ce n'est pas une femme qui entreprend, l'homme qui entreprend a plus de crédibilité. Je suppose que c'est le cas. Mais il y a aussi le fait que la société sénégalaise, par exemple, prend en compte le fait que les femmes sont censées être femmes employées. Aujourd'hui, une femme qui entreprend devrait peut-être d'abord se marier, fonder sa famille, et peut-être entreprendre par passion. Ou alors, elle n'est tout simplement pas prise au sérieux. Pour mon cas personnel, beaucoup de mes proches pensent que le fait de faire pour le seul, alors que ce n'est pas le cas. C'est tout aussi sérieux qu'un homme aujourd'hui qui voudrait lancer en entreprise technologique, par exemple. Et l'autre défi que j'aimerais vraiment rajouter à la liste, c'est d'être une jeune femme entrepreneur. C'est encore plus compliqué d'avoir en fait cette crédibilité ou même cette capacité à poser des décisions ou encore à pouvoir prendre une décision liée à son propre entreprise. Et pour moi, la solution, c'est tout simplement d'assumer. C'est-à-dire de croire en soi, de croire en ses convictions et de savoir tout simplement que c'est comme ça que ça se passe et que si, en tant que femme entrepreneur, on ne le trouve pas, ça ne va pas changer.
Thank you, Mr. On your contribution on that. And I would like to also extend the same question to Mrs. Kando on that, considering that you're also one of the founding members for Heriot-Watt University Women in Engineering and Society, your perception towards women in the STEM, in the STEM industry, and how then they get into these type of businesses that are more focused on technology.
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak on that. But just to ask for a little bit of clarity, are you talking about technology innovations and impact on war? I just didn't get the question clearly. Sorry, the line is not very clear.
The question is also taking it from your perspective as a woman in the STEM field, venturing into businesses. What have been your perception of those who have been working with you with regards to their perception of women in STEM as well as entrepreneurship?
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate the support from Heriot-Watt University, having done my PhD in environmental engineering with them, and the support to kind of start our IntelliDigest and also get through the Royal State of Edinburgh Enterprise Fellowship and the Royal Academy of Engineering Enterprise Fellowship, as well as the wider support I've got as an entrepreneur. With regards to the role of women in engineering and entrepreneurship, I think we still have a long way to go to really seeing women, excelling in their sectors. But what I can say to any woman out there is, you need to believe in yourself You need to believe in whatever you're working on, identify something you're really passionate about, and really, put your effort in making that something that you want to bring to fruition, a change that you want to see in the society, and let that drive you to be able to go against all odds and be able to ensure that that thing that you've got in mind is something that can be delivered for the betterment of the society. I think this really brings me into the economic impact of having IntelliDigest within the African community, because we know that the recent African Continental Trade Agreement is really a great step forward that established Africa as one of the largest free trade area with over 1.2 billion people and generating over 2.5 trillion US dollars in GDP. So that is really something that every African young person, woman who is aiming to make an impact into the society will be looking forward to such an opportunity that can help them really drive a positive change within Africa. So there is a great opportunity here with African Continental Trade Free Trade Agreement for every young African woman, every young person in generally to look forward to how they can make an impact. But more importantly, I think at that stage we are in society with the whole issue around climate change, around ensuring they'll have a sustainable future for our children. I think we have a huge role to play to ensure that as Africa transit through this period, we can do that in the most sustainable way. We can learn from the mistakes of others and build a better society, building on the key pillars of sustainability, which is people, putting people forward in every decision you're making as an engineer, as an entrepreneur. What decision are you making in what you're developing? How is that impacting the society? How is that impacting people and the life of people? Putting people first, putting the planet first, putting peace first. Partnership, very important that we can build sustainable partnerships going forward. And then we can then think about profitability and then define what profitability means to us as individuals, as societies, and as a business. I think these are key things that the young ones should be thinking about. And also women in engineering, women in entrepreneurship, as you take on that very strategic role, think about your impact on the society and also how you can put forward this key sustainability pillars as a defining factor to whatever you're doing. So I know that would be my own contribution and my own suggestion to any woman out there who is thinking about taking this leadership role as an entrepreneur, as an engineer. Now, as an engineer, you've been placed with a great opportunity to design things, and it's all about how do you design things from cradle to grave. How do you pull that in your thinking? So when I'm designing this product, what is the impact of that product end of life? And this is what we do at IntelliDigest. All our products, we providing them on a servitization basis, which means we design them to have a long shelf life, with a long life cycle. We design them to ensure that we can maintain them and it can last longer. Can we design an obsolescence in our design, in our products as engineers? And then as entrepreneurs, how do our decisions around profitability and people and planet and partnership and peace affect the wider society? Now, why is this really important? This is really important because current accounting principles negates what we look into having in sustainable society. So if we are looking at achieving SDG, which should be one of the priorities for us in this EU African Summit by 2030, we need to look at what are the accounting principles today? How does those accounting principles affect different societies from emerging and growing? How it affects accounting principles affecting the livelihood of people? We can't be talking about sustainability in SDG 2030, and we're still living with the current accounting principles where depreciation is fundamentally one of the key things you have to report on. We're looking at a secular system. We have designed things from cradle to grave for secularity. We need to change all these accounting principles. We need to look into why we do have people and labor as part of liability. People that are great assets to businesses. And this is why at IntelliDigest, we're moving completely into employee-owned trust, because this is what we want to do. We want to empower people. We want to make sure that everyone that goes through the company grows to be independent and be able to add to the society that they're part of. We don't want some people in the company not to grow and not to be able to have that sense of contribution and achievement as being part of the company. So I think these are things we have to look at into more details, how as engineers and as entrepreneurs, we are impacting the society. But more importantly, in regards to the question you asked me, any woman engineer today, any woman entrepreneur here today listening to me, what I can say to you, identify what you're passionate about, believe in yourself, believe you can do that, and then put effort to make sure that whatever you're doing is for the wider benefit of the society. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think we have still some time left, and je voudrais passer maintenant à une nouvelle question, en commençant avec Monsieur Mazzon. En fait, quels aspects encourageants ou expériences positives pouvez-vous partager avec d'autres entrepreneurs européens envisageant d'investir en Afrique? Parce que ce qui est important maintenant, c'est que comment l'Europe et l'Afrique peuvent collaborer pour développer leurs économies respectives. Monsieur Mazon?
Oui, merci pour la question, Monsieur Bonté. Notre expérience en Afrique, c'est vraiment très, très positif. Voilà. Nous avons, dans cette dernière 10 années, supporté le développement de plusieurs entreprises, plusieurs entrepreneurs, avec la fourniture des équipements, plutôt qu'à l'auteur de 10 millions d'euros. Et de façon également, nous avons soutenu le développement des projets avec des missions de garantie jusqu'à 500 millions d'euros. Nous avons un portefeuille qui est en train d'augmenter. C'est très, très, très intéressant. Donc, c'est pour ça que pour les entrepreneurs italiens et européens, les marchés africains, c'est une opportunité incroyable. C'est-à-dire, on doit forcément aller en Afrique. Donc, j'ai dit, tous les entrepreneurs, ils devront être là-bas. C'est dans les mieux perspectives. Le marché, c'est grand. Et une chose que j'aime beaucoup dire, c'est une solution gagnant-gagnant. C'est-à-dire, c'est une chose qui peut supporter l'Europe et supporter l'Afrique de façon bidirectionnelle. Et là, quand nous faisons ça, on va augmenter notre niveau. Pas seulement pour faire des affaires, pour gagner bien sûr, mais pour aider l'humanité entière à faire une passe un peu plus vers un monde mieux qu'aujourd'hui avec que nous sommes été touchés dans la pandémie. Donc, j'invite tous les entrepreneurs à regarder l'Afrique, commencer à aller là-bas de façon structurée avec toutes les associations, comme FAPI, bien sûr, et parce que les opportunités sont là. Pour faire les affaires, on a besoin de temps, bien sûr, mais si jamais on commence, jamais on va à boucler des bonnes affaires. Donc, c'est ça. Merci beaucoup.
So you had mentioned before that it's more positive and positive outlook. So what would you see then are the encouraging aspects, or rather the positive experiences that you can share with other European entrepreneurs?
Yes, so 1 second. Yeah, so thank you for, as already mentioned, we had a lot of positive, encouraging experiences. And I would even say I'm convinced that a new epoch of cooperation has begun. I think in the past, it was more the huge international or global players that made business in Africa, like in the oil and gas sector. And now, let's say, riding on the wave of digitalization and distributed renewable energy, for example, it is possible now for small companies, entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs of Africa and Europe to cooperate directly on eyes height. I think it has never been easier to find partners and do business across the continents. And I think that's a big opportunity for SMEs on both continents to, together push ahead the growth. And then I think the biggest encouraging aspect for me is the markets and the growing population. I think still many people and companies in Europe have a picture of most of the African countries as 20, 30 years in the past. They have not understood how Africa has developed the last decades, and there is a huge growing African middle class in many countries, and it's full of opportunities, and that is, I think, the most interesting and encouraging aspect for European companies to consider. And the other way around, I think, for African entrepreneurs, there are new possibilities to cooperate for know-how, technologies, and financing with European entrepreneurs and SMEs. That would be the aspect I like to add to the discussion.
Thank you. So, Mr. Sato, on your end, what would you encourage you?
Well, I simply want to say that we are very motivated because the demand is there. So we in Africa, we have many business opportunities. All countries, Senegal, South Africa, and so on. We feel that it's we can very well present our product. But our experience is that you of course need to be here. You need to locally discuss. So there is no way you can organize your business remotely. You need to have local partnerships and so on. So I would then like to motivate all the people interested in Africa to come and discuss this. Very positive.
Thank you, Mr. Assambe. Madame Ba, j'avais compris que vous avez pas mal de connexions en Europe. Et est-ce que vous pourriez nous dire quelles ont été vos expériences? Est-ce que c'était des expériences encourageantes? Est-ce que vous avez des expériences positives en ce qui concerne donc la collaboration avec des entrepreneurs européens?
D'expérience décourageante. Et je pense que c'est surtout basé sur le fait qu'il y a une distance énorme. C'est pas du tout facile de travailler avec des personnes à distance, surtout dans le secteur où j'évolue, donc le secteur bien-être, tout ce qui est cosmétique, donc il s'agit de produits, du matériel qui est expédié à l'étranger, confié à d'autres personnes ou encore d'autres entreprises, et il y a un contrôle qu'on ne peut pas forcément avoir sur la procédure des ventes, comment ça va se passer, des retours clients, est-ce que le service est assuré comme il faut. Donc, je pense que c'est surtout cet aspect-là qui sera négatif. Mais pour le reste, que ce soit l'Europe, l'Asie, l'Amérique, franchement, ça se passe très bien. On a beaucoup de partenariats, beaucoup de contacts, et c'est très facile, surtout qu'on travaille avec beaucoup de jeunes aussi, pour les encourager, eux, à se lancer dans l'entrepreneuriat et les pousser à apprendre dès maintenant la gestion, le management, comment gérer les ventes, enfin, les sales, marketing, tout ce qui va avec. Merci.
Oui, merci, Madame Ba. Monsieur Ngom, vous nous avez déjà dit qu'en fait, les partenariats et l'internationalisation de votre côté sont très importants. Est-ce que vous pourriez nous dire dans quel sens la collaboration avec les entrepreneurs européens vous ont apporté quelque chose, mais peut-être aussi vice-versa, vos activités doivent quand même être aussi assez intéressantes pour l'Europe.
Oui, merci, M. Bonté. Bon, je voudrais rappeler ici, vraiment, la répétition est pédagogique, que l'Afrique, dans les prochaines années, sera vraiment un marché très, très, très important, l'un des premiers marchés. Et donc, l'Afrique, ça va être de plus en plus un continent d'opportunités. Autant pour les investisseurs africains qu'européens. M. Bonté, je voudrais également signaler, avant d'en arriver au partenariat, que beaucoup de pays vraiment ont fait énormément d'efforts en matière d'environnement des affaires qui s'est considérablement amélioré. Parce que je peux me dire en tant qu'investisseur européen ou africain, est-ce que l'environnement est adapté pour faire du business? Mais je peux vous dire que aujourd'hui, dans la majorité des pays africains, il y a une grande visibilité dans les politiques économiques, donc des stratégies de développement sont mises en place. Si on prend l'exemple du Sénégal, il y a le plan Sénégal émergent qui est en fait la boussole économique du Sénégal dans les prochaines années. Également en matière de protection et de sécurité des investissements, énormément de réformes ont été faites et beaucoup de pays ont fait des avancées importantes en matière de doing business. Et puis enfin, des dispositifs d'accompagnement sont mis en place par presque la majorité des pays africains pour appuyer les PME. Donc, l'environnement devient de plus en plus favorable. C'est ça qui fait que moi, je peux dire aux investisseurs européens et africains, oui, aujourd'hui, on a des conditions favorables vraiment pour investir en Afrique. Maintenant, pour en venir à votre question, effectivement, cet investissement, ces entreprises qui se créent, l'intérêt pour l'Afrique, c'est que ça produise des emplois en Afrique, que ça produise de la richesse en Afrique. C'est ça qui va faire le développement. Et donc, que ce soit pour les PME européennes, ce que je suggère, ce que je souhaiterais, c'est que effectivement, ces entrepreneurs qui veulent faire des affaires en Afrique, qu'ils s'approchent des entrepreneurs africains pour tisser des relations donc avec des entreprises locales, ce qui permettra à des revenus qui sont générés ce qui permettra des revenus générés au niveau et en fait inculqués au niveau de l'économie nationale, mais également de la création d'emplois au niveau local. Donc ces partenariats sont vraiment très très importants et j'invite ces entreprises européennes à nouer des partenariats. C'est ce que nous avons fait au niveau de notre entreprise. Nous avons noué des partenariats avec notamment une entreprise allemande. Et aujourd'hui, depuis une vingtaine d'années, je pense que c'est un partenariat très fructueux qui est gagnant-gagnant et qui génère localement avec nous des emplois et de la richesse. Voilà donc, M. Bonté, vraiment, encore une fois, un plaidoyer pour le partenariat entre les PME européennes et africaines. Merci.
Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. So we only have 5 minutes in order to wrap up. What I would like to do is give you Ms. Kanu also to do the same thing. And for the speakers in just under 10 minutes, 30 seconds. Ooh, not 30 minutes, 30 seconds. One thing that someone needs to consider in terms of venturing into business in Africa, right? And this could be on your end in Africa or in the EU, all right? So keep that in mind. So Ms. Kanu, on your end, just a very quick reflection and also give us your remark so that way we go back to the round table. Thank you.
Right. It's been a very interesting conversation today. But I think, a quick remark I would say is for everyone trying to enter into the African market to bear in mind that this is the, one of the biggest free trade area based on the African Continental Trade Agreement. This is a 2.5 trillion US dollar GDP and over 1.2 billion people. So as much as you can build relationships and build partnerships to make whatever solution you've got to thrive in this emerging economy, then you need to put effort to be able to do that. We have launched the Plan to Save campaign as part of our contribution to enabling everyone on planet Earth to have access to nutritious food. So all I can say is that this is a way we are hoping to drive this change about people's understanding about food, nutrition, and the contribution of the food they eat to the environment and the society. But overall, it's a great market to be working in, especially with African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And we're looking forward to the value that is going to create for the African continent and for the global society at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To you, Mr. Herzog, your closing remarks.
So 30 seconds tip to companies coming. That's a tough one. I would say do your homework first, assessment first. There are so many very good, reliable information sources on regulations, on help you can get from industry associations, from different government program sites. So I would first add a good amount of research, find out what are your markets, what are regulations in your sector in the markets, use the help that is there. There's a lot of government programs. That would be my 30 seconds input.
Thank you. Mr. Sambal and then Mr. Luke Bonte can follow with the remaining panels.
Thank you very much. So what I would like to highlight again is as the doctor know what are the needs here in order to have the best solutions to the problems we have here, which means we start the only goal should not be to sell systems here. We need to have systems that are really adapted and meant to solve the local problems.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Assembe. Monsieur Ngom, le temps nous manque pour entrer plus en détail dans tout ce qui a été dit, mais est-ce que vous avez quelques recommandations de votre part?
Oui, M. Bonte, comme j'ai que 30 secondes, je vais parler de l'Union européenne. Je crois que l'Union européenne doit faire en sorte que les conditionnalités d'accès ou d'exécution de leur programme vraiment soient suffisamment souples pour que les PME africaines ne soient pas exclues de leur exécution. Ça, c'est un point important. Souvent, ce qui se passe, c'est qu'on a des programmes qui arrivent, mais que les conditions font que les PME africaines ne peuvent pas compétir. Ça, c'est le premier point. Le second point, c'est qu'il est important, je pense, que les programmes de l'Union européenne s'orientent en priorité vers la formation, qu'elle soit initiale ou professionnelle, vers l'innovation et vers le soutien aux dispositifs d'appui des entreprises. Ce sont trois points qui sont, à mon avis, déterminants pour la compétitivité des PME africaines. Voilà en 30 secondes ce que je voulais dire. M. Bonte.
Merci, M. Ngom, pour cette remarque concise. Madame Ba, quelle est votre opinion?
L'entrepreneuriat, c'est vraiment une solution à beaucoup de problèmes qu'on a en Afrique. Lorsqu'on a un souci et qu'on ne peut pas le régler, la meilleure solution, c'est de créer la solution, d'apporter la solution pour ce problème. Et si tout le monde fait la même chose, on va régler petit à petit tous les problèmes qui se présentent à nous et on va avancer beaucoup plus vite. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Et M. Madzon, vous qui venez de l'Europe, pouvez-vous nous donner quelques conseils?
Oui. Alors, pour ça que se concerne, je pense que, comme dit, on doit toujours prendre les opportunités et on doit toujours pas perdre la possibilité pour l'Europe de supporter le développement de l'Afrique, qu'il est en train de faire des marches en avant très, très vite. Et donc, c'est une opportunité. Et en plus, je pense aussi, quand je disais gagnant-gagnant, c'est aussi les Africains, les entrepreneurs africains avec leurs produits qui pourront entrer dans l'Europe et vendre sans aucun problème, aucune restriction. Je sais que la loi européenne elle est à faveur de ça, mais renforcer cette ligne pour améliorer toujours les marchés et les échanges entre l'Europe et l'Afrique. Donc c'est ça. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Madame Ottini, before I give you the honor of the closing remarks, je voudrais quand même ajouter que, en fait, dans la session précédente, on avait déjà discuté l'importance des PME pour le développement de l'économie et on avait déjà remarqué à ce moment-là que, disons, pour le moment, il y a beaucoup d'intérêt sur le travail que font les multinationaux et que parfois on oublie l'importance énorme des PME pour le développement de l'économie et qu'au moins leur contribution va de main en main avec ce qui se passe dans le niveau des multinationaux. Ms. Mottini, the word is for you.
Thank you very much, Luke. And I would really like to thank all the panelists for today. As highlighted just real quick, with the African Continental Free Trade Area and the harmonization that is being geared towards the policies, infrastructure, engaging youth, women, trade, it's going to be such a viable market. And therefore, it's a both-way street with regard to engagement from the African entrepreneurs and the European entrepreneurs. And I do hope that from the discussions that are going to bring in from the next sessions, we'll be able to now pick up on some of these aspects in more detail with regards to finance, skills, and all these other aspects that have been brought up as challenges and opportunities. So I would like us to give a round of applause to the panelists. I wanted to give a round of applause also to those who work with you, the audience, and thank you very much for paying attention to us. And if you have any questions, you can always place it to the organizers. Thank you very much, everyone.
Grazie a tutti i partecipanti a questa sessione di lavoro. Vorrei ringraziare anche il dottor Enrico Mazzon, presente sul palco qui a Roma, Managing Director e CEO di ETC Invest SPA. Ora proseguiamo con la prossima sessione aperta da un messaggio del Ministro dello Sviluppo Economico, Giancarlo Giorgetti, che come sapete è in visita istituzionale negli Stati Uniti in questi giorni. In queste ore si trova, pensate, ad Harvard, ma non poteva ovviamente mancare il suo messaggio, soprattutto in vista di quello che poi proseguiremo a fare in questa sessione di lavoro. Ascoltiamo quindi il messaggio del Ministro dello Sviluppo Economico, Giancarlo Giorgetti.
Saluto le autorità presenti, italiane e internazionali, partecipanti alla seconda edizione della EU African Small Medium Enterprise Alliance. Sono in missione negli Stati Uniti e non posso fisicamente essere lì con voi, come avrei voluto, ma ci tenevo a inviare il mio saluto. Per i paesi della sponda nord del Mediterraneo, il continente africano ha un valore diverso da quello che ha per il resto d'Europa. Da una parte la prossimità geografica ci avvicina, ma ci uniscono anche condizioni climatiche che si traducono in stili di vita, ritmi e persino valori culturali paragonabili. L'Italia si trova oggi ad accogliere le migrazioni economiche di molti cittadini africani che attraversano il Mediterraneo per giungere sulle nostre coste alla ricerca di condizioni migliori. È un meccanismo che conosciamo bene perché a nostra volta, a metà del secolo scorso, molti italiani sono partiti verso altri paesi europei e anche altri continenti. All'epoca abbiamo trovato integrazione e opportunità. Era un momento storico diverso dove l'economia mondiale cresceva incessantemente nel medio-lungo periodo. Anche oggi, la fine dei lockdown consente una ripresa economica che dobbiamo alimentare nel modo più efficace possibile. Abbiamo molte risorse a disposizione in Europa grazie alla Recovery Facility Next Generation EU, Abbiamo una strategia basata sulla green economy e digitalizzazione, abbiamo un tessuto imprenditoriale forte e strutturato. È il momento di espandere i nostri orizzonti e guardare al continente africano come un'ulteriore possibilità per cooperare. È infatti opinione diffusa che per sostenere e aiutare il popolo africano sia opportuno creare le condizioni economiche che consentano a uomini e donne di non essere costretti a lasciare il loro paese, la loro terra, le loro famiglie per cercare in Europa una migliore prospettiva di vita, per trovare una dignità che molti di noi danno per scontata, ma che per oltre 1 miliardo di persone non lo è. Il continente africano è ricco di materie prime, ma anche ricco di tradizioni e maestranze. Si stima che nei prossimi 30 anni la popolazione africana possa crescere di un ulteriore miliardo di persone, mentre in Europa si registra una stagnazione e un invecchiamento della popolazione. Manca però uno stimolo all'imprenditorialità, soprattutto lontano dai grandi agglomerati urbani. L'Italia, come sapete, è la patria delle piccole e medie imprese, un'ossatura manifatturiera che rappresenta il 98% delle imprese del nostro Paese. È un tessuto produttivo che è nato da un approccio bottom-up, nel secondo dopoguerra, allorquando ha preso forma un modello di sviluppo che ha fatto scuola, quella del distretto industriale. Il nostro auspicio, la nostra volontà è di trasferire anche in Africa questo modello, naturalmente attualizzandolo e tenendo conto degli errori che la storia economica ci ha consegnato. Per questo la cooperazione nel settore delle piccole e medie imprese tra Europa e Africa può risultare una carta vincente per consentire a tutto il continente africano di dotarsi di un tessuto produttivo evoluto. Le grandi imprese africane, spesso sostenute da capitali stranieri e prevalentemente estrattive, dominano la scena, ma non hanno purtroppo generato uno sviluppo endogeno, autonomo e sostenibile. Il modello italiano ovviamente non è l'unico e molti paesi europei come Francia e Germania hanno seguito percorsi diversi. D'altra parte, lo stesso continente africano è fatto di realtà molto diverse tra loro, per le quali non esiste un solo modello efficace in tutte le circostanze. Dai modelli italiano, tedesco e francese dobbiamo trarre il meglio. Abbiamo l'esperienza positiva delle reti di piccole e medie imprese a livello mondiale come ISME, che hanno dimostrato che con il dialogo, con la vigilanza tra imprenditori, si generano flussi informativi benefici che possono far nascere idee, imprese, benessere, trasferimento di conoscenza e di ricchezza. Dobbiamo stimolare questo dialogo, mettendo a disposizione il nostro sapere e la nostra esperienza, certi che a nostra volta avremo molto da imparare dall'evoluzione africana. È un momento storico cruciale per gli equilibri geopolitici mondiali. Dopo la fine della guerra fredda, ci troviamo di fronte a una contrapposizione tra vari modelli di sviluppo e tra potenze che non basano la supremazia sulla forza, ma sulle capacità economiche. Al contempo, però, vi è una comunanza di vedute globale sulla necessità di sviluppare un'economia sostenibile, tanto dal punto di vista climatico quanto dal punto di vista sociale. Abbiamo pertanto la rara opportunità di poter cogliere solo il meglio da oltre un secolo di evoluzione industriale, evitando gli eccessi a livello di processi inquinanti che ci impongono oggi di fare importanti investimenti nella decarbonizzazione. Altro elemento cardine della ripresa post-pandemica è la digitalizzazione delle attività imprenditoriali. Partendo da questi presupposti, l'Africa deve sviluppare la propria capacità di fare impresa e per questo serve consapevolezza dell'importanza e della centralità dell'imprenditoria nello sviluppo di una società moderna, in quanto genera occupazione, reddito, inclusione sociale, stabilità economica e politica. Servono trasferimenti di conoscenza e trasferimenti tecnologici. E serve anche una cultura della proprietà intellettuale che permetta di non depauperare patrimoni e idee. Per questo l'Unione Europea ha finanziato il progetto quinquennale AFRIPI, che prevede la collaborazione con i governi africani, le organizzazioni regionali di proprietà intellettuale, la società civile, il mondo accademico e il settore privato, per creare, proteggere e promuovere i diritti di proprietà intellettuale in Africa. L'auspicio è che l'avvio della protezione dei diritti di proprietà intellettuale possa dare una spinta anche al commercio internazionale. Non si tratta solo di proteggere i brevetti, i marchi e i disegni registrati, ma anche altri diritti di proprietà intellettuale come le indicazioni geografiche, che hanno un enorme potenziale in Africa e che in Italia conosciamo molto bene, avendone il maggior numero in assoluto. L'Italia è pronta a fare la sua parte, mettendo a disposizione il proprio know-how nei settori artigianali e le proprie eccellenze nei settori di alto valore aggiunto. Il primo passo, che mi auguro possa essere emulato da molti, è quello di dimostrare coraggio. Coraggio da parte di imprenditori europei per creare, costruire alleanze, joint venture e partnership con le imprese africane. Ci sono enormi opportunità di sviluppare business e c'è un enorme bisogno di imprenditorialità. Sembra un gioco a somma positiva per tutti e invece quello spirito pionieristico che anima l'imprenditore langue e non riesce a esprimersi compiutamente in Africa. Le istituzioni devono fare la loro parte per accompagnare e sostenere il coraggio degli imprenditori. Servono cornici quadro, strumenti, percorsi guidati per non dare la sensazione di un rischio eccessivo, spesso legato a un immaginario condizionato da episodi di corruzione e inefficienza. Per questo credo che l'evento di oggi sia foriero di grandi sviluppi positivi. L'Europa ha dimostrato di aver recepito il pensiero Think Small First nella definizione delle politiche e delle misure di supporto finanziario e non finanziario alle imprese. È un'impostazione che potrebbe apportare molti benefici anche al tessuto imprenditoriale africano. Grazie e buona continuazione.
Ringraziamo il Ministro dello Sviluppo Economico Giancarlo Giorgetti per il suo messaggio. Ora proseguiamo per questa sessione di lavoro con la firma del Memorandum di Intenti. Chiedo quindi il Memorandum di Intenti che ricordiamo verrà siglato tra Confapi, Coldiretti e Paci. E chiedo quindi al Presidente di Confapi Maurizio Casasco di salire sul palco insieme al Presidente di Coldiretti Ettore Prandini e poi in collegamento da Dakar abbiamo il Presidente di Senegal. Diamo quindi la parola al Presidente di Coldiretti, Ettore Prandini.
Grazie. Grazie. Un ringraziamento particolare a Maurizio Casasco per l'invito e essere stato anche il fautore di questo incontro di visione, di strategia che può creare condizioni di sviluppo e di crescita per il nostro Paese e soprattutto per le piccole e medie imprese, che come ricordava anche il Ministro Giancarlo Giorgetti sono l'ossatura che ha fatto sì che l'Italia sia oggi un'eccellenza a livello mondiale, spesso e volentieri sottovalutate, spesso e volentieri non tenute in debita considerazione, spesso e volentieri anche e purtroppo in una logica per la quale qualcuno ci vorrebbe raccontare che solo chi ha grandissime dimensioni può competere sui mercati mondiali. La nostra visione, la visione di Coldiretti, in un intento comune con Confapi è assolutamente diametralmente opposto rispetto alla visione di questi pochi. Noi riteniamo che la sfida oggi sia fare rete e fare sistema. Sotto questo punto di vista noi riteniamo che il nostro Paese abbia ancora molto da poter raccontare e molto nel poter fare. Come organizzazione è da tempo che noi lavoriamo. Lavoriamo con l'Africa, lavoriamo in un'intesa più ampia, anche grazie alla collaborazione che c'è stata ultimamente, dove Maurizio Casasco è stato, in questo caso, nostro ospite in un interloquio diretto con l'ONU e con la FAO, su un modello di sviluppo, quello italiano, che crei le condizioni per le quali l'Africa non venga vissuta e vista, come purtroppo in tanti casi avviene anche da Stati membri a livello europeo, come terreno di conquista, ma invece un continente sul quale insieme fare politiche di cooperazione, di sistema, nel portare il modello di sviluppo italiano e nel creare valore all'interno di quel Paese, ma valorizzando le nostre professionalità e creando un meccanismo per il quale insieme realmente si possa collaborare, insieme realmente si possa creare sviluppo reciproco, creando quelle condizioni per le quali non solo si punti al poter produrre di più, parlo delle filiere agroalimentari, ma anche le condizioni nelle quali si vada a evidenziare il tema dello spreco, che purtroppo spesso e volentieri viene sottovalutato, e le grandi competenze nelle piccole e medie imprese italiane sulle filiere del freddo potrebbero garantire cibo e distribuzione del cibo all'interno dell'intero continente. Ancora una volta sta a noi creare quelle condizioni per le quali, investendo, utilizzando anche le risorse del recovery, andiamo a, scusate la ripetizione, ad investire su ciò che è realmente strategico. Il tema infrastrutturale, il tema della portualità, il tema, come ci ricordava il Ministro Giorgetti, della vicinanza di carattere geografico fra l'Italia e l'Africa stessa. Se noi saremo lungimiranti, noi creeremo quelle condizioni per le quali non solo garantiremo crescita e sviluppo, ma metteremo nelle condizioni il continente che nei prossimi 20 anni in termini demografici crescerà più di tutti gli altri, di avere una vera forma di collaborazione, permettetemi, di cooperazione che sia costruttiva, che sia fattiva e che sia di lungimiranza, mi ripeto, per quanto riguarda il futuro delle nostre imprese. Grazie.
Grazie a Ettore Prandini, Presidente di Coldiretti, per il suo intervento. Ora proseguiamo in diretta dal Senegal. Abbiamo Adedi Ran, che ricordiamo è Vicepresidente di SENPE, proprio per parlare, fare un breve intervento in merito a questo memorandum d'intesa così importante che verrà siglato appunto nella giornata di oggi.
Je vous remercie de me donner la parole. Monsieur le ministre, Monsieur le Président de la CONFAPI, Monsieur le Président de la Coldiretti, Monsieur le Président de la PACI, Monsieur le Directeur de la BVMW, Madame la représentante présidente de la Fondation Konrad Adenauer à Dakar, chers participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais, à l'entame de mon propos, vous présenter les excuses du président Beidi Agne, président du Conseil national du patronat du Sénégal, actuellement à l'étranger, et qui, pour des contraintes majeures de dernière minute, ne peut pas prendre part à la présente cérémonie. C'est donc en ma qualité de vice-président du CNP, Aristide Quinoa-Diliran, il me revient de vous exprimer tout le plaisir que nous avons d'être partie prenante à cette importante manifestation dont l'objectif premier est de renforcer notre coopération économique. En effet, il est important que nous puissions apporter une réponse commune aux questions relatives à l'emploi et à la croissance économique dans ce contexte de pandémie sanitaire. Je rappelle que c'est le premier événement que nous organisons ensemble, mais nous savons tous que les fondamentaux d'une coopération économique fructueuse et dynamique sont bien là. En conséquence, le Conseil national du patronat du Sénégal, CNP, s'engage à travailler avec l'ensemble des parties prenantes. J'ai cité BVMW, CONFAPI, Coldiretti, PACI, pour approfondir nos liens et développer le partenariat d'affaires et le co-investissement que nous souhaitons construire sur cette convergence d'intérêts entre les PME africaines et européennes. Pour, premièrement, une Europe plus compétitive dans ce contexte de mondialisation, des échanges et de concurrence exacerbée. Deuxièmement, une Afrique réceptive d'investissements étrangers à forte valeur ajoutée. Troisièmement, un Sénégal émergent avec une croissance plus inclusive et durable, ce qui résumerait amplement et positivement une feuille de route vers le succès. De nombreuses opportunités de partenariat d'affaires à l'investissement et au commerce existent au Sénégal, notamment dans les projets structurants portant sur l'agriculture, la pêche, l'industrie, la santé, le tourisme, le traitement de l'eau de mer, le numérique et les énergies renouvelables. Donc, c'est avec un très grand plaisir que nous échangerons sur ce que nous devrons faire ensemble pour davantage promouvoir les co-investissements et favoriser les transferts de compétences. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention en souhaitant que ce sommet des PME, Union européenne-Afrique, soit porteur d'espoir et de belles réalisations afin que nos PME puissent être au service de nos communautés, de nos nations, de notre humanité, une, unique et universelle. Merci.
Grazie a Dediron per il suo intervento. Ora aprirei il collegamento con Monsieur Dawale, sempre da Dakar, per poter poi iniziare la firma del memorandum d'intesa. Siamo quindi collegati con Dakar per l'inizio e la firma, appunto. Vogliamo ringraziare anche appunto Monsieur Dawale per la firma di questo memorandum d'intesa. Ora procediamo anche con le altre due firme di questo importante memorandum, appunto con il presidente di Confapi Maurizio Casasco e poi a seguire ovviamente il presidente di Coldiretti anche Ettore Prandini. Memorandum che è stato siglato, vogliamo nuovamente ringraziare i protagonisti di questo importantissimo protocollo, ringraziamo ovviamente il presidente di Confapi Maurizio Casasco, il presidente di Coldiretti Ettore Prandini e poi ovviamente anche Monsieur Dawale che direttamente da Dakar in collegamento ha firmato questo memorandum d'intesa. Procediamo ora con la prossima sessione che verrà aperta da un videomessaggio del CEO di Turkish Airlines, İlker Ayçi, che ci ha inviato questo messaggio, poi proseguiremo con i lavori e la sessione numero 4 che avremo modo di approfondire tra pochissimi minuti. Ora però il videomessaggio del CEO di Turkish Airlines.
Excellencies, distinguished members of BWMV, dear viewers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to the European Entrepreneurs Association and its president and host of the event in Rome, Professor Dr. Maurizio Casasco, president of the Italian SME Association Confapi. Once again, I have been given the pleasure to address you, the representatives of Germany's world-famous Mittelstand. Last February, as you might remember, the pandemic forced us to engage in online meetings only. Nowadays, the situation is thankfully better, but this time my schedule didn't allow me to address you personally. Please accept my apologies, for I am on an important official visit to Africa, a continent of great importance and one that Turkish Airlines steadily expands its presence. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2020, which saw the COVID-19 pandemic, engulfed the globe has been a trying period for all of us, while proving catastrophic for the aviation industry. With borders closed, thousands of aircrafts grounded, millions of jobs lost, and air travel ground to a complete standstill for months, the industry's losses amounted to billions of dollars. Never before in recent history has there been a global crisis that disrupted the established methods in business, transportation, and daily life in general so severely. Turkish Airlines, flying to more countries than any other airline, did remarkably well in this period thanks to a solid crisis plan and our dedicated staff. While there has been enormous cost cutting, we kept the Turkish Airlines family intact and united. Contrary to the industry, there have been no layoffs in Turkish Airlines. Although many of our aircraft were grounded, we quickly adapted to new conditions and converted passenger aircraft to a new cargo role to meet the rising demand. All in all, Turkish Airlines emerged as one of the leading airlines to weather this devastating crisis relatively unscathed, as the top network carrier in Europe in terms of flight numbers and one of the top 5 in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like to take a few words and brief you about the outstanding performance of Turkish Cargo. During the pandemic, Turkish Cargo outperformed its competitors and displayed its true grit. As you are well aware, air cargo operations proved to be vital in fight against the pandemic, as life-saving equipment that is high in demand has to be carried as fast as possible across the world. Spread of the pandemic affected each and every country severely, and the need for the fast and secure transportation of medical supplies became more pressing than ever. During the height of severe pandemic conditions, Turkish Cargo turned into one of the top 5 air cargo companies in the world and continued to operate without any interruptions and transported aid, medicine, masks, and medical equipments. It gives me great pride to say that Turkish Cargo displayed the necessary dedication and innovativeness under such difficult and unusual conditions, and come to the fore as an exceptional and aspirant air cargo company. Offering service to 128 countries and 328 destinations around the world, we are ready for an ever bigger role in the post-pandemic world. The target is to reach the global top 3. Distinguished members of the Mittelstand, Turkish Airlines, flying to more countries than any other airline, is also Africa's top international carrier. Over the last 20 years, Turkey has gone great lengths in Africa to expand its diplomatic and cultural footprint. As with it that, along came trade and investments. It gives me great pride to say that Turkish Airlines currently serves 40 countries and 61 destinations in the continent, more than any other carrier, and proudly connects Africa to the rest of the world. We all know that Africa is one of the key growth markets in the world, and understandably Mittelstand has a special emphasis on the continent that presents many great opportunities. As long-standing partners, Turkish Airlines and Mittelstand have the potential to do great things in Africa. From Algiers to Cape Town, from Dakar to Mogadishu, Turkish Airlines provide you with the connectivity options in Africa over our mega hub in Istanbul, and stands ready to support your new and exciting endeavors in the continent. Just a few days ago, we inaugurated our newest destinations in Africa, Luanda, the capital city of Angola. Turkish Airlines believes in Africa. We believe in the potential of Africa, and we will continue to grow in Africa. We humbly invite you to do the same. As your loyal and trusted partner, we not only have Africa's but the world's widest route network, with a strategically located hub that gives access to 66 countries within a 5-hour flight zone. Combine that with Mittelstand's business experience and eagerness to expand onto the world, I think we have a perfect match. Before I finish my words, I bow before the memory of my good friend Mario Hoven, a devoted supporter of Turkish Airlines BMW partnership, and call on to you, dear members, to build on this great legacy. Die Türken sind Freunde der Deutschen. Thank you for your time.
Before we start with our next session, I'd like to thank the CEO of Turkish Airlines for sending us this message. And now, session number 4. Work-based professional training makes competitive and resilient SMEs. So I'd like to welcome on stage the moderator of this session, Stefan Moritz, Managing Director for European Entrepreneurs. Welcome. Stefan.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to stay with us. You're not yet tired. That is good because session 4 goes about professional training. The session before us was, of course, a session regarding the cooperation, the agreements among European and the African SME associations like PACCI, Pan-African Chamber of Commerce, as well as our Confederation European Entrepreneurs, represented by our president, Maurizio Casasco, and also representing CONFAPI. The session before also was this session regarding entrepreneurship. You see, we are trying to spell out the cornerstones of an SME agenda. We are looking forward to February 2022, when the European Union and the African Union will meet together and discuss not only in a business forum on how we can support together and improve our cooperation, but also the day after the political summit of all 81 states of the European Union and the African Union will meet and discuss how they can improve politically. We think that a good cooperation and a resilient competitive development of the economy relies very much on SMEs, and the SMEs need a special agenda. And the special agenda is entrepreneurship, to strengthen the training, but also the role of entrepreneurs in the society, professional training, especially work-based learning, and also, of course, financial opportunities that are necessary, exactly tailor-made for small and medium-sized enterprises. And finally, the cooperation, which we are trying to support as Confederation European Entrepreneurs, CEA-PME, together with our partners, also with INSME, BMW, CONFAPI, and PACCI. Thank you very much for the attention, and I would like to introduce now our speakers, which are all connected from remote. So only Valentina, thank you very much for being with me here, and me are on the stage. We have connected from remote Mrs. Raffaella Sadun, Professor for Business Administration at the Strategy Unit of the Harvard Business School in the United States, together with the lead economist of the Development Research Group at the World Bank, Mr. David McKenzie. Then connected from Dakar, also Mr. Stefan Kunz, the Program Manager of GIZ, the German Cooperation Agency, responsible for the program Special Initiatives on Training and Job Creation, Invest for Jobs, financed by the German government. Then connected from Kenya, Mrs. Linda Onyango, the CEO of the SME Support Center, as well as connected from Nigeria, Mrs. Blessing Ebereachu, the director and founder of the 360 Creative Innovation Hub. Thank you very much. And finally, last but not least, Mr. Constantino Chessa, the head of procurement of Eni, the Italian energy company. Welcome, everybody. I see you are behind me. I would like to start immediately with Professor Raffaella Sadun. From the point of the theory regarding professional training, how important would you say is work-based learning for workers, employees, but especially also for entrepreneurs themselves.
Hi there, and warm regards to everybody. I'd love to be with you. We have to do it online, hopefully next time in person. So answering to your question, I think it's extremely important. And the reason why I have this strong belief is rooted in the research that I've been doing for the past 15 years, which demonstrates the importance of basic managerial skills for firm growth and firm performance. We've done research based on 20,000 managers around 35 countries. And what we find through our data is that systematically companies that are better managed and adopt these basic managerial practices not only are more profitable, but they also grow faster, they survive more. So I would say we know that management and basic managerial skills really matter. On the other hand, we also know, and this is perhaps the darker side of the picture, that there are very large differences in the adoption of basic managerial practices across organizations. And I would say that this is a great opportunity, especially for SMEs and especially for SMEs in developing countries. It's important to understand that these differences are there and they're quite persistent. And there are, I think, systematic frictions that don't allow for the diffusion of this knowledge that we heard mentioned just quite a bit ago. In part, these are informational gaps. The entrepreneurs themselves don't know how much they could benefit from the adoption of these practices. In part, and this is where the training really becomes crucial, it's a lack of basic training, both at the entrepreneurial level, perhaps people that have an amazing initiative, intuition, but may lack the basic understanding of how to scale and how to grow an organization. I am biased because I teach in a business school, but these are skills that you need to somehow at least be aware of and understand and learn from colleagues or from training programs. But it is also, I think, a central issue that it's also confirmed in our research. It's not just enough to train the entrepreneur. It's also really important to bring the workforce with the entrepreneur. The improvement of an organization does not happen because somebody from the top orders or bullies around the workers. It comes because the workers understand what needs to be done. They have the tools and they have the ability to really be part of a growth journey. So I would say, to me, this is a central area for intervention. It's something that needs to come from the entrepreneur themselves. Sometimes it's an issue of changing mentality and changing mindset. You might not want to, you might not continue to manage by walking around. You might need to delegate and find other people that come with you. But I think it's also something that requires very systematic, proactive, and high quality investment. And I will conclude here because I think that this is a central issue. There are many different opportunities for training. It's almost too many. I think that there is an issue of really focusing and narrowing the efforts on training programs that can be evaluated and that are high quality and that deliver results. It's a little bit of a Far West, and my colleague David McKenzie might talk about some of the initiatives that he's been involved in that really have this evaluation piece at center. And I will just conclude with one word. The reason why I'm here today, it's because I really do believe that a lot of this, of what I've been discussing, this journey towards improvement, adoption of management practices, training, runs through entrepreneurial associations. There is only so much you can do from a classroom setting. There is only so much you can do in a university. I live it constantly through my students. Improvement, both the motivation and the standard and the core knowledge comes from the networks of entrepreneurs working together, being convinced that this is the way to go, transmitting knowledge that, frankly, academics have not yet codified. I learn a ton from my students, and my students learn from themselves. What we're doing today and what entrepreneurial networks like this one can do is really crucial to this journey. And I'd love to hear, I'll stop here, and I'm very interested in hearing what my colleagues will say too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Sadun. So if I got you right. At least the point that I was looking for is that work-based professional training, which regards, of course, also the entrepreneurs, is also the chance to instill to the workforce the entrepreneurial spirit. That means to share the responsibility, to take over the responsibility for a successful company. Is that also what you can confirm, Professor David McKenzie of the World Bank Development Research Group?
Hi, so it's great to be here. So what I would like to say is first, Rafaela's work and so much of this other work has really shown the importance of this professionalization and of training. But, when it comes to practice and we're trying to help firms improve it, one of the big frustrations is how so many well-intended ideas really don't work out as well as we would like. And so I think, that is one of the big challenges. There's no shortage of companies coming out there offering to help firms improve. There's no shortage of sort of training facilities out there. And it's often really hard to tell, who's good and who's bad, or is this going to work for my firm? And so I'd like to give a couple of concrete examples from some of the work we've done. So, one example was in Nigeria, where we were working. There was a government program that was going to try and train entrepreneurs in marketing and accounting skills. And we said, one of the key challenges is that entrepreneurs really have a lot of other things that they're trying to do at the same time. So maybe they would be better going to the market and trying to hire those skills. And so this is one of the questions and we found that, working on that whole market for professional business services with HR providers, marketing and accounting firms, it was actually much more efficient in those cases for you to go to the market and hire those skills than to try and learn them as an entrepreneur. So I think, we need to think about which types of skills we should actually go to the market for versus train our existing workforce for. The second thing that's come up a lot is that it's not just these hard skills that matter, it's a lot of soft skills as well that are really crucial for entrepreneurship. And so in particular, this, what we see is a lot of cookie cutter firms trying to just do the same thing as everybody else. Each day looks pretty much the same as the day before it. And so one of the things that we tried in Togo was to work with psychologists and bring in this idea of personal initiatives, of really trying to teach a mindset of being proactive, of trying to look for continuous improvement. So we've seen this sort of in large firms through, the production side of continuous management, the Toyota way. But we also need this on the sort of entrepreneurial side of, what can I do so that tomorrow doesn't look exactly the same as today, so that I can really try and, keep looking for those new opportunities, be resilient, and if something, doesn't work, have a plan B. And so we tested that against a traditional type of training program, and it had 3 times the effect. Sort of profits went up 30% for firms that went through this personal initiative training compared to 10% for firms that went through a traditional training. So, it's not just these hard skills that matter, it's some of these soft skills.
Great.
The third example that I'd like to give is one that I think, speaks to the roles of these associations, which is that, as Rafaela said, it's one thing for outside experts to come in, but it's often hard for firms to know, does this really apply to my industry? Can I really trust this outsider? And so, firms can learn quite well from talking with others in their industry. And so in Colombia, we tried, going in with consultants and giving individual consulting, and then we tried a group-based approach where we got firms in the auto parts sector. These were SMEs, 50-worker firms, and we would take the production line managers from each of these sort of group of firms, bring them together, have them talk about how they're trying to improve, and then they would come back and share those experiences with one another. And we found this sort of group-based consulting, not only was it cheaper, but it was more effective and had lasting effects on firm growth than the sort of one-on-one approach. And so this is, I think, a key place where associations can help in sharing those experiences across firms and helping diffuse those practices and helping build that trust that's needed of, this is not just some outsider telling me, this is somebody in my industry that says this really works. This was helping my firm.
Yeah.
And so, the final point here, I think, we talked about workplace training. I think Africa obviously has this large tradition of apprenticeships, of sort of inbuilt training. One of the key constraints is that a lot of those skills are very sort of specific to the firm, and there's this tendency to underinvest in general skills. There's this fear that if I sort of teach people too many things, they might leave my firm. And so, we need to think about sort of ways to certify those skills and to encourage, firms to also invest in those general skills. And so, my final message is one that I think echoes Rafaela's, which is, I think this is an exciting space. There's lots of opportunities here, but there's also lots of well-founded things that we do that don't work. And so just as we sort of really emphasize continuous improvement, test and learn for firms, we need to do that with our own programs as well. We need to experiment. We need to, systematically analyze what's working and what's not working. And so we can keep, trying to improve, just as we try and tell entrepreneurs that this is what they should be doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor McKenzie, for this intervention. That shows also to me that, as you said, we have to experiment, we have to adapt fastly to the requirements of the market. Indeed, let's say work-based learning, apprenticeships, or continuous training on the job is exactly that. You don't need to make long analysis of the needs. You directly go into the transform in the, let's say, in the beta version, trying to implement a new service, a new activity, a new production line. And as you made referred before to your experience with the project that you analyzed in Nigeria, I would now ask our colleague, Mrs. Blessing Ebere Achu, the director and founder of 360 Creative Innovation Hub from Lagos, Nigeria, to tell me, in the last period we had COVID, no? You told me that you had very much activity around the training and of entrepreneurs and their workers. First of all, I think training is also always an investment. Were your companies ready to pay for it, and what kind of training they were asking now exactly in this period?
Okay, currently, because of COVID, a lot of changes has happened in the fashion industry, and we've been able to train designers on two aspects. So we have the free training, which is online, and train them on how to use soft skills to better their business. But for more in-depth training, we use the classroom section where we train designers on how to use communication like Instagram, Facebook, and social media to create engaging content for their brands. And as part of selling online and capturing the market for them to grow their business, we've been able to teach using their phone as a digital photography equipment. So they have to save money, do photography in their house, upload on Instagram, put pricing, and be able to understand the language their target audience wants to hear, and sell to those audience. So these are the training that we do. We have, for those that want to do in-depth brand marketing training, we train them. This is a paid service in the hub. For free training, like how to create a Facebook page for your business, how to use Instagram for your business, how to use WhatsApp business for your fashion business, how to create all those things. We do that free of charge and online. So, and it's cut across everybody in the creative sector: bag, shoe, jewelry, stuff like that. But for those that are wanting to understand, that want to sell to the global market, that want to understand what it is to speak a certain brand language and be able to identify with a category of people, a niche in their business. So we take them hands-on, in-class training, paid services that they can use to grow and build scalable and sustainable businesses.
Yeah, Very good. Thank you very much, Mrs. Achu. That is confirming me that, let's say, SMEs are very resilient in this sense that they react fastly to the needs of the market, fastly to the conditions, to the new situations of maybe a pandemic or a crisis on the market, and they even invest on their own training, especially also in fields like fashion apparel that are your, let's say, clients to which you are referring. So let's go now to Dakar, to Mr. Stefan Kunz, the program manager of the GIZ Special Initiative on Training and Job Creation, a program financed by the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation called Invest for Jobs. In your activity, Mr. Kunz, professional training is of course central. You are here supporting maybe investments from abroad in Africa. Which gap, for instance, in Senegal are your projects closing? Which challenges do you face?
Thanks for the invitation, sharing our micro perspective in Caro Saluti di Dakar. Bonjour à tous. I think it's very much necessary to underline that there is no remedy for the program or for the problem we are actually discussing. I mean, we even have to distinguish what kind of structure we have with regard to enterprises. We talk about small enterprises and medium-sized enterprises. Considering the situation here in Senegal, we have to see that we have 200,000 young people joining the labor market every year. Unfortunately, we are not yet in the situation to absorb all these people. Meaning to say, the government of Senegal is very much demand-driven to create a system which can really train people in a sustainable way. So the question is, being a product of the German dual system, I'm a carpenter in my first life, so I can access a little bit also the technical issue. It's very much important to understand that we have to see in which area we are going to provide which program. So I'm not really somebody who wants to support the dual system or the Australian vocational training system. I think if we want to close the gap for enterprises, particularly for medium-sized enterprises, which have a different leverage on the labor market, it's very much important to see what are their needs. Technology is running fast. If we see the curriculum which are actually already on the market or which are being developed for the new market, we see that there is a difference because technology is mostly much faster than what we do on the academic part. That means we really have to integrate more closely, particularly here in Senegal, the enterprises being a part, an active part of developing a system which we can call really vocational training system. That's actually what we do. So particularly in collaboration with CNP, which is an association here in Senegal, which I've already introduced, I guess, today, and also the German Association for Medium-Sized Enterprises, we have started to run, as Gia said, various programs in different sectors, always following the same approach, asking the entrepreneurs, what is your need? Going directly to the enterprise, seeing the causality between existing technology, what kind of technology is needed in order to improve the quality. And this we are doing not only with German companies, as you might assume, we are doing it with European companies, but particularly always in a kind of joint venture process with Senegal companies. So we have various sectors we are working in.
May I ask you? May I ask you this? This program, is it open only to German companies or to all European companies?
Already answered, because I said European companies. So we are waiting for the France and Italy to join because, I mean, we are a member of European Union, if I'm not mistaken, and that is the reason why we are working already with Austrian companies. We have first Italian companies from the textile sector and so on. Great. So even Spanish companies are joining our program. So it's not isolated only to German
Wonderful.
companies.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now let's go to the other side of the continent, to Eastern Africa, to Kenya, to Mrs. Linda Onyango from the SME Support Center, Kenya. You state that your support center has given transaction advisory for more than $2 million in the last 3 years and assisted over 1,000 SMEs in many fields, of course also in training and human resources advisory. What approach is better for Kenyan SMEs? School or university trained staff, or work-based learning with apprenticeship, continuous training on the job, and so on? What would you say?
I think for SMEs, what you find is that a lot of SMEs already have some sort of educational experience. And what's happening right now is that the demographics of the SME is actually really changing. So you find a lot of the SMEs, we look at the profiles of the SMEs who really come for the support or the capacity building. The profiles are young, but people who've gone to universities, degrees, masters, and etc. So what you find is that they're venturing out to entrepreneurship because perhaps there's no more formal employment. So what is very much needed is the professional training, the work-based one. And at the center, we truly, based on our vision, which is just to scale them up, quality business and investment advisory. That is really what we do. And we see how this has actually enabled these SMEs to be competitive and resilient. So I'll give an example. So when COVID hit, that was in around March, yes, COVID hit in March. So we partnered with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And in this initiative funded by the MasterCard Foundation, we've been so far able to have 35 training sessions covering marketing, sales, productivity, leadership. I heard someone talk about the soft skills, which are extremely important. That's true. Business planning and the rest, business continuity, all this we have been able to provide, and we've been able to see how during this time, this capacity building has been very key in terms of actually really making the SMEs resilient. Now, when it comes to the other aspect of training, because it's not just training, there's training, there's also what we call mentorship, and there's also what we call coaching, right? And mentorship, where we bring business leaders who are actually experienced or who've gone ahead of time, business gurus, also plays an important part. I mean, bringing people who have gone ahead of the SMEs who are trying to grow plays an important part in terms of helping them chart where they really want to be in the next 5 to 10 years. So that becomes very, very key as well. So I had someone also speak about the peer-to-peer mentorship. So peer-to-peer mentorship becomes very, very key because they learn from their peers, you learn the challenges you're facing. If it's accounting, how are you navigating it, which systems are you using, and so forth. So I think we have to break down training and not just classify it as training. There's the mentorship, there's coaching. We have an access to finance coaching program. And in this coaching, we impact skills and also ensure the deliverables are done. So there's the financial projections, business plans, pitch decks, and etc. When it comes to investment facilitation, that becomes very key. Obviously, the investment activity for non-tech businesses in the continent from private sector lenders is still minimal, is still low. You can't compare it with the VC activity. The VC activity this year has actually been about 2 times what it was last year, but we are seeing a lot more effort needed on the private sector side, private lending side for non-traditional, for traditional SME, medium growth SMEs. And a lot of what we do at the center, we have deal rooms. We have deal rooms where we facilitate investments, those that we have prepared or those SMEs that have gone through our programs. We have deal rooms where we bring private investors and we look at transactions. Typically, any transaction that goes through our deal room must have revenue size not less than $50,000. So there's a lot of activity we are doing around capital raising support. We work with a lot of private lenders and we pretty much interest the SMEs in our portfolio. And we work with private sector associations, like I mentioned, KEPSA, which is the largest private sector association in East Africa, in my opinion. So there's a lot of activity, there's a lot of work, but I think I must say there's a lot of free training. And so we, from institutions or donors and etc., but where I have seen training really works, the SMEs must be vested, right? So I think as we design more programs, we need to get the SMEs very much vested. They need to put in some little investment, whether it's a co-investment in terms of money. They become more engaged and etc. So we've done that with the GIZ. We have a robust acceleration program. And in that program, they have to invest. They have to make some co-investment in order to benefit. So I think in terms of structure and where we are going forward, is a lot more personalized consulting. We've done a lot of trainings, COVID period. Donors have sponsored a lot of trainings. I think that has already been done. I mean, the plenary trainings and etc. I think customized business advisory, where then you actually, maybe for some of them, support them to actually do the business plans and all, and look at their productivity and etc. We need to structure them in a way that the SMEs actually put in something.
Very good.
But yeah.
Mrs. Onyango, that is, it seems like a list of good practices that we could also transfer to our business organizations here in Europe. I would say, because in truth, what you are spelling out, what you are listing is a series of activities which are extremely important to raise competitiveness of our companies. You mentioned peer learning, you mentioned coaching. I would also like to ask Professor Sadoun, Mrs. Onyango was talking about skilling up is also scaling up in a certain way, and that in the era of digitalization is getting more and more crucial and necessary to be done fastly. But which strategies could adopt SMEs to focus on the right professional training in order to improve their performance?
I think this is an excellent question, and to some extent the prior speakers identified that it's really important to start from the company's needs. I don't believe in a cookie cutter approach where you just expose, there is value in generic training for sure, to some extent, but I think at the end of the day, if you want to have that commitment, if you want to have people to really be involved, you need to have something that matches the needs of the entrepreneur at that point in time. So I would say, going back to what David Mackenzie said, there are two ways here. Once you identify the need, a very immediate step that you might think about is also to just open up your mind to the fact that some of the skills that you need might be already available in the market. To me, already recognizing what you need and the fact that you might plug this expertise back into your company very quickly, that is a starting point. You go from using an external skill, but by doing that, you might also learn. And so I would say, first of all, my sense is that you need to have some sort of ability to evaluate objectively where you are, what you need, and potentially go to the market to get those skills. And then we can think about the longer term process of specific type of training. I would insist on one part, which I think Linda just mentioned. It's really, really important here that the SMEs have skin in the game. This is not something that you can do in a perfunctory way, I'm just signing up, checking the box. That's why I believe in programs that require a certain amount of commitment, if not a financial commitment, but it has a commitment in terms of time and attention, because that's the point in which the mindset starts to shift. So I would start from this: information, ability to evaluate opportunities that might exist in the market, but even more important, programs that require strong commitment from the organizations.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. Mr. David Mackenzie, in this sense, we want to set up a little bit a center of excellence for work-based learning in Europe. That is the plan of our Confederation, European Entrepreneurs, and we want to do that together with our members and partners, Confapi, BMW, and others. What would you advise us to look at? Because you said you have to experiment, you have to check out what works. Exactly, that is also my approach. I don't think there is only one size fits all. But anyway, let's say, what are the points we should mainly look at? What are the cornerstones that you would advise us to take into account in our plans for a work-based learning excellence center?
Thanks. So I think, one of the key elements as a starting point is just trying to be able to measure what excellence looks like and being able to benchmark it. And so often, a lot of donors, a lot of organizations, including my own, have this pressure to sort of say, look, we've helped this many firms. These are the numbers that we've trained. But, going beyond that, just to sort of think about, what are those skills that we really want to be teaching? Are we getting to those levels? And then we can, test different programs and measure their impacts on improving those things. And so, Raffaella and her colleagues have developed at the organization level a lot of sort of basic measures of management practices that you can use to benchmark across, with firms across the world. I think, we have that for smaller firms. We don't have that systematized as much for workplace training of workers. And I think sort of, for different industries, this is something where, that becomes useful both for the worker side. It's much more interesting for me to take part in training if I know that what I get is something that I can also use in other firms. And it becomes useful from your organizational side of, okay, I know, we're getting firms up to this level, to this category. And so I think measurement is sort of a first key there. Yep. And then I think, we had this comment about sort of the importance of getting the SMEs involved in we've seen this with vocational training, that demand-based training where it's really, meeting the needs of the organization rather than this top-down approach of, we sit here and we think we know what are the kind of key things is important. So let me stop there because I know we want to hear from lots of people.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. McKenzie. I would maybe, you were talking about to think about what excellence means. I think today excellence regards also the environmental performance and the social responsibility of the companies. Indeed, for this we were not only talking about peer learning before, but most probably also more and more about, we are talking also more and more about online training and self-regulated training. In this sense, here's a very interesting pilot project, or let's say maybe not only pilot project, really a large project intended by ENI and Mr. Constantino Chessa, the head of procurement. Would you like to illustrate to us a little bit your platform proposal for training in the field of environmental performance, ecological footprint, and social responsibility?
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's great to be with you today. So it's an opportunity to talk from a different perspective about a topic that is key for an energy company like Eni with an historical presence in Africa. So Africa is part of our roots and is the continent where we took first steps outside Italy in 1954, and today we operate in 14 African countries, and we have a supplier base that is composed by more than 1,600 African companies. For all this reason, we are very sensitive to the issue of competitiveness and resilience of SMEs, because in fact, they are the backbone of our supply chain. As you know, any space is leading a just energy transition, promoting an efficient and sustainable access to energy for all. And for this reason, we decided to involve also our supply chain in this challenge, asking them to support us improving their ESG performance, because we think that this aspect is and will be more and more a competitiveness level also for African SMEs. And we expect they will play their role in this energy industry transformation, and also as an opportunity to grow their competencies. We launched a program to involve our supplier base that is called JUST. That means Join Us in a Sustainable Transition. And within this program, in March 2021, we launched a digital platform called Openness. That is a platform open to all suppliers, not only to any suppliers, and designed together with our SMEs. Is a concrete tool to support all the companies in the development of the different aspects of sustainability, social, environmental, governance, economic sustainability, and it's a free platform able to support every company to measure their own sustainability performance, compare their performance with industry benchmark in order to acquire awareness on their own strengths and areas of weaknesses, and also to bridge the gaps thanks to the services available on the platform itself. Today, we have 2,800 companies from 53 different countries that join the openness community. And looking at the aggregate data collected in the platform, we can also understand which improvements are needed in the different areas of sustainability, people, planet, prosperity, governance. And it emerged that training represents, especially for SMEs, an important point of attention. And in particular, companies are showing important training needs about UN Sustainable Development Goals implementation and user strategy, circular economy models, energy efficiency, carbon footprint measurement and tools, or product life cycle assessment. And I think these are important areas where we need to concentrate also the training of our people, because we can allow them to grow in capabilities, in skills, and to support the company to be more and more competitive. So in particular, we think that leveraging on these synergies between technology, sustainability, and also training, SMEs can take this transformation as an opportunity to increase their resiliency and competitiveness.
Thank you very much. So that means thanks to the benchmark, to the self-performance check, and then also these proposals and offers that your platform makes available in terms of training for companies. They might improve their environmental performance, they might improve their social responsibility, they might improve their ecological footprint, and they might also, in this sense, become more interesting for global supply chains. And I think that is a great chance for the SMEs, and thank you to Eni to making available this platform. Eni is our sponsor also today, of course, but I think that is really a valuable example to show how big and small companies can work together. I would like to now come back to my colleague Linda Onyango. I would like to ask you one single, very short question. What would you say is the most needed aspect of professional training, soft skills or hard skills?
Definitely soft skills is now much more needed than, if I was to choose between the two, I think soft skills is now much more needed than ever. The quality of entrepreneur has a direct correlation with the results that they actually end up achieving. I have seen it even with, when it comes to investments, when you invest in a quality entrepreneur, and by definition for me, that is really someone with the ability to move the goals or the implementation plan from point A to point B in the next 5 years or 3 years. So I think I have seen it's better, I get more results, and it's better to work, the quality of entrepreneur actually achieves a lot more and becomes a key decision-making point, whether it becomes for investments and even results and the impact that you end up achieving. Definitely more soft skills on leadership, definitely more soft skills on resilience, definitely more soft skills on yes, resilience. I'm an entrepreneur and I know how that is very important. So definitely soft skills are what get you going.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
In many words, definitely. Yeah, in many words, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Onyango. Mrs. Ebere-Achu from Nigeria, you are managing a creative innovation hub, but how can you train creativity? I mean, how can you support that? Isn't that more a kind of casual thing? do you need genius, or is there a way to, let's say, support it?
Yeah, supporting creativity. You can train people to bring more of their creativity to work. You know, the way they think, the way they apply their knowledge, the way they design. You can support them with training and with guidance. But creativity goes beyond just the moment you talk, or the way you think and apply your knowledge has to do with creativity. So in fashion designing and in creative business, we have to go the process of design thinking. You need to train the designer to understand that there's a pattern and ways that you have to do your design. So you have to do design thinking to think about the customer, the end buyer, the person that is wearing these clothes, the person that is spending the money. How is the person, these are the process that creativity helps, their creativity have to come on board in designing a product. So it's a guidance for us. Nigerians and in Nigeria, we have a lot of creativity because we are a very creative nation. We have fine things. So it's ability to channel their energy, bring those creativity to the right path. That is what we do in the hub. And we do this by using different maybe peer-to-peer learning, collaborative learning, guidance, mentorship, training, and hands-on hand-holding processes and all that. This is how we train creativity in the hub. And apart from, I wouldn't say, would I say that, so another thing that happens with creativity is that it's a light bulb. It comes once, it comes and you want to guide that person to say, okay, this thing that you've thought about, this is how you bring it to life. So that is how creativity works in the hub. And I mean, that's how we work in the hub.
Yeah, great. Mrs. Eberaccio, I think I've understood more or less what you mean in the sense that I like to cook, and we say the proof of the concept is the eating of the cake. And so most probably in your case, it is the proof of the creativity is the production of the skirt. So you have to do it, you have to test, and you have to experiment, as we said before. Last question, but not least, absolutely. Dr. Stefan Kunz from GIZ, what, in your experience, would you advise European companies that want to invest in Africa to do in order to find qualified staff in Africa, or maybe how could you, GIZ, help them concretely?
First of all, it's very much necessary that we talked about soft skills. It's also necessary that we, from the European part, can develop certain soft skills in order to match the cultural relations here. I mean, it's all about social relation, and I think we also have to consider that we always try to set up ecosystems. And that's, to me, a little bit the cell and the soup, that we can really relate between European companies with Senegalese companies in order to find the right skilled persons. Because alone, even if you're very courageous, it's always an adventure to work in Africa, definitely. And you need a certain kind of patience, but it's very much necessary to relate to the local markets. I mean, that is what we do. And in that context, for instance, we have developed 13 different industrial sectors from different kinds of sectors. I mean, primary economy up to IT, so it's a wide range. And we see step by step, also with the people who are sitting here, that it's quite impossible to relate to each other and to set up a pool of experts. But as I said, it's very much necessary to be initiative, and that is a part of the German government in order to support this kind of training aspect from two ends. First of all, start development of let's say, company-based training activities and match them also in the long and midterm with government activities. Because we have to consider that particularly in Senegal, we have a young private sector. It's just 20 years old, and we cannot expect that something we have done in Italy or in Europe for the last 80, 100 years, that we can achieve that with a short period of time. It might be possible. We see it certain jumps are possible in the digital sector. So we have like the BPO sector, but we have also coding and programmers here. But what is necessary that we always distinct which sector we are talking about. And then in this part now, I mean, coming up with oil and gas, and what we see actually that there are a lot of foreign workers, foreign experts. Also, this is a sector which promises a lot of success and business and growth. And then that is the context where we have to train people from the very first beginning on. So, I mean, it's, again, there is no remedy, and it's always nice to have all these political concepts, but we always have to look into the micro level and to see what kind of needs the sector has and what kind of competence and technology we have to bring in.
Thank you very much, Professor Kunz. I thank all my panelists very much for the intervention. I would say, as a conclusion, to wrap it up, SMEs, company owners, small, medium-sized entrepreneurs are a part of the creative class, and entrepreneurship itself, but also the training to become an expert in something, but later on maybe also an entrepreneur, is crucial, combined with financial opportunities, which we will talk about later. It can help to grow and to scale up, but it brings really innovations, and these innovations then should also be protected. And here we are talking about intellectual property, and that is the subject of our next session, which is the session which will be managed by our colleagues of the European Union Intellectual Property Office. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefan Moritz, for discussing the work-based professional training that makes competitive and resilient SMEs. Now the floor is to Esther Avoni, CNBC Africa, who will be talking about the official launch of the Africa SME Intellectual Property helpdesk, organized by the EU Intellectual Property Office and the Directorate General for International Partnership with the European Commission. So please, Esther, the floor is yours, and you'll be introducing all the moderators.
Thank you so much, Valentina. So we don't have too much time. I'm just going to go into it and quickly call onto the stage our speakers for this launch. Can I please quickly have on stage Ms. Sandra Kramer, Director for Africa, Directorate General for International Partnerships at the European Commission. If we could just quickly have you on the stage. Also joining us, Mr. Andrea Di Carlo, Deputy Executive Director of the European Union Intellectual Property Office, EUIPO, from Italy. Please take a seat quickly. Oh, okay, you can take my seat, it's fine. Mr. Sandris Laganovsky, Director, International Cooperation, EUIPO. Please join us, thank you. Can we also have Mr. Alberto Boldrin, CEO of the Boldrin Group, Italy? You can have a seat. It's okay, I'll stand here. Oh? No, you can have a seat. Also joining us today is Mr. Eric Burkle, co-founder and head of international development of Hydrel France. He joins us remotely. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Kamil Kiliansky, acting director for investment and chief economist of the Directorate General for Single Market Industry, Entrepreneurship, and SMEs, joining us remotely from Poland. So we'll just quickly go into it. Ms. Kramer, if you just help us start the session with your opening remarks, just to set a context for this launch. Over to you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here online and here in the room. I know it's the end of the day, and I know you've been discussing and you've been listening, and you know it's all been very interesting. But now we're getting down to real things. We are launching a help desk, a very important help desk for SMEs, for intellectual property rights, for them to phone, to write, to be in touch with if they have issues, questions, problems with intellectual property rights. And I'm very happy to be part of this today. This is something that exists elsewhere in the world. The European Union, and I'm not alone here, I'm here together with the Friends of the European Union Intellectual Property Office. We support this in China, in South Asia, in Latin America. There was nothing in Africa. And the demand comes from European businesses. It is the European businesses that have asked us, please, to set this up. And we know it's huge. We know there's a huge amount of countries, so it's challenging. But there's also enormous opportunities, and that's what you've been discussing today. The opportunities that are there, because there will be recovery, there will be economic growth, there will be innovation, and that needs to be also looked at in the light of intellectual properties. So I think it's very important what we're doing here today, and I really want to thank again very much the Friends of the Intellectual Property Office, of our office in Alicante. Of course, all my colleagues who have worked on this. I think it's extremely important that we all know about this and that we talk about it. Because one of the things that companies do is they run a business. They don't have time to find out that there is an intellectual property help desk somewhere. So I'm counting a little bit on all of you here in the room and online today to help us to talk about this and to know about this. You can find online, and there will be more information that my colleagues will give in a minute, but please help us through your organizations, and I know you're representing huge amounts of SMEs, that you make this project known, because it's only then that we can make sure that it makes sense, that it delivers, and that it is, tailor-made to the demands of the SMEs. So with that, thank you very much to our moderator, and I'm really happy to be part of this launch today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. Mr. DiCarlo?
Well, thank you, Ms. Kramer, and well, I'm also delighted to be here today at the EU-Africa SME Summit for the launch of this IP SME help desk in Africa. And of course, on a personal note, it's very nice to be back home. I would like to warmly thank the organizers of the summit for bringing such a distinguished group together, whether here in Rome, in Dakar, or online, and offering an impressive gathering, an impressive agenda and topics for discussions. So the EUIPO is proud to be seen as one of the world's most innovative intellectual property offices. We were created in 1994 as a decentralized EU agencies, and now we are basically managing EU trademarks and the registered community designs. Fast forward to 2021, and we have received more than 2 million EU trademarks registration, and since very recently, 1.5 million designs. We want to work to modernizing the intellectual property landscape so that the world economy can be based on a more accessible and interconnected IP system. And to get there, we have developed a strategic plan based on 3 main strategic drivers. The first seeks to create an interconnected, efficient, and reliable IP system, while the second is dedicated to our customers based on advanced customer-centric approach. And finally, the third driver strives to create a dynamic organizational skill set and innovative workplace of choice. So the launch of this help desk today stems from both strategic driver 1, for its potential to connect IP system and networks between the EU and Africa, and strategic driver 2, because at the end of the day, the help desk is there to support our aim of focusing on excellent customer services by raising awareness on the important value of IP to our customers, to our potential customers, and in particular to SMEs. The help desk falls under the Pan-African Intellectual Property Cooperation Project, AFRIPI, that is supported by the Commission and co-funded and implemented by the EUIPO for a total of 5 years. The main features of the help desk, which will be presented in a minute by my colleague Sandri Laganowski, builds upon the success of similar EU-led initiatives, as Ms. Kramer was saying, that are operating in other parts of the world. And the Africa IP SME help desk is, however, the first one that is 100% EUIPO driven. And the current context, I would say, is ideal, because Africa-EU business relations, and in particular SMEs, have reached a very wide relevance with the African Union Agenda 2063 and its flagship project, so the new African Continental Free Trade Area. In 2020, the EU was Africa's largest trade partner, accounting for 28% of Africa's total export and imports. And this coincided with the close to 70% of goods exported from the EU to Africa being manufactured goods. Meanwhile, most African countries today enjoy duty-free and quota-free access to the EU market. And the IP SME Help Desk is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to facilitate the direct investment of EU SMEs in African countries. Even more so now that IP has become a cornerstone of AFTA and the Africa-EU trade relations, which is great news, by the way. Supporting smaller businesses and companies that are so important drivers for the growth is very important for us, and is one of the priorities of the EU industrial strategy. In the EU, small businesses represent 99% of the all EU businesses, but yet less than 9% of SMEs own intellectual property rights. Even if we know that SMEs owing IP rights have 68% more revenue per employee compared to those who don't. So to help SME companies, EU companies, face the devastating economic effects of COVID-19, at EUIPO we launched the SME Fund, a 20 million grant scheme with the valuable support of the European Commission and the national IP offices. To date, 12,000 SMEs have already benefited from the fund, a number that is considerably higher than our initial target. And we are now developing with the Commission and with the IP offices of the Member States a new multi-annual SME fund that will offer broader, more ambitious choices of services by covering, for instance, a wider selection of costs that the SMEs face to protect their IP rights within the EU and abroad. As the Africa saying goes, knowledge is like a garden. If you don't cultivate it, you cannot harvest it. And ladies and gentlemen, today, I believe that marks a milestone in promoting intellectual property rights, both in Africa and among EU businesses. The new IP SME Help Desk will encourage Africa-EU trade by promoting intellectual property and will be valuable not only to the EU SMEs, but also to the African companies and to the lawyers and practitioners in IP matters. Together with other projects and initiatives implemented under the F3P program, it will enhance African IPR policy making and IP harmonization by improving networks, tools, and capacity building. With the continued support and cooperation from all over the partners, and here I would like to thank in particular the European Commission, the EUIPO is thrilled to embark in this new adventure. We are committed to supporting creativity and innovation within the African Continental Free Trade Area based on our own experience, but even more importantly, in line with the Africa Union's Agenda 2063. I now invite you to watch a very short video before giving the floor to my colleague, Sandris Laganowskis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Di Carlo. Can I please have Mr. Sandris Laganowski just to help us unpack this further, give us further detail, exactly what we're dealing with here. Thank you.
Trade between the EU and Africa is flourishing. Europe is Africa's largest trading partner globally, amounting to 28% of Africa's total exports and imports. Duty-free and quota-free access to the EU market has helped African businesses. So has the new African Continental Free Trade Area. Intellectual property can take this growth to the next level, and SMEs on both continents stand to be big winners. The Africa IP SME Help Desk is a new service providing first-line IP assistance, dedicated to European SMEs accessing African markets, helping them to protect and enforce their IP rights so they can improve their global competitiveness. What will this service comprise? The Help Desk will raise awareness on IP matters in Africa, including detailed information on national IP landscapes, training courses, online resources, and up-to-date IP news, all free of charge to EU SMEs. But it will also provide personalised and confidential advice. Our IP experts are on hand to answer your IP questions. Contact our helpline by email or telephone. For more information, visit our website.
Okay then, Mr. Naganowski, over to you.
Thank you, Esther, for giving me the floor, and it's a great honor for me to be a part of EU African SME Summit. And there wouldn't be better place and venue to launch Africa IP SME Help Desk. And allow me briefly to give you a short context and more insight into the Help Desk and how it will operate. And apologize for being a bit old-fashioned. I have a couple of slides for you as well. So if we start with Africa IP SME Help Desk, then it's implemented by the European Union Intellectual Property Organization, and it is as an activity of FRIPI project. And very briefly, FRIPI is an international cooperation project which is funded and directed by the European Union, and is co-funded and implemented by the European Union Intellectual Property Organization. And it has a duration of 5 years, and it commenced its activities last year, February. And the overall objective of a FRIPI project is to promote and facilitate intra-African trade, and of course, attract investment from Africa and EU. And there are a number of, let's say, key achievables, and just to mention some of them: promote international agreements in the area of intellectual property rights and contribute to reinforce cooperation between the European Union and Africa. Contribute to strengthening of the national, regional IP institutions, of course as well networks, tools, in order to make the IP system more user-friendly and as well accessible. Strengthens the awareness for the small and medium-sized enterprises in African society. And finally, contribute as well to one important aim of African Union continental strategy, which is in relation to geographical indications. And within that context as well, Africa IP SME Help Desk will be operated, and it will provide free of charge expert advice on IP protection and enforcement to the European companies in Africa. But of course, as well, African SMEs will benefit from the help desk. It will be available, and of course, it will look for many synergies as well in overall context of a FRIPI project. And I just wanted to share with you that, of course, Africa is a natural place where such help desk was needed. Already in 2017, when the evaluation was done of similar help desks, it was clearly pointed out that European SMEs would benefit from such a help desk in Africa. And thus, I would be very keen to learn as well from our colleagues from SMEs what they expect from us later on in the panel. And of course, as well, as already mentioned by Mr. De Carlo, Africa is a natural place because it's, according to International Monetary Fund results, one of the brightest economical futures. Already now, 6 of 12 countries with the fastest growing economy are located in Africa. And of course, the EU is a main trade partner. Giving you a bit of a context, what is it? What is this IP help desk. And to say that it's of course free of charge and which allows as well for European businesses to create, protect and manage IP rights in Africa. Of course as well to provide key information on different IP related matters and questions, and of course as well in order to attract investment and facilitate the trade. It will be fully operational in all 55 African states, and it will be accessible for all EU SMEs. But not only, many others will be able to benefit as well. For example, business intermediaries, policymakers, and of course, African business itself. So, how it will be done? Just to give you shortly is that, of course, it will be provided individualized IP response to the queries from SMEs. Such queries can come via the forms in the website, either through email or telephone, and of course as well during the on-site events. And all these queries will be treated confidentially, so confidentiality will be fully ensured, and there will be always provided tailor-made service, tailor-made advice on IP matters. And it will be done by the experience and long-standing experts in business engagement in Africa, and it will be done within maximum 3 working days. As well, help desk will be able to receive the questions in any of EU official languages, but of course mainly it will be operating in English and French. As well, help desk will fully ensure the confidentiality and will take into account all necessary EU data protection rules. There are already available 55 frequently asked questions, so maybe you don't need even to write or to call the help desk, but maybe the answers already lies there. Of course, important aspect of the work of the help desk is training and events. It will be a very instrumental part of its work to be where the SMEs are, and as well to provide the training, be it virtually, or through webinars, be it on-site events, or be it as well on demand. And as well, there is, of course, a full program how we will implement and how we'll inform about the help desk. Just to mention, maybe the next event will be already in November, which will be for the patent professionals in the framework of YIPR patents event on 16th of November. Then, of course, IP SME Help Desk will have a number of IP resources available online. Just to mention some of them, country fact sheets, case studies, leaflets, and IP glossary. Now a bit more on each of it. So country fishes will be available for all African states and as well to regional organizations. And there you are able to find a really practical information on our IP landscape, where you can apply, how much does it cost, where can I find extra information, so that's already available there. There is a leaflet as well about the help desk and what it does in 3 languages, English, French and Italian, and that you can access as well easily. And of course, we have as well our help desk information stand here, nearby the coffee area. And I really encourage you to use this opportunity to visit us and to get more to know from my colleague, Aida. And of course, if you want to be acquainted and to know the best where to find the information about the IP in Africa, please follow us on our social media, be it LinkedIn, Twitter, or Facebook, or of course, write, call, or approach us in any other manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sanders. That was very comprehensive. Mr. Baldwin, I'd like to bring you in here to share some perspective from business/private sector. Talk to us about the SME IP help desk, why it's significant.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie innanzitutto a Confapi per l'opportunità. Io sono PMI, quindi non posso altro che rappresentare a livello europeo tutte quelle realtà che spero stiano guardando questo meeting e stiano ascoltando anche questo intervento. Che dire, è diventato fondamentale in questo momento valutare l'associarsi e confederarsi soprattutto in organizzazioni che ti possano aiutare, perché fino a un anno e mezzo fa io rappresento un'azienda nel mondo tecnologico, nell'ambito energetico, nel parallelo dell'ENI, dove per 60 anni ci siamo praticamente autogestiti, un'azienda familiare composta da 30 collaboratori, e quotidianamente siamo sempre stati abituati. Io fino all'altro giorno non pensavo di essere qua a rappresentare le piccole e medie imprese europee, però ringrazio appunto per l'opportunità che mi è arrivata questa telefonata dicendo vuoi venire a rappresentare le piccole imprese e dire la tua di esperienza. Ecco, poco da dire perché non voglio rubare tempo ai colleghi, però è anche vero che oggi, appunto stavo raccontando la mia esperienza, dopo quasi 60 anni di attività, faccio parte della seconda generazione all'interno del nostro gruppo, mi sono accorto che da soli non ce la potevamo fare. Quindi ho preso coscienza di quello che nel mondo delle associazioni a livello territoriale mi potevano dare quel giusto supporto e sono venuto a conoscenza di Confapi, alla quale noi partecipiamo attivamente da un anno e mezzo a questa parte e che ho trovato molto utile per portarmi nel seguire un percorso soprattutto di sviluppo e di incremento tecnologico e anche di finanziamento per quanto riguarda gli investimenti soprattutto di digitalizzazione e internazionalizzazione dell'azienda. Mi rivolgo a tutti coloro che come PMI in questo momento hanno necessità di portare al di fuori del proprio essere il proprio business. Perché? Perché è importantissimo un ufficio come quello di EUIPO, perché in questo momento è in grado di supportare tutte quelle cose che noi a livello di incognita ci chiediamo cosa ci possa essere oltre alla propria azienda. È fondamentale avere un giusto supporto e soprattutto ritengo che sia giusto anche uscire dal proprio guscio e incominciare a guardarsi attorno, perché oggi il tema di far squadra a livello internazionale, anche locale, è diventato importantissimo. Importantissimo perché dà quel giusto valore alla tua azienda per poter emergere, per poter portare il proprio know-how all'estero. Per tanti anni noi abbiamo operato come azienda in oltre 40 nazioni nel mondo. Non nascondo, stiamo vedendo colossi finanziari quali quello cinese e quello indiano, dove operiamo e dove stiamo guardando con molta attenzione nell'ambito delle implementazioni tecnologiche, quello che a sua volta queste realtà fanno nell'ambito del nostro settore. E purtroppo stiamo vedendo la necessità di creare un dorso duro, un qualcosa che possa dare delle garanzie lavorative anche in queste nazioni qui, perché purtroppo, devo dire, il cannibalismo è dietro all'angolo e di conseguenza oggi il proprio know-how, le proprie conoscenze tecnologiche, la propria storia va tutelata. E questo è un momento molto importante, soprattutto per le opportunità, voglio dire anche grazie alla pandemia, tra virgolette, perché è stato un momento di riflessione per le aziende in questo momento, un momento molto difficile, che abbiamo lottato tutti per venirne fuori e ancora stiamo lottando, però penso che sia il momento giusto anche per aprire i propri confini. E EUIPO è il giusto supporto che può dare nell'ambito anche del mercato africano, dove noi già operiamo da qualche anno, per poter scoprire queste nuove realtà, per poter fare del nuovo business con della tutela che può soprattutto dare delle garanzie a noi piccole imprese. Ritengo non dire altro perché penso che avremo molto da fare nei prossimi mesi, di conseguenza buon lavoro a tutti quanti. Okay, grazie.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Can I quickly bring in Mr. Eric Burkle? Mr. Burkle has some experience in registration of intellectual property rights with the EU Intellectual Property Office, EUIPO, perhaps. Would love to also hear your perspective. You have the floor, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you for having me. I am co-founder at Hydreo, and we do smart demand management solutions for water and energy conservation. We are in the process of participating in a another EU program, which is for India. And we had to use the services of the IP. It was very, very useful for us because often you know, and you think you know, but you don't really. And they were very helpful in addressing the questions that we had about expanding into India in terms of how to protect our IP and also the brand management.
Okay, would you also be willing to expand your business into Africa now that, of course, there's this service to make your life a lot easier?
Well, we're thinking out of it because our mission statement is to help make the world's water smarter for everyone. We take that seriously. At this point in time, we're not really quite sure how to address emerging markets. And of course, in Africa, there are a number of technical difficulties aside from IP questions. So we're definitely looking at it. Obviously, for instance, a port of entry could well be South Africa because it does have quite good infrastructure. So yes, we would definitely, without hesitation, use the SME IP desk.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Berkel, for joining us today. We have less than 3 minutes left. I'll just bring in Mr. Kamil Kiliansky to just, of course, share your own perspective and some closing remarks for us.
Thanks so much, and thanks for the invitation. We just very briefly want to share the joy in launching the help desk. My colleagues from EUIPO had said everything which needed to be said about the functionalities and about the kind of forward-looking benefits of it. I just take a very quick hindsight and maybe explaining a bit how all this came to be in terms of help desks. We essentially launched the help desk in 2015, back 5 years ago, back in our department in the commission. And this was, of course, motivated by all we know, which is the strong correlation between the use of IP rights by SMEs and the productivity and the success in the market and the chances of growing into startups and very innovative companies. But at the same time, of course, there was the constraint on resources and awareness. And of course, IP rights are territorial, which makes it a multiplicity of problems in conquering new markets. And of course, leads to infringement when those IP rights are not really used. If you fast forward 5 years down the road, we of course have very successful for help desks in China, Southeast Asia, Latin America, and India, and we heard testimonies to the success of those. And of course, we have also help desks in the EU territory, and they have all the amazing features that Sandris and colleagues spoke to. So I think I just want to conclude saying that we really rejoice the 5th international help desks. We actually think Africa will be essentially a crown jewel in the portfolio of the international help desks. We wish you all the best, and we stand ready to help with our best practices and experience we have so far. So all the best to you. Thanks so much. Good luck.
Thank you so much. We're going to wrap that up here. Thank you so much, Camille, for talking to us today. Of course, this SME IP help desk, I think it's going to be transformative for businesses, and I understand African businesses also have access to it. So, all part of the partnership and collaboration and ensuring that SME, especially EU SMEs, when they come into Africa and issues relating to issues of intellectual property rights, they can have some peace of mind, some comfort knowing that there is help and someone to help put them through. A round of applause for our speakers, and we're wrapping that up at this point. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much again for keep on following the discussion we've had so far. Now we'll have a short video, and then we will go on with our next session.
Small and medium enterprises, SMEs, are the backbone of European economy. They're not just an economic model, but a social one too. With a rapidly changing economy, new business opportunities need to be grasped. Collaboration between Africa and Europe is more important today than ever before, developing direct contacts in order to build trust. Together, we can create better conditions for business opportunities, with common goals to boost economic and social cooperation. To do this, we need ideas to foster investment policies between Europe and Africa. We want to nurture hope for a new success, stimulating private investments towards a sustainable economy. Shared values based on a new culture of respect for the environment and for human beings. We must look at the future, educating next generations. And we are working to build a new entrepreneurial spirit with new jobs, inclusive growth, and social stability. All this will be possible only investing on entrepreneurship, vocational training, and investments. Our goal is to bring together European and African entrepreneurs, encouraging them to cooperate and co-invest, and supporting them to create alliances and joint ventures. A sustainable future means acting together. EU-African SME Summit 2021.
La prossima sessione, la quinta sessione di questa intensa giornata di lavori, è dedicata ai nuovi possibili mezzi finanziari per una crescita delle piccole e medie imprese da un punto di vista molto sostenibile. L'aggettivo sostenibile l'abbiamo sentito in più occasioni nella giornata di oggi, avremo modo ovviamente di approfondirla anche nella prossima sessione. Chiedo quindi al Presidente di Confapi, Maurizio Casasco, di salire sul palco per introdurre l'opening speech di questa sessione.
Ma l'applauso va al prossimo speaker. È con piacere, è un onore presentarlo, che è il dottor Stefano Barrese, responsabile dei territori di Intesa San Paolo. L'occasione è perché è il main sponsor, unitamente a Turkish Airlines, di questa manifestazione, e grazie soprattutto a lui e a Intesa San Paolo, oltre a tutti gli altri sponsor che poi voglio citare, è stato possibile realizzare questo straordinario momento in cui, ricordo, sono collegate oltre 10.000 persone e di 73 paesi. E oltre a una tecnologia che è straordinaria, e questo è l'impegno di come la piccola e media industria sappia organizzare, sappia dimostrare sia in Italia e sia in Europa questa opportunità. Introducendo il dottor Stefano Barrese, io devo ringraziare enormemente Intesa San Paolo, non solamente per questa possibilità che ci ha dato, essendo uno dei due main sponsor, ma soprattutto per quello che lui e Intesa San Paolo hanno fatto per le nostre aziende, per Confapi, su tutto il territorio italiano, in particolar modo durante la pandemia. Il dottor Barrese ha partecipato a diversi webinar con tutte le aziende nel momento in cui eravamo chiusi in casa, in quei momenti terribili, e in webinar ci ha indicato la via, le opportunità che il sistema finanziario di Intesa San Paolo ci ha dato, e di questo oggi noi gli siamo estremamente grati, e soprattutto di questo noi non ci dimenticheremo mai. Quindi, prima di dare la parola a lui, oggi lui è un grande amico, direi, di Confapi, quantomeno tutta Confapi gli considera grande stima e grande amicizia. Ma devo ringraziare altrettanto Turkish Airlines, che è un altro grande sponsor, che grazie al BFAMV tedesca ci ha dato l'opportunità anche loro di sostenere questa manifestazione, e ringrazio anche il CEO di Turkish Airlines che contraccambio i complimenti che ha fatto precedentemente nel suo intervento. Ringrazio anche gli altri sponsor, li cito, sono Enel, Eni, la Fondazione Konrad Adenauer tedesca, GIZ, che è la German Cooperation Agency, e poi tutti i nostri enti bilaterali, FASDAPI, PMI Welfare Manager che abbiamo con la Federazione dei Manager, e poi gli altri nostri enti bilaterali. Non dimentichiamo che noi abbiamo questi unici enti bilaterali, siamo gli unici che li abbiamo, che sosteniamo di fatto, al di là con il contratto e con una quota del contratto, tutto un welfare sociale per caratterizzare proprio la capacità sociale che noi abbiamo sul nostro territorio, e oggi che noi trasferiamo con molto piacere questo nostro pensiero, questa nostra filosofia, questa socialità anche ai nostri amici africani. E quindi ringrazio ENFEA, EBM, FAPI e Unione Meccanica con FAPI, enti bilaterali che abbiamo con il sindacato CGIL, CISL-UIL, e che condividiamo ovviamente i valori del lavoro e della socialità. La parola al dottor Barrese, che ringrazio ancora per quanto lui stesso e tutta Intesa San Paolo ha fatto per noi, e sicuramente è una delle più importanti banche europee che potrà fare sicuramente anche per CEAP, la nostra confederazione europea, che ricordo di 24 paesi, 2 milioni e 100.000 imprese e oltre 18 milioni di lavoratori, ma anche e soprattutto quello che potrà essere un'opportunità anche per i rapporti con l'Africa. Prego, dottor Barrese.
Innanzitutto grazie Maurizio per le parole che hai detto, quindi grazie per l'invito. Sicuramente è anche molto bello e positivo essere qui e parlare a questo punto di prospettive, no? Dopo aver passato effettivamente un periodo, diciamo, molto duro, no? L'abbiamo vissuto insieme durante il periodo del Covid. Due parole, visto anche il tavolo che seguirà, no? Per cui il tema della finanza per le SMEs, quindi per le piccole e medie imprese, in un contesto a questo punto che è quello dell'internazionalizzazione. Poi è un corridoio particolare perché è quello verso il continente africano, sicuramente un continente carico di prospettive positive, cioè un continente che ha tanto da dare, a partire naturalmente da tutti i temi legati alla sostenibilità, ai temi ambientali, ma anche carico e ricco di opportunità se pensiamo a quello che può essere il carico formativo di cui questo continente ha bisogno. In questo ambito, giusto per porre alcuni elementi che poi mi auguro vengano ripresi nel tavolo, vorrei partire innanzitutto dal perimetro che la divisione e quindi Intesa San Paolo considera come PMI oggi nel territorio nazionale. Noi seguiamo circa 1 milione di aziende complessivamente, e queste aziende in realtà, a me piace dire, sono la colonna portante dell'export del Paese. Quindi oggi parliamo di SMEs e Africa, ma sappiamo bene che sono le PMI, quindi le SMEs italiane, che fanno 50% dell'export italiano. Cioè il 50% dell'export italiano è fatto dalle piccole e medie imprese. Quindi le piccole e medie imprese non solo sono l'asse portante del Paese dal punto di vista della politica industriale e degli effetti della politica industriale, ma sono anche l'asse trainante di quella che è una delle eccellenze del nostro Paese, che è la capacità di essere protagonisti dal punto di vista dell'export. Quel 50% di aziende che riesce ad esportare, a fare il 50% di un numero che nell'ultimo periodo addirittura ha superato nuovamente i 100 miliardi e rappresenta quello che è il record dal punto di vista dell'export netto per il nostro Paese, con prospettive peraltro per l'anno prossimo che vanno ben oltre i 120 miliardi. Questa è un po' l'idea che abbiamo raccolto dal nostro ufficio studi. In questo ambito, come noi seguiamo normalmente le PMI per i loro percorsi di internazionalizzazione? Noi abbiamo messo a disposizione circa 300 specialisti con profili diversi, specialisti che si occupano di approfondire le aree tematiche sottostanti i singoli mercati, specialisti che sono naturalmente orientati ad approfondire tematiche specifiche in ambito finanza, e specialisti che si occupano in questo caso di fare scouting sui mercati per accompagnare naturalmente quelle che possono essere le opportunità per queste aziende. E questo definisce anche i 4 macro ambiti che nell'ambito della divisione noi seguiamo per supportare l'ambito legato in particolare alle SMEs, per cui sicuramente la finanza, quindi i percorsi di internazionalizzazione si riescono a fare perché si ha un supporto finanziario per quest'ambito. In questo ambito specifico mi piace ricordare quello che oggi viene fatto per accompagnare la finanza delle PMI nei percorsi di internazionalizzazione, avendo in mente in particolare il tema ambientale, quindi la transizione ambientale. Peraltro uno degli ambiti che so essere importante anche nell'incontro di oggi. In questo ambito noi abbiamo sviluppato i nostri S-Loan addirittura naturalmente garantiti da SACE, che sappiamo essere peraltro un'istituzione fondamentale nei percorsi di internazionalizzazione delle aziende, e questo consente alle nostre PMI di poter investire in un ambito come questo, nazionale o internazionale, con tempi lunghi di rientro e con vantaggi importantissimi di prezzo. Quindi un'ottica importante di accompagnamento doppio in un ambito significativo che è quello climatico della transizione ambientale, ma allo stesso tempo nei percorsi di internazionalizzazione. Un altro elemento importante che serve per accompagnare le PMI in questi percorsi è il tema dell'assicurazione, fatta sia attraverso le istituzioni che si occupano di garantire i prestiti, ma anche fatta attraverso formulazioni innovative che prevedono la possibilità per un'azienda di smobilizzare quelli che sono gli impianti macchinari che vengono fatti a beneficio di commesse internazionali. Su questo diversi anni fa abbiamo costruito un'articolazione societaria che è deputata proprio a fare questo. Perché l'obiettivo chiave poi per le SMEs da parte nostra è quello di tutelare il più possibile le piccole e medie imprese nel mantenere e realizzare liquidità. Un altro elemento importante nel supporto per le SMEs nell'internazionalizzazione è il tema dello scouting, cioè accompagnare l'azienda nel cercare di trovare in loco, quindi all'estero, quelli che possono essere i professionisti ideali dal punto di vista legale, dal punto di vista fiscale e anche dal punto di vista della conoscenza dei meccanismi territoriali e industriali per far sì che possano avere successo in questi percorsi. E ultimo, naturalmente non meno importante, il tema formativo. Cioè, il tema formativo rappresenta un elemento estremamente significativo in questi percorsi, per far sì che si possa aiutare non soltanto chi già l'ha intrapreso, ma chi vuole muovere i primi passi, sapendo che i percorsi di internazionalizzazione sono il miglior modo per poter aumentare la resilienza dal punto di vista dei risultati di queste aziende che, torno appunto, sono fondamentali per la tenuta dal punto di vista nazionale. Questo oggi è possibile per noi con una presenza importante a livello mondiale. Noi abbiamo una presenza diretta in 40 paesi, indiretta in oltre 80. Parliamo naturalmente del continente africano, qui siamo presenti con una banca direttamente in uno dei paesi, peraltro uno dei paesi più importanti in termini di economia, in termini di numerosità come popolazione, ma riusciamo naturalmente a coprire quello che è il fabbisogno e i bisogni delle nostre aziende attraverso accordi di collaborazione multilaterali. Quindi questo per dare un quadro su quello che una grande banca che è vicina alle piccole e medie imprese mette in campo per poter aiutare non soltanto la crescita delle stesse, ma anche le prospettive di sviluppo del Paese. Naturalmente il tavolo che segue, naturalmente mi aspetto che possa cogliere spunti, ma anche darne molti, su quello che possiamo aggiungere per poter aumentare la magnitudo di presenza e di forza di questo così importante settore dell'economia del nostro Paese. Grazie a tutti.
Ringraziamo quindi il dottor Stefano Barrese per aver introdotto il tema di questo nuovo panel e chiedo quindi alla moderatrice, a Diana Battaglia, di salire sul palco per poter iniziare proprio questa nuova sessione di lavoro. Diana Battaglia, che ricordiamo è direttrice dell'Unido, e poi ovviamente insieme a lei e a tanti suoi panelist ci sarà modo ovviamente di approfondire il tema di questo incontro.
Thank you, dear. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all of you. I'm honored to participate today in this EU-African SME Summit 2021, which aims at enhancing the economic cooperation between companies in Africa and Europe. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Barrese for such an insightful address. I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to the European entrepreneurs CEA-PME, la Confédération européenne des associations de petites et moyennes entreprises. Thank you for organizing this important initiative and the invitation to moderate this remarkable panel discussing new financial tools for sustainable SMEs growth in Africa. For those who don't know our organization, my organization, UNIDO is the specialized agency for the United Nations that promotes industrial development for poverty reduction, inclusive globalization, and environmental sustainability. Together with its network of investment and technology promotion offices, UNIDO plays an instrumental role in supporting developing countries to promote responsible foreign and domestic investments and sustainable technology through public and private sector partnerships. Indeed, we assist local organizations and SMEs, mainly in Africa, in creating public-private partnerships with international stakeholders and formulating innovation management standards to facilitate the industrial transformation and leapfrogging processes. In many emerging markets where we are operating, the SME sector is one of the principal driving forces for economic growth and job creation. And this holds particularly true for many countries in Africa, where SMEs and the informal sector represent over 90% of businesses, contribute to over 15% of GDP, and account for about 63% of employment. Despite these opportunities, SMEs in Africa face many obstacles, including unfavorable macroeconomic environment, debilitating physical infrastructure, and administrative challenges. However, inadequate access to financial continue to be one of the most significant obstacles to creation, survival, and growth of SMEs in Africa. Of particular concern to investors are the country, currency, and credit risks, characteristic of many African countries in which SMEs operate. However, recent years have seen an upsurge of interest in this sector from various types of investors, namely development financial institutions and banks, philanthropic investors that envision a double return to the investment in SMEs. They are spurring sustainable economic development while at the same time earning reasonable financial returns. However, few SMEs investment models have managed to turn the risk-return profile of SMEs in favor of increased investment. Against this background, it is a pleasure to have on this stage today this remarkable panel of experts to share their experiences with us and discuss with us new and innovative ways to fund SMEs or even to improve existing ones. This could involve the intelligent use of financial tools, for example, mobile banking or mobile payments, which are important when talking about credits, lending money, and entrepreneurs, and investing in new capital goods. With that, please, let's begin. To open proceeding today, my great pleasure to welcome to the stage Mr. Claude Chachuang, Mrs. Maria Shaw Baragan, Ms. Sandra Kramer. And online, we have, on remote, we have Mr. Emmanuel Aga and Mr. Brian Mangeni. Oh, welcome. Good. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Welcome. So, okay, to open proceeding today, it is my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Jean-Claude Chachuang, Senior Economist, Senior Advisor, and former Executive Director of the World Bank. Welcome. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused an immense economic suffering in sub-Saharan Africa. Local SMEs, and more specifically the woman-led SMEs, have been hit particularly hard with simultaneous shock to both supply and demand. And if African SMEs don't receive financial support, the effects of the pandemic will be even more drastic. Jean-Claude has served for more than 10 years at the World Bank Group with a focus on more than 20 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, right? The World Bank is uniquely endowed and positioned to support countries through finance and know-how for governments while mobilizing the private sector. So, who better than him could illustrate the perspective and programs of the World Bank Group and how they could alleviate the need of liquidity for SMEs in Africa, as well as to give us better idea about the solutions and the achievements, the challenges still to overcome in order to build a better development path for Africa. Jean-Claude, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Diana, and also I would like to seize this opportunity to thank also the organizer of this very important event for European and African SMEs. Let's start with really the impact of COVID on the African economy. I think on the health side, really, I think Africa did, I would say, relatively well in terms of number of infection and also in terms of the number of deaths, except for some countries like South Africa. Of course, there is this problem of vaccination that we have today. The percentage of people who have been vaccinated is still very low. And I think this is another issue where maybe also the European Union can help. But in terms of the impact on the economy, that was really, the impact was very negative. For the first time, African economy witnessed a recession for the last 25 years. There was a loss of output about 115 billion, representing something like a negative 3% of the GDP. So this is very, very important. And on this, really the SMEs in Africa were very hard hit, both on the demand and the supply side, like you say, and they are in their need of liquidity today. A special cases for the women business, like you also mentioned, because women business, SMEs represent something like a third of the whole entire SMEs, but they tend to be small, also using fewer employees. And the reason is because sometimes they lack, you know, the legal right for, you know, for land and etc. So really there is a huge problem of liquidity for SMEs in Africa. But I must say this does not start with the COVID. You know, African SMEs have already, you know, before having problem of financing, access to finance. And there are really two main problems for SMEs access to finance. There is the problem of you know, accessibility and also the problem of affordability. And in terms of accessibility, the reason is that many traditional, you know, lenders sees SMEs, African SMEs as very risky. And also in terms of management, they lack, you know, good management, etc. And in terms of affordability, you know, the interest rate is very high, double digit. Sometimes it can reach 20 to 25%. And even microfinance, they can charge something like 40, 45%. So this is a very huge problem. And the way we see it is really, there are three main solutions that we can, you know, we see here. I think blended finance can be a very good avenue. And actually, in terms of blended finance, you know, financial institutions have mobilized something like 150 billion. But this is not enough. And really, we need also to really adopt this philosophy of blended finance. Another avenue is really to not go only into you know, debt financing, but equity financing. You know, there's not a lot of institutions who can take, you know, give equity financing to SME in Africa. And the third avenue is fintech. You know, we need really a special fintech tailored to SMEs in Africa. And in all of this area, I think really the EU can help working with other institutions like the African Development Bank or the World Bank. And in terms of the World Bank, I think the World Bank has a holistic approach to this, combining advisory service and also financing. In terms of advisory, there is, you know, a diagnostic, implementation support, also global advocacy, and knowledge exchange for best practice. And in terms of financing, there is line of credit, partial guarantee, also things like lease. But the problem is the scale. And that's really where we need to take this at the scale. And that's where, you know, the partnership between the EU and also the World Bank can really help take this into scale. So I'll step there for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jean-Claude. Thank you very much. Indeed, supporting access to financial tools of local SMEs in Africa, and in particular women-led SMEs, as you mentioned, is truly key to foster a sustainable and inclusive development of recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. And now, if I may, please give a warm welcome to Maria Shaw Barragán, Director of Lending in Africa, Caribbean, Pacific, Asia, and Latin America at the European Investment Bank. Right. Maria, due to your large experience at the European Investment Bank, could you please tell us how the institution contributes concretely in lending to support SMEs for stable growth in Africa? Also, can you give us some examples relating to the recent initiative in agriculture sector, for example, in Zambia or Malawi, and how you are contributing to finance the digitalization of the African banks. So,
thank you. Thank you very much. First, can I say it's wonderful to be in Rome today? You know, it's the first time I'm participating in a panel in the last 2 years in person, and it is fantastic. Rome is beautiful today, so it's really fantastic to be here.
Finally.
I hope I'm not making too envious. I know there's quite a lot of people online, so, but I needed to tell you this. The European Investment Bank, we are the Bank of the European Union. This is important to note. So our shareholders are the 27 member states of the European Union. We are an instrument to provide finance, to support investment in the Union when we are working inside, and for the external action of the European Union when we are working outside. Active in Africa since 1963. I will not ask everyone in this room where they were in 1963. Many of you were not born, and the EIB was already working in Africa. And we have a lot of experience with private sector. I know we are often known for our big infrastructure finance, but more than 50% of what we do in Africa is private sector oriented. And last year, 2020, it was also, of course, a COVID year. There was a lot of demand. We lent 5 billion euro in the African continent. And this has mobilized 12 billion euro. So just to give you a sense of dimension of what the European Investment Bank is doing in this partnership with Africa, because that's what's important. But I really liked your question. It's about sustainable growth. And what does this mean? It means that it's growth that has to be for the long term. It's for this generation, but also for future generations. It means that it has to be growth that is respectful with the environment. It has to be inclusive. It has to be people-centered. And let's remember that SMEs are the ones that create jobs. There is a huge need for jobs in Africa, and it is not the big companies, it's not the public sector that is going to create jobs, are SMEs. It's all the SMEs, entrepreneurs that are listening to us right now. And that's why our response needs to really be catered for. It needs to respond to the needs of these entrepreneurs. An entrepreneur in Africa is a hero, and we need to recognize this. And that's why then institutions like the European Investment Bank, like the World Bank, and all the other DFIs, we are here to support, to accompany, to facilitate this growth potential. So let me tell you, because what we provide is finance, and finance is just a means to an end. It is one of the things an entrepreneur needs to be able to grow the business. And what it is that they need. And Jean-Claude said it very clearly. The first thing is they need access. Very often, entrepreneurs in Africa just do not have access to finance. And if they don't, then they need to live just out of their cash flows, and this limits their growth potential. So access means that people like us need to provide liquidity into the financial system so that there will be competition, and that competition amongst the local financial institutions will create more access and better access for small and medium-sized enterprises. The second thing they need is tenor, or the length of these loans. If you're an entrepreneur in Africa, to get a loan for more than 6 months, 12 months at the maximum, it's very, very difficult. And how can you grow your business? How can you buy new equipment if you do not have longer tenors that are more linked to the economic life of these assets that you're buying? They need affordable rates. Again, you said it, it's very clear. They need access that is working for them, so in their own currency. There's no point in lending in dollars when all their business is going to be in whatever is the local currency of this SME. So local currency lending is essential, and they also need that we don't place on them all the financial complexities of swaps, of the mismatch. They need something that is really adapted to them. So how does the European Investment Bank, but also other DFIs, work in this sector? The reality is we work through national institutions. It is not the World Bank or the EIB that are going to be lending to each one of the SMEs in Africa. And the thing is, it would even be wrong if we were to do this. Because what we need to do is reinforce the financial system in African countries so that their own financial system can serve its own SMEs. It's not for us to come and do it, it's to reinforce so that it can happen. We need to reinforce, we need to equip this financial sector, and that's why technical assistance was mentioned. It's very important to be able to assess risks properly. Lately, we are providing technical assistance to assess climate risks that are not always properly taken into consideration in Africa. And we need to create this local capacity. So it's not directly, it's through local commercial banks, it is through the local development public banks that are created precisely with this policy purpose of supporting entrepreneurship. It's about local microfinance institutions as well. And then we have fantastic examples. This morning I was discussing with my friend, the CEO of the Development Bank of Rwanda, and we were looking exactly at how can we make our products more useful for them to serve their clients. And what are these products? And I know you asked, and I know I'm maybe speaking a bit too long, but I'll address the ones that you mentioned specifically. There is a need for risk sharing, and particularly for risk sharing to create incentives for financial institutions to lend in sectors that they might feel are more risky and that therefore they are not paying so much attention to. And one example is the agricultural sector, which, by the way, is a major employer in Africa, and by the way, a major employer of women in Africa. And for this, together with Sandra and her team, we have received, as the EIB, but other institutions have also received, a capacity to give risk-sharing products. This means that alongside the liquidity, we can participate in the risk that local institutions are taking when they are lending in innovative sectors. It can be for agriculture, it can be for women entrepreneurs, and here it's very important also to accompany with technical assistance so that women can build their own business plans. So it's almost financial literacy technical assistance at the level of the final beneficiaries. These type of products are extremely important, sometimes with a reduced interest rate. But let me make it very clear, it's to create an incentive for the institution. Women are very good risk. Women entrepreneurs are really not riskier than men entrepreneurs. But you need to build all the database in order to be able to demonstrate it, and you have to have products that are catered for women entrepreneurs. And this we can help with liquidity, but also with technical assistance, and very often with the support of the European Commission. And I'll address the last point you mentioned about digitalization of financial institutions, because the model is going to be a digital-based model. It's about entrepreneurs being able to access their accounts, access financial products through a mobile phone. And for this, there is a need to support the capital expenditure that banks need to make these products available. On this, we are working with IFC, for example. We are working with the IMF. We are working with central banks to support these capacities, and it is important that we continue doing so. So there's many products that are being put in place beyond just access to finance, and it's important that these are known, and then an event like this is really an opportunity to reach out to entrepreneurs in Africa. So I really thank you again for having me here.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Thank you for illustrating to us the interesting work that your institution is conducting in Africa and how to reach farmers in many African countries. So to continue on this path, let me introduce now Ms. Sandra Kramer, Director Africa at the Directorate General for International Partnerships at the European Commission. Indeed, the European Commission has established the European Fund for Sustainable Development, an integrated financial package that supports investment in Africa and the EU's neighboring countries to help achieve the the Sustainable Development Goals laid down in the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The financing pillar comprises blending a mix of existing loans and grants and a dedicated financial guarantee, right? Sandra, how can the SMEs in Africa take advantage of this fund? Are SMEs able to receive technical assistance, enabling investors and businesses to develop bankable projects?
Good afternoon. Good questions. Let me try and clarify a little bit. But I think the previous speakers have also been very clear, and I'll come back to a couple of points. First of all, you have all today heard lots about SMEs, about the statistics, how important they are for the African economies, how much jobs they create, and that's really something that we see as really strategic. The job creation aspect, the innovation, the creativity, and SMEs are really the backbone of the economies. So two things that I want to highlight, the access to finance and the EFSD fund, as you said, and on the other hand, also to touch on what's very important, the business environment, the sort of investment climate, because you can get access to finance, but you still need a proper framework and policies and regulations in place to do business. On the European Fund for Sustainable Development, I think the thing that I want to be very clear of, these are funds that we make available for organizations like the European Investment Bank or Agence France de Développement in France, or forgive my Italian, but you have Casa Depositi e Prestiti. That's the sort of organizations that we work with. And these people are, this is a different way of using the European Union budget. That's the innovative part of it. It's not the sort of traditional way of financing projects. This is actually what Jean-Claude was saying about blending. Blending is a very important aspect, and I know that you are right in mentioning that, or guarantees. And then, as Maria said, we would go through commercial banks. So SMEs can profit. The answer to your question is yes, but they must go through national banks. I was 2 weeks ago in Zambia, in Lusaka, and we signed, and that was the EIB's loan, 15 million euros for support to agribusinesses. And that goes through a bank in Zambia called Zanaco. And they are looking on the market to SMEs that could profit of such a loan. And of course, there's technical assistance available as well, because we make available the loan plus technical assistance, because some of these SMEs are very good at what they do, but they're not perhaps used to dealing with the banks, dealing with a loan, and that is why technical assistance is always important. I think what's also important in access to finance is that you look at the types of innovative finance, from pre-seed to seed to startup. It's different every single time, and you need to adjust, you need to adapt. There is not one product and there's not one size fits all, and you need to really see it case by case. And that is what we're trying to do, again, together with the EIB and other organizations, to look at how we can adapt and how we can use the European Union budget in a way that is more profitable for all of us in the end. So that is what I wanted to say about the access to finance part. On the business environment, we have established around 20 European business organizations across Africa. And that is where European businesses that are already there, and they are almost all SMEs, talk to each other, talk to us, and talk to the governments to say, what is it like to do business in this country? How difficult is it to get goods in? How is the taxation issue? How's the justice system working? Land ownership? How is the port working? Everything. These are, with more or less successes, extremely useful for us, but also for themselves. And they bundle together and are sometimes received at very high level by the governments who want to hear from them, who want to hear what is it like to do business in this country and how can we improve. So that's one thing that I think works in terms of improving the business environment. Another thing, next year we see a very important Africa-Europe summit in Brussels in about, I think, February next year. It's not quite settled the date. And we will do a business forum just ahead of that. That is a business forum where we do business-to-business contacts, but also business-to-government contacts. And that's where access to finance and innovative financial tools, climates, investment climates, business environments are high on the agenda. That is something where I would think you all here and online should try and link up to. It is hybrid, so you don't have to go to Brussels, but if you can, I wouldn't say it is as nice as Rome, but it's almost as nice as Rome. I think what is important of that business forum is that we have a lot of public-private dialogue, and that is what is needed also for the business in order to make their business environment best. Now, last point that I wanted to raise, which is the scaling up. Very important point to scale up. We are scaling up in the sense that it's not just the European Union budget that is going to do this. It is, by the way, not official development assistance that is going to do the trick in terms of economic growth. It's private sector development, it's economic growth, and we need the private sector for that. So what is very important is that we pull together what we call Team Europe, and that is all the member states, Italy, Spain, Germany, France, everybody, and the European Union institutions, and the banks, like the European Investment Bank, and the European Development Finance institutions, and pull all of them together and look at that as a big Team Europe effort for our strategic relations with Africa. Because that is what we want to do. We want to focus on the youth, focus on women, and focus on the many opportunities. Because yes, there was indeed hard hit by COVID-19, but there will be economic growth again, and there will be plenty of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. As we know, new models of financing are emerging, driven by the digital revolution that has been sweeping across Africa for a few years now, spearheaded by mobile money and fintechs. These models, based on digital innovation, have revolutionized the ecosystem of payments in Africa, allowing the development of innovative and inclusive financial services. So now, please, let's give the floor to Mr. Emmanuel Aga on remote. Can you hear me? Hi, good morning.
Yes, I can hear you. Hi, everybody. It's evening here. Can you hear me?
Good. Emmanuel is Managing Director and the CEO in Innovative Digital Experience Group. Emmanuel has wide and concrete experience in digital banking and payment platform for frontier markets, like in Africa, with a focus on small businesses and on how they can access financing through digital tools. So, a question that naturally arises to ask Emmanuel is, can this wave of digital innovation resolve the problem of access to financing of SMEs in Africa? And how can the digitalization process support the scale-up of small businesses to access global value chain? The floor is yours.
All right. Yeah, so thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for having me. It's been a long day, but I have an interesting story, and I want all of you to listen. Everything that my colleagues that are live at the program have said ties up to some of the things that we're doing, here in Africa. Interesting discussion today. I've heard quite a bit about access to finance, a lot about access to finance. But I want to step back and qualify the conversation just a bit. What we're talking about here is,
What a pity.
So the last two panelists was in remote. So we wait to repristinate the... Yes. We continue, it's okay. Okay. We have the speaker, yes. We continue with the Brian Mangieri, no? What do you think? Brian is CEO of Einstein Rising, a OVO portfolio manager in East Africa office. Can you hear me, Brian? Brian has been running
Yes, I can hear you.
A business acceleration program in East Africa to promote a new generation of entrepreneurs. The program offers selected companies to chance to become catalysts of social and environmental change, leveraging their good practice, know-how, and acquired skills. Brian, we want to know how your initiative promotes high-impact entrepreneurship in Africa, contributing to the integration of social and businesses' needs, and the type of financial support you provide, making effective use of private sector resources. Please. The floor is yours.
Okay. Good. As it is in Kampala.
Oh. From Uganda. It's not easy, but
yes,
we try it.
Einstein Rising and OVO are actually organizations that are connected. In that Einstein Rising trains and mentors early stage startups that are then passed on to the OVO program in order for them to receive financing. The way that we work with the SMEs is that at the early stage, we provide them with intensive training in order for them to get their systems up to a level where they can be invested in, and then we get them over to the OVO program where we have a group of volunteers who are retired CEOs of big businesses in Europe that provide them with mentorship at a level that no other program, I believe, is providing in Africa. And these volunteers are high net worth individuals, so they actually come up with the capital to invest in these SMEs through loans, which actually brings me to a good answer of how I believe Mr. Jean-Claude raised the issue that financing for SMEs should be accessible and affordable. The financing that comes through the volunteers from Europe is available to the entrepreneurs at a rate of 7% per annum, which is less than a third of the interest rate that is available in Uganda and other East African countries. Also, it is quite accessible because we blend working with a European team and a local team so that we can have access to these entrepreneurs readily on the ground whenever we need to. And then the fact that we add the training, the element of training and getting to know them personally through our programs, we believe that we build relationships with them, we get to know their work, we get involved in their work, such that we are all the volunteers that are investing in these entrepreneurs are personally invested in the businesses and in what the businesses are trying to achieve on the ground. Working with social entrepreneurs is always not easy because the stories that are actually told are not necessarily what is going on the ground. So it's absolutely vital that the volunteers that are going to fund these SMEs are then involved in the projects on the ground.
Thank you, Brian. Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Brian,
Yes,
for presenting this interesting initiative and stressing the importance of social importance for the use of these innovative financial tools. We have the last panelist online, Mr. Emmanuel, but we don't know. Can you assist me from the back? So we continue with the... We continue, yes, of course. We can also try to involve the audience if there are some questions to this panelist present in presence. Can you? There is some questions? Okay, we finish. Oh no, we continue. We have not the online. Okay, sorry. What a pity. If there are any questions, please.
I'm happy to use the time, and I wanted to mention, making reference to something that Sandra has said about Team Europe and the view of how can we use finance to achieve also these shared policy priorities. And here I want to mention climate action. Okay. There is a common shared priority globally, but clearly between Europe and Africa, about climate action and environment, and preserving the African environment and using finance as a means to make investments that will be addressing climate change, both adaptation but also mitigation. And what does this have to do with SMEs? And my point is, SMEs, again, they are the entrepreneurs. They are the ones that can make investments that will reduce the use of energy or the use of natural resources. And then institutions like us, like the World Bank Group, like the European DFIs or the EIB, and often counting on the support of the European Commission for this blending element, we can put in place climate action financial products that will incorporate attractive interest rates or risk sharing, and that are specifically designed for investments that will reduce the use of natural resources, the use of energy, or, you know, how many entrepreneurs can put solar panels and then they will reduce their dependence on other sources of non-renewable energy. So this type of loans where you use financial incentives to achieve a policy element that does need a subsidy element is one of the other innovative financial products that we are putting in place, where it forms part of this partnership between Europe and Africa. It's all related to the Green Deal, and it's related to something that we are all affected by, and it is the effects of climate change. So I thought we had mentioned it, but only slightly, and you know, having these few minutes, I thought it was important that we would cover this topic as well.
Thank you. Sandra, have you spoke about climate action? What about European Commission? Is the first of all?
Of course, we have the policy priorities that were set out last March. The 9th of March, we made a communication, as that's called. And I think green recovery, green transition, renewable energy, that's really a top priority for all of us. Obviously, these are common priorities for everyone. We face that here, we face that in Africa. Digitalization is another aspect, both the infrastructure of it, but also the skills, the e-government, digital in health, digital in education. It's extremely important. I think in general, education and skills is a very important agenda, and the European Union and the Team Europe approach is very big in that, because we need to train very many young people in Africa to the jobs of tomorrow. Really, they need the skills so that if investments start flowing, if SMEs start growing, they can be recruited. So that is very important. I wanted to take my additional couple of minutes just to tell you a little bit more about that business forum, which is February next year, where we are talking about priority value chains. I think it's important to do that as well. Agri-food, for example, automotive, raw materials, sustainable energy, infrastructure projects, textile, tourism, all of this in the sense of more value in the chain, really at African level. Because that is now an economy which is very much an extraction-based economy, which we really need to change. That is part of that business forum that I wanted to mention. My very last remark would be for everyone to keep in mind the very important African ambition of a continental free trade area. I want to have that mentioned because it is an African ambition that we should support, that we should accompany and align with, because this is really something that can be a game changer for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Allora, to conclude, I would like to thank you all panelists, and thank you for the audience. I would like to express my gratitude once again to la Confédération Européenne des Associations des Petites et Moyennes Entreprises for providing us with a unique opportunity to exchange and share important best practices and how to improve the financial tools for sustainable SMEs growth in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for discussing this important subject. Now I'd like to, ora vorrei chiedere al Presidente Casasco di risalire sul palco.
Grazie, siamo in perfetto orario e quindi è con piacere che volevo introdurre il co-presidente di CEA-PME, che è anche l'executive director di BFAMV, che è la confederazione tedesca omologa a Confapi, con il quale abbiamo da sempre una stretta alleanza. È evidente che la Germania e l'Italia sono le prime due manifatture europee. Quindi nel dare la parola a Markus Jäger, con me come Presidente, vorrei ricordare proprio il nome di questa grande alleanza il nostro grande amico Mario Oven e l'occasione col quale ci lega ancora un grande ricordo e un grande affetto. Grazie. Marcos, prego.
Excellencies, dear colleagues of SME associations, dear teams behind the scenes who made this event possible, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends in and from Africa and Europe, dear Maurizio and your fabulous team, thank you very much that I can be here today with you. It's a true pleasure for me to be with you all here in wonderful Rome, in a very complicated period of time, for us in 2021 to be live together, united across the continents and sitting together in this magnificent, magnificent house to host one of the most important conferences of collaboration. I'm very happy to be with you. It has been a terrible time for all of us. And it was not clear even a few weeks ago that we could all meet live here in person. It's not a big military enemy. It is a micro-sized virus that brought the entire world on its knees. We have lost loved ones due to COVID. We have lost at the BVMW our Spiritus Rector, Mario Ohofen, our visionary president, who initiated this EU-African dialogue. And I'm so grateful, Maurizio, and the team of CEA-PME with Mr. Moritz and our friends from INTPA that we continue this important path. I think that a dialogue between the EU and Africa is more important than ever. Why? We not only have lost loved ones in this pandemic, we have lost businesses and we have lost part of our freedom. And we still live in a very strange time with uncomfortable conditions, meeting with masks and social distance. It is sad. But our minds and hearts have moved closer together than ever. And we have also discovered during this pandemic period how important it is to stay connected and united, to be able to build up again our common future with health, stability, human safety, security, and economic prosperity. And we have also been reminded that a positive recovery and development of the economy is only possible with strong and reliable partners at our side and a clear plan in our mind. We all see at this moment how fragile supply chains are, how fast open borders can close down again, and how much a small change in our system can interrupt trade and business relationship and moving around the world. As fragile as our health system is our economic system in these periods of time. If one thing doesn't work, the whole system is in danger. Probably you know, some of you know that my family invented some 200 years ago time measure instruments, and in particular, the alarm clocks. When I was about 7 years old, my father showed me a clock and its movement and asked me, "Son, what is the most important part in this clock?" I replied, "Papa, I know, the big wheel." He said, "No." I said, "The small wheel?" He said, "No." "The spring?" "No." "The balance wheel?" "No." "The hammer, the dial, the hands?" "No, no, no, no." Not one piece is the most important, all pieces together, united and working in harmony, are the most important things. One part missing, the clock does not work. That's how we must see and understand our world today. Interlinked, dependent, responsible for each other, for the environment, for mankind and its economies. We must act united on this planet to fight all challenges that challenge us day by day and that might also come in the near future. Together and united for the climate issues, the management of natural resources, but also for education, health, wealth, stability, prosperity and safety. We are all strong, but together and united, we are much stronger. That is the reason why I'm convinced that a strong Africa needs a stronger organized SME cooperation, and we need to look forward that the politicians create the suitable frameworks, good conditions that our companies and our cooperation can better develop. The SMEs are ready and willing to cooperate and prosper together. For Germany, the country I represent, that means 3.5 million companies, of which 99% are Mittelstand family-owned businesses. On the European level, here in Italy, the numbers are similar. The majority of SMEs are Mittelstand. Such impressive statistics make it clear as to why Africa and Europe's SMEs must act together as strong partners and raise their voice together when it comes to push the politicians and governments to create favorable conditions for SMEs to prosper, invest in corporations. As the managing director of the BBMW, the Federal German Association of Small and Medium-Sized Companies, and co-president of the European Entrepreneurs, thanks to my friend Maurizio invited me to his wonderful board, I'm grateful to have with me so many SME associations and institutions based in Europe and Africa. Our association in Germany alone, the BBMW, represents nearly 1 million members. Companies in the Mittelstand Alliance that make the best cooperations possible in Germany, and we want to expand this into the continent of the future, into Africa. We are by far now the largest freely organized association in Europe, and our members are managed and treated by 340 offices in Germany and 70 additional offices worldwide, covering 110 countries. So we have a very strong network, and as such, we like to bring this stronger and better into the African continent. We can do that because we host over 2,000 live events per year in Germany and can feature and portray every part of Africa in these events. Since COVID, we have produced up to 1,000 web events per month, and in the last 1.5 years, 16,000 webinars to educate our members, to inspire them, to motivate them, to look for new products, new trends, new rules, understand new regulations, new challenges, and new opportunities abroad. With the Mittelstand Alliance Africa, which is overseen by our director, Mr. Jan, we focus now especially on the African countries. Germany, Italy, all of Europe and the African continent should work hand in hand in the creation of a successful and prosperous future. SMEs are the greatest tool to cooperate across borders and continents and often achieve faster results than political negotiations. Ladies and gentlemen, a prosperous African continent is in the interest of the EU. If it is based on the interests of both parties, future cooperation should therefore be based on fairness, equality, solidarity, and respect for humans and our environment. Together we can and we must strongly promote growth in Africa and create sustainable jobs. This summit has provided new motivation in our exchanges with African SMEs. To this end, I am very, very happy and would strongly invite you all to commit to this plan to move our continents together and strengthens the presence of European companies in Africa. It is a continent of opportunities with huge dynamic economies. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot end without thanking you all for your active participation. I would like to underline the gratitude of the BBMW, who have supported the organization of this summit, and in particular, I would like to congratulate Professor Maurizio Casasco and his fabulous team for the organization of this inspiring summit. I truly wish that health and economic prosperity returns as soon as possible to Europe, to Africa, and throughout the world. These are challenging times, but these challenges will create new opportunities. So let's stand together and let's face all the challenges together. I also look forward to the second day of the summit tomorrow. You will have the opportunity to get in touch with African and European companies in roundtable talks as well as on digital platforms. I encourage you to participate actively and to make use of the opportunity our cooperation can bring. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the team in Italy and in Brussels. You made an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Markus Jäger. Now we go forward. Adesso parlo in italiano perché ovviamente ci sono i saluti del Ministro degli Affari Esteri e della Cooperazione Internazionale che ci ha inviato un messaggio di saluto proprio per, in merito a questo incontro appunto della giornata di oggi. Quindi diamo la parola, anzi insomma, diamo il collegamento al Ministro Luigi Di Maio.
Ringrazio il Presidente della Confederazione Europea della Piccola e Media Industria, Maurizio Casasco, per questa iniziativa e saluto tutti i partecipanti alla seconda edizione del Summit Unione Europea-Africa per le piccole e medie imprese che la Farnesina ha l'onore di patrocinare. L'Africa è tradizionalmente una priorità della politica estera italiana. Ne abbiamo fatto uno degli assi della Presidenza italiana del G20. Dedicandovi ampio spazio nell'ambito della riunione dei ministri degli esteri G20 che ho presieduto lo scorso giugno a Matera. Lo abbiamo riconfermato 2 settimane fa a Roma, nel quadro consolidato della terza conferenza Italia-Africa che abbiamo intitolato Incontri con l'Africa. Il continente verticale che unisce l'Europa e il Mediterraneo e, passando per la sua sponda meridionale, giunge alla fascia saheliana e all'area subsahariana è attraversato da fattori di interdipendenza che ci legano in solide relazioni politiche, economico-commerciali, culturali tra società civili. L'Italia è al fianco dell'Africa per favorire pace e stabilità, prevenire e contrastare il terrorismo, gestire i flussi migratori, favorire lo sviluppo sostenibile e rispondere alle crisi umanitarie nel continente. Insieme stiamo facendo fronte all'emergenza pandemica che potremo considerare davvero superata solo se, con l'impegno di tutti, il contagio sarà ricondotto sotto controllo anche nei paesi africani. Oltre alle sfide che ho citato, abbiamo davanti anche grandi opportunità. Per l'Italia, l'Africa è un partner commerciale di grande rilievo, verso cui le nostre imprese svolgono un ruolo di primo piano. Negli ultimi anni l'Italia è stata costantemente ai primi posti per volume di investimenti diretti esteri nel continente, con oltre 27 miliardi di euro nel 2020. Ulteriori possibilità emergeranno dalla progressiva attuazione dell'area continentale africana di libero scambio, fondamentale per integrare il mercato continentale e innescare un circolo virtuoso di sviluppo e di nuove opportunità occupazionali, commerciali e di investimento nel continente. Il nostro sistema paese presenta un alto grado di complementarità con il sistema produttivo africano, in particolare nei settori agricolo, manifatturiero, infrastrutturale e turistico. La Farnesina è fortemente impegnata per sostenere i processi di internazionalizzazione di queste imprese. Lo abbiamo fatto con il Patto per l'Export, ridisegnando la strategia del sostegno pubblico all'export e rivisitandone obiettivi e dotazione finanziaria, oggi pari a circa 5,4 miliardi di euro di risorse dirette. I dati relativi al nostro commercio con l'estero confermano che stiamo andando nella giusta direzione. Nei primi 8 mesi del 2021 il nostro export è aumentato del 17,8% rispetto allo stesso periodo del 2020, con rialzi delle vendite sia verso i paesi dell'Unione Europea sia verso i mercati extra-UE. Si tratta di risultati superiori anche a quelli registrati nello stesso periodo del 2019, anno record per l'export italiano. Sono certo che questi sforzi rafforzeranno ulteriormente le relazioni commerciali e industriali tra le comunità d'affari africane e quella italiana. In questa prospettiva abbiamo voluto anche cogliere l'opportunità della conferenza Incontri con l'Africa per introdurre la possibilità di organizzare incontri business to government tra le imprese italiane e i ministri e capi delegazioni giunti in rappresentanza di oltre 50 paesi africani, con l'obiettivo di favorire il loro radicamento nei mercati del continente. Un'economia africana più solida e una più diffusa e dinamica presenza imprenditoriale nel continente rappresentano un vantaggio anche per il sistema Italia. In Africa, come altrove, il settore privato riveste un ruolo fondamentale a favore dello sviluppo sostenibile perché contribuisce a generare crescita economica, occupazione, sviluppo del capitale umano e innovazione. Per questo la cooperazione italiana allo sviluppo già da tempo finanzia nel continente progetti che mirano a facilitare l'accesso al credito per le piccole e medie imprese e a introdurre innovative modalità di lavoro con il settore privato con l'obiettivo di rafforzare l'imprenditoria dei paesi beneficiari. Il mio auspicio è che questa edizione del Summit Unione Europea-Africa possa ampliare e rafforzare le prospettive di collaborazione tra la comunità d'affari europea e africana, gettando le basi per cogliere insieme le opportunità di una ripresa post-pandemica sostenibile e inclusiva. Grazie per il vostro lavoro e auguro a tutti voi un buon lavoro.
Queste le parole del Ministro degli Affari Esteri e della Cooperazione Internazionale Luigi Di Maio. Ora chiedo al Presidente Casasco di salire sul palco per i saluti conclusivi di questa prima giornata di lavoro.
Grazie. Credo che siamo arrivati in perfect time alla conclusione di questa straordinaria giornata. Anche l'organizzazione è stata straordinaria e i tempi rispettati dai moderatori, dagli speaker hanno dimostrato organizzazione senza sottrarre capacità ai contenuti che sono stati straordinari. E anche i collegamenti con Dakar e con tutta l'Africa e con tutta Europa, devo dire che hanno dimostrato una grandissima opportunità. L'alleanza tra Confapi e BFAMV e questa unione ha dato la possibilità di realizzare il primo e il secondo summit insieme agli altri paesi europei. E questa coesione oggi la stiamo raggiungendo, l'ha dimostrato anche i collegamenti, la stiamo raggiungendo con tutti i paesi africani. È una grande occasione, ringrazio i 22 ambasciatori presenti, ma erano presenti 46 ambasciate e paesi africani e credo che ci sia una grande opportunità per l'Europa, una grande opportunità per gli amici e i fratelli dell'Africa. Ho detto all'inizio che oggi la pandemia ha dimostrato che ogni paese è piccolo e che tutto il mondo è piccolo e che tutti i paesi non possono essere interdipendenti. Quindi l'unità, la coesione, la collaborazione nella formazione, nel trasferimento di idee e di valori è fondamentale. Siamo venuti qui nella Galleria d'Arte Moderna proprio per significare questo momento, questo passaggio per noi importante che fa parte della nostra cultura europea di avvicinarci all'Africa oggi con i temi della cultura e dei valori e della persona ancor prima che quello dell'economia, anche se noi siamo imprenditori e industriali. Questo credo che sia un approccio corretto di civiltà, di sostenibilità e di valori, ripeto, anche di trasferimento di idee e di conoscenza reciproca. E quindi io chiudo questa giornata ringraziando e devo ricordare, ovviamente, oltre ai ministri, alle autorità, agli ambasciatori presenti e tutti gli speaker, devo ringraziare e ricordare insieme a Mario Owen, un altro grande nostro padre, voglio dire, e della nostra famiglia europea, che era Walter Group, che insieme a Mario Owen aveva fondato, voglio dire, CEA-PME, che è scomparso un mese fa. Ci troviamo orfani di loro, ma ricchi di valori e di quello che ci hanno trasmesso. Insieme a Marcus e tutti gli altri noi porteremo avanti le loro idee, gli interessi, voglio dire, della nostra Europa, che abbiamo capito perfettamente che non può essere indipendente da quelli, ad esempio, dell'Africa. Ma dato che sono nei momenti della conclusione, devo ovviamente ringraziare anch'io tutti i miei collaboratori di Confapi, tutti i collaboratori di FAMV e soprattutto anche 99 che ha dato la possibilità, attraverso una grandissima organizzazione di tecnologia, anche voi non avete idea cosa ci sono dietro questo schermo, c'è una regia straordinaria, credo di una trentina di uomini che stanno lavorando continuamente ai monitor per permettere un collegamento con tutta l'Africa e con tutta Europa. Questa è un'altra dimostrazione di cosa sa fare CEA-PME e la piccola e media impresa europea. Tre ringraziamenti particolari, oltre alle due confederazioni, in particolare a tutta Confapi e ai miei presidenti, ai miei direttori, a BFAMV, va sicuramente a tre persone. Una è il direttore generale di CEA-PME, Stefan Moritz, che ha ben coordinato questa cosa. Mi permetto di ringraziare anche Andrea Sianna, che è a Dakar, che ha contribuito particolarmente insieme a BFAMV al collegamento con tutta l'Africa. Ad Annalisa Guidotti, che mi è stata vicino, ha collaborato fin dall'inizio e ha permesso questo successo. A tutti i dipendenti di Confapi, le mie segretarie, tutti quelli che hanno collaborato, tutti quelli che hanno lavorato anche dalla Germania, dalla Francia, da tutto il mondo, e soprattutto un grande, ovviamente a tutto il mio consiglio direttivo, che mi ha permesso anche di stabilire, di mettere un budget a favore di questa realizzazione, ma soprattutto devo dire grazie a voi, perché grazie a voi che rappresentate il meglio e l'imprenditoria italiana e europea avete non solo permesso qualcosa per oggi, ma soprattutto qualcosa per le future generazioni, perché noi stiamo lavorando oggi per le future generazioni europee ed africane. E insieme riusciremo a creare un mondo più bello, più sostenibile e sicuramente più preparato ad affrontare le sfide del futuro, che saranno molto dure, molto difficili e anche se avranno una grande accelerazione, ma dobbiamo trasmettere ancora prima che le tecnologie i nostri valori, i nostri insegnamenti. Quindi lavoriamo per loro e oggi abbiamo fatto qualcosa di grande per loro e soprattutto per i nostri giovani e per le nostre giovani. Quindi a domani per il B2B e per la seconda giornata. Grazie a tutti e buona serata. Dimenticato delle bravissime presentatrici. Scusatemi, ma una è qui con noi, è bravissima perché è una presentatrice, una giornalista di Sky, se salgono per cortesia, è bravissima, parla 7 lingue, oggi ne ha parlate solamente 2, e anche Esther è arrivata dalla Nigeria, lei è la responsabile di CNBC Africa e quindi altrettanto brava. Voglio dire, vi do ormai da membro del Comitato Olimpico una gold medal pari merito, come è successo col salto in alto a Tokyo. Grazie, buona serata.
Small and medium enterprises, SMEs, are the backbone of European economy. They're not just an economic model, but a social one too. With a rapidly changing economy, new business opportunities need to be grasped. Collaboration between Africa and Europe is more important today than ever before, developing direct contacts in order to build trust. Together, we can create better conditions for business opportunities, with common goals to boost economic and social cooperation. To do this, we need ideas to foster investment policies between Europe and Africa. We want to nurture hope for a new success, stimulating private investments towards a sustainable economy. Shared values based on a new culture of respect for the environment and for human beings. We must look at the future, educating next generations. And we're working to build a new entrepreneurial spirit with new jobs, inclusive growth, and social stability. All this will be possible only investing on entrepreneurship, vocational training, and investments. Our goal is to bring together European and African entrepreneurs, encouraging them to cooperate and co-invest, and supporting them to create alliances and joint ventures. A sustainable future means acting together. EU African SME Summit 2021.